anyone's been following the Fusion GPS storyline or anything to do with that, people realize that Bruce Orr is the husband of Nellie Orr.
I can hear it on your computer, but I can't. Oh, now it is. It's down. It's working now. What did you do?
I can hear it now.
Yeah. Can you back it up, maybe?
So this guy's involved in this deal as well. So
oh, I can also hear me now.
It's down. And Comey issues the shutdown order. Comey goes back to the lawyers, goes back to people on that side, and immediately tells everyone to stand down, shut this whole thing. He puts the kibosh on it big time. So Julian gets that message and says, well, the whole thing is shut down. But here's the issue, is Comey didn't go and sanitize this with the rest of the Trump administration. He was freelancing. He was doing it on his own. This is March of 2017, going into April of 2017. We now know, of course, Comey's fired May of 2017. So 1 month after he kills this immunity deal. After Assange heard about the stand down order, he obviously, as we know the history here, he went through with the release of Vault 7. That leads to Mike Pompeo then coming out saying, because remember, Mike Pompeo, he's the current U.S. Secretary of State, but at the time he was the CIA director. He came out and said, slammed WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks is a foreign hostile intelligence service. He made that statement specifically in response to the Vault 7 release. And we can see that immunity deal was being talked about right up until the point where Comey killed it. Then Assange does the release. Then Pompeo makes his statement. And about a month afterwards, Comey is fired by Trump. And we don't know if how much of that, Assange drama goes into the firing of Comey. But it's interesting to see that much play out in such a short time frame. It may have just been one of the many reasons that were in place from both the left and the right that people wanted to get rid of James Comey. And what people need to understand is that at one point there was an appetite from the Trump administration for an immunity deal for Assange. And certainly from the president, I've heard, I'm sure many people have heard, that President Trump has been interested in coming to some sort of agreement with Assange rather than going forward with the full prosecution. He's been kind of hands off right now because they're applying so much pressure to him from the intelligence community to go after Assange. But really, he understands, number one, the politics of the situation, of course, where Assange was seen as someone who was helpful to President Trump during 2016, but also the very real threat of essentially going against the First Amendment and going against Supreme Court law, Supreme Court decisions, the New York Times case, where, and as I'm sure many people have brought up, and my good friend Cassandra Fairbanks will bring up at length, the idea that under U.S. law, it is not illegal to publish government information if you did not you yourself steal that information, right? That's always, this is something the New York Times does on a daily basis. This is something the Washington Post does on a daily basis. At One American News, I get government information all the time, right? I was getting information on the Mueller report. I was getting information on deals that were being struck with people that were part of the prosecution. And, I would report that out publicly, but that was not, that was not specifically given to me or specifically disclosed to me from any official channel. But that being said, I was able to get the information, so I reported it. A lot of that has come out and been public and been accurate. And so it sets a very strong precedent. And I think that Trump is cognizant of that to go after Assange essentially means that the same standard would apply to the New York Times, Washington Post, and all the others. And there's actually sort of a kind of backwards reasoning for Trump. I think a lot of people know, regardless of what you think of him, that he certainly has quite a testy relationship with the media. But of course, he knows that there isn't really much that he can do about it. And so I've heard it. He said at one point or another is, if I don't get to go after these guys at CNN or those guys at the New York Times, then how come you get to go after Assange? Not fair. It's kind of the way he looked at it.
Well, first of all, I want to just say that I personally found what you just said absolutely thrilling. It makes me very, very hopeful Back in December when Rudy Giuliani came on to, I think it was Fox News, and said, hey, Julian Assange has not committed a crime. Otherwise, the whole Pentagon Papers thing would have, the New York Times would have gone to jail. He is.
And that's right.
Trump's,
I should explain that for people too, that the Pentagon Papers case was the New York Times and Washington Post Supreme Court decision. I mean, there's a Steven Spielberg movie about this.
Well, I don't know that that necessarily is going to portray tremendous accuracy, but the thing that's so thrilling about what you're saying is that what this is really is a battle between the intel agencies, the secret services, with, look, this is so deep, it's almost hard for me to think of the right question, but essentially what you're saying is that there is pressure from the Secret Service to Trump saying, we want our man because he exposed, and we don't want him to, in the future, expose anything more, presumably. It's not just revenge. It's not just revenge.
He caught us with our pants down, and right. We want to do something about it.
Okay. You were in Intel. You were presumably an analyst? Were you a naval? Yeah, you were an analyst. So looking at this situation, what would you feel Julian's lawyers would need to do to encourage Trump to keep going with his fake news? Because he's going halfway. If he allows them to grab Assange, then, as I've been stalking President Trump saying, you can't go halfway on fake news. You have to, free Julian Assange and bring him back into where he should be doing his job, because he's talking about fake news. Let the man who has 100% accuracy back into where he should be. Has 100% accuracy on all of their documentation and reporting. So to me, I would be frightened if Trump doesn't save Julian Assange.
And this is something that I've also discussed with people that have connections to the intelligence community, outside of myself. And one potential immunity deal that I can see being on the table is, this wouldn't have to be public, but a type of scenario where Assange is essentially brought in by the U.S. government and given immunity as a sort of expert witness, in a sense, where there may be information that he knows about U.S. government systems that could, from a potential of, hey, this is where actual hostile intelligence services are attempting to penetrate your networks, or potentially in some cases have penetrated your networks. Here are people that have found ways into your systems. These are your cybersecurity blind spots. So you change, and I come from a background of I was an intelligence analyst and collector, and so I always look at a situation of what benefit could this be to knowledge, to and essentially to granting more knowledge, and hopefully providing for more security for the American people. And essentially you're talking about someone who's probably the world's leading expert in cybersecurity, probably the world's leading expert in understanding how these systems work. Wouldn't it make more sense to bring him in as a subject matter expert in this situation, give him immunity, and ask him what he knows, debrief him, have these discussions with him, and instead of treating him as a criminal, treat him as a source of information. And it could potentially, I don't know exactly what the parameters of it would entail. Obviously there'd be lots of stipulations on that, not revealing sources and methods and all those things, but it could potentially be something that I could see both some reasonable people on both sides agreeing to.
So really the galling part of this is that, I feel like saying, why the hell should he? Why should he do anything? He's a journalist and a publisher. He hasn't done anything wrong. Just let him go, but make him free. Why should he have to engage in some exchange? But this is planet Earth, and things work. Right. And this is how things work, is that you make a deal, and God knows Trump likes his deals. And God bless me, I know everybody is really against Trump, but I honestly believe that he wants America to go back to a constitutional, perfection instead of the terrible mess that we're in terms of the level of corruption. Um, just going back, because I really want to have you go into detail about what you've just explained, because it's the first time I've heard this. I mean,
Okay.
must be right. I mean, I can't be the only person that hasn't heard this, unless this is like breaking news. Is this like a completely
No,
new?
this was in a report at the Hill about 6 or 7 months ago, but it was really overlooked because at the time it's actually something that came out while people were researching sort of the Russiagate scenario, while people were digging into that stuff, and
Mhm.
this was something that came out as an aside of that reporting. But I picked up on it very quickly because I've always been very focused on WikiLeaks as an issue, but it didn't get a lot more play because at the time it was so inundated by these Russia claims and allegations.
Yeah, well, so there's too many things going on in my mind about what to ask you about, but certainly this Russiagate thing. As an analyst, as somebody that was in the intel services in the Navy, what on earth would have been the motivation to play so dangerously with lies, right? And hope to topple, because that's presumably why they did it. They don't want Trump to be president. So why does the Secret Service not want Trump to be president?
So a big part of this, I think, and this is kind of the way I look at it, is I actually think that the original intention for Russiagate was, and I'm referring to specifically the phony Steele dossier, the disinformation campaign. I think the original intention was that it was going to blow up big. It was supposed to be the October surprise, which is something in U.S. politics because our elections are always in November. The October surprise refers to a sort of scandal or revealed truth about a
Mhm.
candidate that comes out at the last minute that changes the race. And essentially, we did have several of those. One was more with Anthony Weiner and his laptop than anything else.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
um, I think the Russiagate, this dossier was supposed to be the sort of October surprise to be used against Trump. The problem was it
But
was so.
why? Why? Why use who used it? That means that the Secret Service is supporting the Democrats or some. I mean, why would they want to put an October surprise and get rid of Trump or have him lose?
Gotcha.
Why?
Um, I think it's an interesting situation where the careerist and sort of institutionalists in the intelligence community were aligned with Hillary, but not necessarily just because she would, it's not a partisan thing. They would have been aligned with Hillary or Jeb, right?
Mhm.
Trump came as
Okay,
an
wait.
out.
Sorry, I'm gonna pick at this for a second. So you're saying that they aligned themselves with Hillary and sorry, say the next person again.
Jeb Bush.
Right. Um, What is their allegiance to them? Is it just that they help them in their Secret Service work in the sense that they're not going to get in their way? Why would they prefer them? Because that's certainly for me, I've kept wondering, why are they
It's
protecting
sort of
Hillary?
those candidates are what we would consider part of the establishment in America. Both of them have sort of the quote unquote dignified names, right? Going back, I'm a Game of Thrones guy, so we call them
Mm,
the lordly houses
mhm,
of the realm. Whereas House Trump, is some sort of mercantilist, merchant class. Doesn't
mm,
have has more money but doesn't have the title, right? Whereas Clinton's, it's actually the opposite. They have the title but they don't have any money. That's why that's why they're sort
mm,
of second class gentry. But okay, not to go too much into Game of Thrones, but um,
mm,
it's it's a situation where they really didn't know what he would do, and they have so many well laid plans, right, for moving forward in terms of global stability, moving forward in terms of their plan for what they consider to be global stability, global harmony, global hegemony, that Trump coming in was, and as stated purpose, was as a sort of wrench, as a sort of stopping block to many of those agendas, that they didn't want that. And so this conspiracy, which really was a conspiracy theory, was generated with the intention. It was never intended to stand up to scrutiny, and that's why this big investigation for 2 years came out no collusion, because it was never intended to withstand that level of scrutiny. It was only intended to pull together some very loose strands, and just like I say, this is someone who understands politics as well. It's just supposed to be a political thing, right? You drop it out at the end of the race. You make it look like this guy's tied to Russia, and and then Hillary wins, and nobody ever talks about it again. That's all this was ever supposed to be. But then they caught themselves in trouble. They caught themselves in a lie, essentially. And instead of just sort of letting it go away, they for whatever reason, they decided to use that as a the Latin phrase for when you start a war is a causus belli, so the cause of belligerence, the cause of warfare against, in this case, a sitting president, in order to bend him back to that initial agenda and reassert their power with an administration over which they thought they had no power.
Well, I certainly know now why it's called the deep state, because clearly it's meant to be that an elected official, i.e. a president, is ruling the country. But by what your description is, that the secret services act like a permanent government, and they make their own plans for America, irrespective of whether the American people even want that. And I think that what frightens me about what essentially are people who are driven by secret and hidden motivations where none of us get to know what their intentions are, align themselves with, for instance, Hillary, that certainly I think she is unfit to lead this country. But maybe that's the whole thing, is that all that it is that she just does what the secret services want her to do. So do you think I'm being...
Well, but remember, every coup participant in history has always said, I'm doing this for the good of the country. I'm doing this for the good of, only we know what's best for the country. So only we have the ability to right the wrong of this. The people made a terrible mistake, and we have to protect the people from this, sort of person. But that's, and then, so they're then willing to destroy the system in their mind to protect the system. This is, go throughout the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, right? This was, Julius Caesar. This was the whole, it's the same line of thinking that we always hear. In fact, from what you're describing, there's an old British sitcom from the 70s called Yes Minister.
Oh yes.
I don't know if you're familiar, but it's actually quite similar. It describes this dynamic, portrays this dynamic very well, where you have a new, newly elected government. One of the MPs is brought in as minister. I went back and watched a few episodes of it with a friend of mine recently, and it really fits in because it shows how the people in bureaucracy, the people who are that permanent civil service state, are able to just run rings around these politicians and further their own agendas, whatever that may be, regardless of what the politicians say in many cases, or in other cases, they're able to bend the politicians to their will, using various tricks and loopholes in the system to get what they want.
Well, at this point, the Secret Service has terrifying levels of technical abilities to, as you were describing with Vault 7, to manipulate and control the environment. And I remember Kevin Shipp. Do you know him? He's a former CIA guy. He said that they called it the Paranoia Palace. And so really, I guess, going back to your first, hopeful message that Trump was willing to negotiate a deal, and let's accept that we're on planet Earth and it's going to have to be a deal, and Julian's going to have to give something that Trump wants. Do you think
if there's any person that'd be willing to make a deal, it's Donald Trump.
Well, exactly. So do you think the Secret Service would take him out? Do you think that the Secret Service has taken out presidents in the past?
I think now there's too many eyes on something like this for that to be effective. I don't think they would do so. Also, WikiLeaks has, if you look at their Twitter account, one of the things they pointed out was in the media strategy of all this, Ecuador and the UK are most likely going to affirm that the death penalty or anything related to that will be taken off the table, that Assange will be alive throughout all of this. So because they're making that such a big deal in the press, that leads me to believe that they're talking imprisonment, they're talking prosecution, due process, rather than anything like that. There's just too many eyes, and because they realize that they don't want to make a martyr of Julian Assange. They don't want to make him to be this, a hero. They want to demonize him. They want to make him appear to be the scum of the earth. Once the propaganda campaign against him starts, that's what will happen. I mean, he'll be.
Oh, sorry, you mean continue, because start it certainly did a long time ago.
Well, I mean, it's going to kick into high gear very quickly once this begins. There's going to be stories, headlines. They will say that his leaks led to battlefield deaths. They will say that his leaks led to they'll blame all the failures of the Iraq War on Julian Assange. They'll blame the rise of ISIS on Julian Assange. I mean, take your pick. They're just going to blame everything on him for a long time to make him out to be this number one, to make him out to be someone who's complicit in this. Number two, the left will continue to paint him as I guess some sort of stooge of Russian intelligence services in order to facilitate the political interference operations. And if you notice, something I've been looking for very closely in what I know, or what we do know so far about this Mueller report, is that there hasn't really been anything that's come out yet that has any reference to Assange or WikiLeaks. And I think that's going to be a huge section of the report when it does come out, and most likely will be used to fuel a lot of headlines in the lead up to, or in the course of any Assange prosecution or trial.
Well, thank you for explaining that. If you were going to analyze this for the CIA and the Secret Services, and you were going to look at this situation so that it resolved, because I think this is definitely something they want, that it resolves in a very clean way. If you were talking to Gina Haspel, who doesn't seem like the most sympathetic character, given her nickname of Bloody Gina, but let's say you were going to talk to Gina Haspel and you were going to discuss with her and analyze how to not only honor the Constitution, because I've got to believe that these people care about the Constitution. I mean, I've got to believe that people working in the CIA, with the exception of psychos or something, that they actually really are patriotic. So if you were going to advise the CIA how to handle this, I mean, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot and that you need to think about it more, but what would you recommend to them to resolve this in a way that maintains freedom of speech, that doesn't make America look like the bad guy? Because everyone is going to look at America as the bad guy, irrespective.
Well, I think I would kind of go back to what I was saying is cut a deal with a guy like this, because they're looking at it from. So I wrote a book called 4D Warfare. Probably have a copy of it somewhere here. And the idea on that is really talking about fourth generation warfare, which is something I studied in the military, and applying that to social political realm. And essentially, it teaches you how to look at things through the David versus Goliath lens. Always put every situation into terms of David versus Goliath. And
All right, you're going to have to expand on that because I don't quite understand.
Okay. So it comes from this old William S. Lind quote where he says, "Nobody ever read the story of David versus Goliath and identified with Goliath." Right? So when you're setting up a situation, you always want to be the David in the situation. You don't want to be the Goliath, right? And this is true for business. This is true for relationships. This is true for politics. True for anything. And so you always want. So look at the U.S. and the Iraq War, right? Shock and awe, right? Complete failure. Why? Because it looked like Goliath, right? The tanks rolling down the streets and the soldiers in body armor rolling down. You're not going to win hearts and minds like that. You can't. You just simply can't. So flip that around to this situation. Do you want it to look like a situation? I would say this to Director Haspel or anyone else. I'm sure they're going to be watching this later. They always keep very close attention to what I say about her. I got an article in the New York Times last time I attacked her.
Well, good. Then do a good job of telling her what you think.
Because I pointed out that Gina Haspel was the station chief in London when all of the spying on the Trump campaign was going on in London. And I said, there's no way this could have gone on without her knowing about it. There was some statement. I was peripherally aware of it, not briefly. You were the station chief, Gina. If you didn't know what was going on, then you're either just lying to me or you're completely incompetent. Right. So what I would explain is you don't want it to look like the full force and power of the U.S. government is targeting one individual, because if you do that, you're giving that individual power, number one, which is something, if you don't like Julian, that's something you probably don't want to do, right? You want to not make an example of him and throw the book at him and do some gigantic, huge show trial, because, excuse me, if you do that, well, you're just going to create hundreds and thousands of more Julian Assanges, right? There will be a percentage of people that say, I want to do what he did. And there is already to some extent. But you're going to make so many more of it. And probably you're going to get people who are even in the intelligence community now to look at their own situations and say, boy, maybe I should start leaking some of this stuff. Maybe I don't like what's going on. I don't like how they're treating this guy. Maybe I want to leak some stuff too, right? You are going to create a situation that essentially has a lot more repercussions and consequences, secondary consequences, tertiary consequences, and after effects, blowback that they are completely not prepared for. They're completely not even thinking about. Right, they're in their mind, it's very one-dimensional. We're going to make an example of this guy. We're going to throw the book at him. But again, Princess Leia says it in Star Wars, right? The more you tighten your grip, the more systems will slip through your fingers, right? And that's exactly what will happen here. Versus a situation where you make a deal, it's very quiet. He kind of goes off on his way, and you go off on your way, and there's no narrative, there's no huge courtroom drama about it. This isn't a John Grisham novel. This is real life. We don't need this. Believe the trial of Julian Assange would be, the leading story in the world if it does go down that road. And it seems, unfortunately for them and for everyone, that's the route they want to take. I think that would probably lead to an outcome that they're not thinking of that would not be good.
But presumably, though, it would be a secret trial, which is what would make everyone see America as like triple, double evil.
That would even be worse. My goodness, that would, if it was a trial that was held behind closed doors to some extent, which is very hard to do in the United States. But if my gosh, if it were held behind closed doors, that would make it even worse, because there's nothing that generates more attention than telling people that something is going on, but you can't know what it is. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. So you're going to create an even bigger situation at that point. If you really wanted to mitigate this and make it smaller and not suffer these kind of leaks and try to prevent more this from happening? Well, number one, stop being corrupt. That's obviously number one. That's not targeting any one institution, but just, system wide. And then number two, stop lying to the public. And then number two is treat the situation by understanding that even though it really aggravates you and harms U.S. interests when Julian Assange leaks classified information, classified tools, and U.S. capabilities, but understand that he's doing it from a different perspective than you have, and try to understand his perspective in order to meet him halfway.
That's brilliant. Oh, your sound's gone. Say something.
I was just saying, I think that if they spent a little bit of time trying to understand why he's doing what he's doing, and to understand that just because he does it on the internet, it doesn't necessarily make it different. The New York Times, Washington Post, that perhaps instead of leading to what would essentially be a public relations nightmare for them, that they could instead try to find some sort of solution whereby nobody's completely satisfied, right? Mm-hmm. But the issue is resolved.
What about the fact that it would be very tempting, I'm sure, for Gina and anybody in the Secret Service to simply want to make an example of Julian, to make sure that nobody wants to be like him. Supposing they would go that route, because that's certainly the one that I've heard expressed, where people say they want to make an example of him to terrify anyone from doing what he's tried to do. Do you think that's a real possible, motivation that they might, that might motivate them?
Way of looking at it, I think it's completely the mindset that they have on this. They want to do whatever they can to demonize Julian, to make him appear to be the scum of the earth, in order to what they think, and once again, shock and awe, right? It's this. I just mentioned how shock and awe tactics were a complete failure in the Iraq War. There will be a complete failure here as well, because they do not adhere to the principles of 4D warfare. This is second generation warfare type stuff. This is not taking, because they failed to take the public relations aspect into it. This is going to have the same effect as the what was the place, the prison photos that were coming out in Iraq. Any of the public relations nightmares you can think of that the U.S. government has suffered over the past decade and a half, this would be right up there with them.
See, really, what you're describing is a group of people who genuinely, let's just give them credit, genuinely feel that they're trying to do what's best for America. But
in their mind, they are. Right, in their mind, they are.
Right. So, obviously, from that point of view, I think it's so simple and it's so brilliant what you're saying. You're saying, be able to see another person's viewpoint. That's basically what you're saying. And understand that actually, sorry.
I try to, I do.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it is so simple that it's brilliant. I hope that Gina does really think about this. This is not about trying to destroy the CIA in its efforts to do what's right for America. What it really is it's a checks and balance situation where, look, I'll give you an analogy of making a film and somebody directing it. Any director that just goes into complete Otto Preminger mode and just goes, you will do what I want.
Right.
The actors just shrivel into themselves, and it's a horrible experience, and it's awful.
Right. How does that work out?
Yeah, terribly. But what actually it ends up being a much more powerful creative mix is when somebody is able to freely express an idea. And my father, for instance, made the rule, no idea is a bad idea. There's just better ideas. And really, this speaks to the whole idea of a marketplace of ideas and free speech and free press, is the understanding, which is really not that hard to understand, that you get balance and sanity when people have proper discourse and information. And that although she may think she's trying to make a great film by controlling everything, I'm talking to Gina, the fact is you don't have a powerful creative intermingling. And, you know, she at least must appreciate this. We also have rights. The rest of humanity has rights. America, you know, she may want to look after America, but everybody else has rights. And I think that it would be incredibly powerful. I think America would be an absolute light in the heavens if the CIA would do what they were supposed to do, which is analyze geopolitical situations, speak to the president who is, you know, properly elected, and ease up on controlling the planet. Because control, like that kind of control, my analogy, is the most devastating thing that you can do in any creative situation. And I want to believe that civilization is a creative activity. It's not a control activity.
I'm waiting to hear back.
And so I think the simplicity of what you said.
Well, and we see that with totalitarian governments. Every time, you know, a government is put in place that restricts freedom of speech, restricts freedom of thought, free expression, tries to create this ordered society, whether it be along, you know, the communist class lines or the fascist, like racial kind of lines. It's a complete failure. It's a complete, utter and absolute failure. And that's because humanity, we are not developed or created to act in that way. That's not how we operate. It's not how we're wired. It's not how we're designed.
So do you think that Gina and the rest of the Secret Service top brass could move into a place where they can just have that maybe there are things that go wrong, that are embarrassing,
are we going
that
live?
Are corrupt?
Are we live?
That
are we live? Okay, everyone, we are live.
Sorry, we've been
scrambling
if there is a press out there,
and we
that's
put in a little
fill-in
to
say,
we
as the
I just want to welcome you back. And Kitty, my darling, if you can turn your mic off, because I can hear you slapping away on your keyboard. Anyway, everyone, whilst Kitty's doing 50 things at once, by the way, let me just thank the technical team for just being so awesome, because unlike me and the guests, they are just sitting there for hours and hours and hours keeping this going. So Kitty, Christy, you guys rock. And this is now the time that my dogs have decided to play with their ball and start barking. So I'm sorry. Anyway, let me introduce you to our wonderful guest, Sean O'Brien. He is a lecturer at Yale University in cybersecurity, and he also runs a Yale privacy lab on digital self-defense. I want to go to that bloody self-defense digital lab. I think we should all start taking that. Anyway, Sean, a pleasure to have you here talking. And I would love to just start you off by saying, what do you feel this weekend has represented to you of us all sliding into our positions to protect Julian? What are your thoughts on that?
So, I mean, I think it's extremely inspiring. And, you know, seeing everybody out there with the music, really sort of having fun, which I think is great, something we need to remind ourselves in activism a little bit more. But the situation has been going on for so long. And if it is coming to a head, as it seems it is, it's so inspiring that there's support out there that can make it much more difficult and hopefully impossible for Julian to be extradited, which, you know, none of us want to see. So
no, certainly not, because I think that would be incredibly dangerous. I think we all know that the deep state are not going to stand around. If he makes it onto the American soil, it'll be like some bloody spy movie. And even if somebody does want to help him, they'll get him before the right people do. So I think you're absolutely right. The other thing is, I don't know whether you had a chance to see it yet, but Cassandra's been out on the streets in London, and she just explained to us something which I absolutely never understood or appreciated, which is that every night when the Ecuadorian staff go home, he is completely on his own in there. And also on the weekends, he's completely on his own in this little kind of, you know, apartment that's in that big building, right? It's only a little apartment. It's only got like 5 rooms or something. And she said that in the she's retweeted this, by the way. You might want to look at it. He
Okay.
gave his testimony in October, saying that people have tried to break in while he's in there on his own. He's defenseless.
Right.
I was absolutely shocked that every night and every weekend that man has to be frightened, stuck in there like a rat in a trap. What do you say about that?
So when I was in London at the end of October, I attempted to visit the embassy, attempted to visit Julian, and this is well documented, and the reason I was on this stream last, I believe. But basically, the front door of the embassy was open. I walked in, kept trying to get into the embassy, kept getting bullshit answers, and so on and so forth. But where this is relevant is the night before, apparently, there was a burglar that had scaled the building, supposedly. So I don't know exactly what happened, but Julian had to fend off the burglar with what do we call it? You put out fires with it. I can't think of it.
Put fires out. Oh, fire extinguisher.
Fire extinguisher. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's been a long week.
Don't worry. I can hardly remember my name at this point.
Yes. So anyway, I mean, on one level, it's sort of, it's a comical thing to think of, but I mean, it must have been frightening and terrifying for Julian to be in the dark, as you say, to having people breaking in, to knowing that he's the type of person who should really fear for his life, and to have no security for his own, personhood at all during that whole period of time. So pretty awful. So I think the vigil is a great thing. The longer folks can stay out there, I think the better it makes him feel as well, which is an important sort of human connection thing we need to remind ourselves of.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm pointing this out is that people in general have this abysmal level of reality on his situation, and the actual reality I didn't even appreciate. I didn't appreciate that every bloody night he has to climb into his little bed, wondering if he's going to wake up with a torch in his face and a bunch of goons ready to drag him off to some bloody Guantanamo Bay or something. I mean, to live under those conditions, I'm you know, they're out there with
across the street from rooftops, right, pointing right at the embassy all the time. So why are we having people enter the you know, why do policemen need to enter the lobby anyway? The level of surveillance is extreme. So, you know, even from their perspective, like you said, it has to be an intimidation tactic, because otherwise it would be extremely sloppy and look stupid from a messaging perspective. Not that I expect the police to ever, you know, to have the best strategy to you know, contain situations, but you know.
Well, it's very, I think it's very poor judgment, and of course it gives even more validation to oh God, I am sorry. How loud is that? So it sounds like the hounds of the Baskervilles.
It's okay, it's fine.
Okay. You know, it just gives more validation for why, you know, there are people out there trying to protect him, because, you know, that's the reality of this situation. And like I said, I did not appreciate that every night and every weekend he faces being there on his own, where anything could happen.
Can happen,
I mean,
right.
how, you know, I mean, in digital self-defense in your classes, what is the primary reason why you have that class? What's your intention? Is it just, you know, one's Fourth Amendment rights and whatever, or is it something more serious that you see up ahead?
Okay, so in the Yale Privacy Lab, in the workshops we do, those workshops grew out of really interest in nation-state surveillance after the Snowden disclosures in 2013. And what we teach people to do is have more private communications using encryption, right, to scramble their messages, to use software that are smarter software choices. So, you know, there's a lot of proprietary software out there that's untrustworthy. So avoiding those at all costs is really important. And then we show people how to be anonymous online as well, using the Tor network and sometimes other solutions as well. The primary purpose, well, everybody deserves the right to have privacy when they want it. Privacy is a real important part of being autonomous and being able to make decisions for yourself in this world. Now, Julian's autonomy has been taken completely away, so that's an extreme example, right? But we are all in our own lives seeing our autonomy being limited piece by piece, and this slow slide, not just into surveillance, which is an aspect of that, right? But into losing our ability to even mobilize or move around the world. You know, one of the things we talk about where we're going, right? And with the way that cars are moving, with autonomous vehicles, and even just what they're calling mobility as a service, right? Where you just order up a car. If the computer in that vehicle does not allow you to drive because your social credit score or some activism you did, or, you know, being on a live stream for WikiLeaks, you know, if any of that, you know, does not allow you to get around the world, you've lost your real ability to move through the world and to be a human, right? To make decisions in an autonomous way. And Julian's facing an extreme example of that. We're all going to face smaller little pieces of that, and we're already seeing it, right? So anyway, what we teach people is a variety of stuff. The purpose, per se, it depends on the group. We've spoken to legal clinics who are working on very serious cases, so they need to be able to talk to their clients and other people involved in the case as privately as possible. Journalists, of course, they need good operational security, as we definitely know with things like WikiLeaks and high-profile cases. Even just, you know, more minor stories and so on, you want to be able to talk to a source and know that the communication isn't being snooped on to the best of our ability. So those are two use cases, but everybody's interested in privacy right now. Everybody's seeing how pervasive these technologies are in our lives. So we tailor the workshops depending on the group a little bit, but generally speaking, you know, everybody should have a right to this thing the same way they have a right to any other freedom in the world. So.
Yeah, well, first of all, I love that. And is this just for Yale students, or can anyone come?
So yes, anyone can come. Obviously, the ivory tower does scare some people away, and that's something we're very cognizant of. One of the things we try to do is also have workshops outside of the law school and have them in what's called a maker space, a local sort of workshop for hackers and hardware hackers, and try to get folks into there. I'll do ad hoc work. Yeah.
Sorry, I just must say, can you tell people where they can find out about these digital self-defense classes?
Sure. So we've got privacylab.yale.edu. We'll probably do one more workshop before the end of the year here, before the end of the school year, and then I'll do activities throughout the summer. Those we post to both Twitter and something called Mastodon, which is like a alternative social network that's Twitter-like. So you can find us on Twitter, and you can find us on Mastodon, and find out information about the workshops through there. That's probably the best pipeline.
What's your Twitter account address?
So it's at Yale Privacy Lab is Privacy Lab, and then mine is at Sean SEANO Diggity DIGGITY. So it'll be posted both places. But yeah, I mean, we do them for the local communities. I'm a native New Havener, so I'm from the area where the university is, and it's a strange relationship. Anybody who's grown up in a town where there's a prestigious university, or there's a corporation that dominates the local landscape, there's a love-hate relationship there a little bit, right? Or at least there's some sort of hopefully not parasitic or not too parasitic relationship. But I mean, being inside the institution now and being able to affect change at this level, I think is also a really important thing to do. We have been able to do great classes with folks who will go on to do great things, and they'll go on to be hopefully doing regulation for privacy, hopefully doing good things that are pro security and pro freedom, in the upper echelons of power. I'm sure some folks also will not be. And again, we just try to tailor our curriculum as, respecting of freedom, respecting of privacy and security as possible, and see where things go. So.
Well, first of all, I'm excited about that. I'm certainly going to be looking it up, and I will have to tell my dog to shut up. I'm sorry. Finbar, shh. They're just guarding. You know how dogs are. They just hear something and they start like barking their heads off.
Sure.
Come up here. Come and say hi.
I've got 3. Is that an Aussie?
He's a mini Aussie.
Okay.
He's not so mini though, is he?
No.
Sorry, I'll have to be fending him off now. Oh God. Sorry, I'm completely distracted now.
I can keep talking. It's fine.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, that's fine. So where the crossover is between what we do and WikiLeaks and information disclosure is sort of trying to pierce the veil, so to speak, of these powerful corporations, these powerful surveillance apparatus, state, corporate, etc. WikiLeaks obviously has been doing that for a long time now, which is why Julian's in hot water, to put it mildly. But the disclosure for me, which is the one that we talk about quite a bit, is the Vault 7/Vault 8 disclosures, right? And those for us are probably the best example of how powerful, the state apparatus is in the United States, and how much their ability to sort of get their claws on every piece of technology out there is. What WikiLeaks did there was incredible, disclosing it in a responsible way, right? Which is something they always get accused of not doing. But if you look at Vault 7, especially, it's such a good example of how to disclose these things without creating major havoc worldwide, which just dumping the information would have done. They worked directly with vendors, so they worked with Cisco, they worked with Apple, they worked with Mozilla for Firefox. This is a big deal, and it really increased the security of people around the world, but it also just made sure that there wasn't major economic catastrophe, which, now that we're all connected to the internet, could have happened. So that to me is a big deal. And then, of course, one of the parts of the disclosure there was the Marble framework, which is the code obfuscation part. That's the ability for this.
I just must interrupt you, because Susie was talking about this with William Binney, and it's all very well for them because they know what it is. But I'm sure I'm not the only one that's going, Marvel, what?
Yeah.
So please explain. I'm going to put myself on mute because I'm afraid my dogs are having a barking fest, but I'm totally listening to you because I've got noise cutting in.
So Marvel is just part of one of the disclosures that was the series of disclosures that Vault 7 is, right? And this framework was a toolkit that folks in the CIA, operatives in the CIA, I should say, were using to obfuscate, meaning alter in such a way that it conceals the identity of the author of this code. So the programs we run are machine code or object code. When you run a program and you open an app on your phone, or you double click on an icon, and that runs through the computer and just opens the thing, executes whatever you're trying to run. Source code, however, is the human readable copy of that. And source code has, common language in it. It might have comments in it that could be in a certain language like English or Russian or Chinese. And looking at the source code, you can make guesses about the origin of the program, and also the place where the author is from, who they might be working for, that sort of thing. So what the Marble framework does, and it does a bunch of different things, but one of the main things it does is it actually will run through some source code and try to put in hints that make it look like it's Chinese, or make it look like it's Russian, or make it look like it's Arabic, and so on and so forth. And that allows, obviously, the CIA to mess with computer systems, to insert malicious features, and then to obfuscate them to make it look like it was the Iranian government or Russian trolls or whoever. So
it's basically a digital form of false flagging.
Exactly. That's much more concise than I said.
No, I only worked it out. I only worked it out because of what you said. Continue, please.
So that's a really important part of the disclosures, and something I think people aren't thinking enough about. So in addition to the Privacy Lab workshops, I teach with another professor at Yale Law School. We do cybersecurity, and now this is specifically tailored for lawyers and specifically tailored for law students. And we're looking at things like cyber attacks. We're looking at things like, potential state conflicts and so on and so forth. And we look historically at malware and exploits. And then we're able to demonstrate some subset of those in the classroom, because these toolkits now are widely available. They're relatively easy to use. I'm not saying that anybody can just jump into it, but if we can teach it, and we can teach folks who don't have a strong or an extremely strong computer background, if we can teach them in a few months how to, do some of these attacks, then obviously this stuff being out there, almost anybody can do it just by a little bit of study. So trying to attribute attacks, or trying to attribute, exploits or surveillance of some kind to an individual, let alone to a state or a corporate entity, is really, really difficult in the world we live in. And it's made more difficult because there are still quite a few ways to be actually anonymous on the internet if you choose to do so. So combining those two things, the availability of these toolkits for cyber attacks in relatively easy and transparent ways, and the ease of being anonymous online, those two things make it really hard for us to attribute any sort of interference to a specific country. And that's something obviously WikiLeaks folks should keep in mind. So.
Yeah, I just need to clarify this because I was a little confused. Are you saying that your concern is that Marble, is it a framework? What did you say it was?
Marble? It's called a framework. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if it's a concern specifically, but I would just like the listeners to know that we have to be wary when we see something in the news and there's been an attack attributed to a specific group or a specific country. Or, all this talk of course, Russian interference and so on. We know that these toolkits exist. We know that these toolkits are being actively developed inside of intelligence agencies like the CIA, right? And we know that also they've been leaked out onto the internet and onto the dark web so that folks can grab this stuff and then pretend to be all kinds of different groups if they possess just sort of a minor modicum of knowledge. So
it does occur to me, actually, as you say this, that the purpose of making it available on the dark web is in order to have that lovely plausible deniability. Because I remember calling the FBI when I found that my social security number and my address and everything was just posted online. You only had to pay $14 and you could get everything on me. And I said, how can this be legal? And they said, madam, we're the, or ma'am, we're the FBI. And we believe in the freedom of the internet. And I went, what about somebody could just sell my information for the $14?
And that's rich coming from the FBI with their huge anti-piracy, because somebody downloads a movie, they're raiding their house, right?
Yeah. So you see, what I'm thinking is that you would do that if you wanted plausible deniability. You wanted to be able to look like somebody just on the dark net happened to take it and just independently, like some rogue hacker. But in fact, it's the CIA. I mean, all these backdoors and opportunities to do shifty stuff. That's where this is getting so beyond and out of control. So I just wanted to also talk about the Vault 7, this idea that, all of our electronic stuff is becoming like, the ultimate George Orwell nightmare. I mean, my fridge back in Dallas has a bloody modem and a speaker and a microphone in it. And I said, I don't want to have that. And they said, well, that's just so you can hold your phone to it and they can see if there's anything wrong with it. And I was thinking, sure. And now there's so many devices now have these microphones on them, and our wireless, electrical, meters and everything. And it just seems like a kind of an orgy of paranoia on their part and an orgiastic greed to just be able to access everything about somebody. And, I was listed this out before, but, the fact that the Patriot Act, William Binney was talking about this. I'll give it out again. Section 2.15 of the Patriot Act says, you can collect everyone's data. And an executive order 12.333, so 12333, section 23C says that you can collect all the data on all US citizens. Okay, so we know that the Patriot Act has absolutely slaughtered our rights.
Right.
So now that you've done so much studying and you have a much greater grasp of the ways in which our privacy and our capacity to act freely is being crippled, do you think that there is a law that you could meaningfully contribute to writing that would delineate specifically those things that the government are not permitted to do if they still are going to operate on constitutional law and our Fourth Amendment rights? I mean, or is that just overwhelming?
So, I'm operating at a big university or a prestigious university where a lot of folks believe in this kind of legislation and legal sort of intervention. I do think that some aspect of what needs to change is the legal framework. I'd like to see, as a first step, of course, the Patriot Act just to be thrown out. I'd like to see major parts, if not all, of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, rejected. I'd like to see most, if not all, of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, the DMCA, thrown out. The new European copyright legislation, all this stuff that's regressive needs to go. So that's a first step. We need to get rid of the FISA courts and these secret court systems. It's amazing that they're allowed to exist at all, but of course they do. And these shadow courts need to go. So doing all that would be a good first step. I'm not sure that we can legislate this stuff out of existence or write laws, as you're hinting at. I think that would ever really protect us on the ground, in these situations, especially because law is always so far behind the technology. and is just now barely catching up a little bit. So I do believe in grassroots solutions primarily. I believe we have to think like activists with technology, and we've got to just try to equip each other with as much information as we can. But two things I want to touch on definitely, especially because you brought up Bill Binney, who's amazing. The Snowden disclosures were, and the system that Binney was working on before that, were mostly about mass surveillance, right? They were about these huge collection systems that would just grab stuff. And those kinds of systems still exist, right? But it's become harder, both because of public perception, because of the Snowden disclosures, and because the technology of obfuscating, of encrypting messages is more widely available. It's become harder for these bulk surveillance systems to operate. It's become more computationally expensive, basically. So what Vault 7 actually represents is a watershed moment where we learned definitively that there was a shift away from the NSA-style mass surveillance, bulk collection systems into this targeted surveillance. So now you have a huge team, right? And the team inside the CIA that was built after the Snowden disclosures was built up, in response. They sort of shifted into the CIA where there was a little less heat to sort of work on these hacking tools. And building up libraries of exploits and vulnerabilities in software and hardware, acting on those exploits, gathering libraries of malware from other places, from other states, from hackers around the internet. That was the real thing that Vault 7 represented. That was sort of the moment that it represented. We knew for certain now that what we used to consider sort of a one-on-one, if you're subject to targeted surveillance because you're someone like Julian Assange, of course, they're going to use targeted surveillance against you. But what Vault 7 represents is, well, they actually are able to semi-automate this stuff. They're able to attack a much bigger swath of people all at once. They're able to do a variety of different attacks against these individuals. And they have command and control software that allows them to run this stuff remotely. So you can be on the other side of the world. You can then pretend that you're some sort of Chinese hacker or, Iranian hacker and so on, so that nobody even knows, who did the surveillance. So that's the thing that Vault 7 represents to me. Now, on the point of having plausible deniability and letting some of this stuff get out, we do know that they're pretty serious about not wanting stuff to get out. So I don't know, maybe they did, maybe that is something they've done, but we know that they've also screwed up a lot. And the story of the information that WikiLeaks has many times is that, right? But it's an essential problem. When you have centralized stockpiles of cyber weapons, which is really what this is, right? Of course it's going to get out. You've got all of these contractors, you have huge, there's a huge collection, of in the triple digits of contractors that are allowed to touch this stuff. And those are private companies with, private operators, many of them who are quite young, might be experienced, might not be. And, some of them who actually say, hey, this stuff is really bad and want to disclose it, right? Which is obviously what happened with Snowden. So you have that problem. And then you also have just keeping these kinds of secret operations secret when you've also now got thousands of in-government folks involved. The bigger the operation gets, the more personnel you're going to need. How are you ever going to keep this stuff secret? So I think what we need to start doing is thinking about stockpiles of cyber weapons the same way we think about stockpiles of other weapons. Nuclear is a good analogy. I'm not sure that these weapons are as destructive as nukes, but of course you can kill a lot of people if you're able to use them against a nuclear facility, right? You can kill a lot of people if you're cutting off electricity and hospitals can't operate, right, in some country, or food can't get in, or, et cetera, et cetera. And so we do need to start demanding from our governments and from corporations that help governments build this stuff we need to start putting the same kind of pressure, I think, that the anti-nuclear movement has put on nukes historically, and that's something we need to do. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking, first of all, I just loved everything that you just said. These vigils are so amazing in terms of getting information. I hope everybody is just blown away as much as I am, because of course they are. It's amazing to have your expertise and you discuss these things. I was just wondering, obviously the internet is hardwire, right? And that's what makes it seemingly so important to us. But surely it would be possible to create a kind of I forgot what it's called, kind of station to station wireless, independent of the actual internet. And it might have, I don't know how slow it would be, but surely if it became too poisonous to be on the internet, surely there would be a way to create a wireless internet that goes around the world. It might, like I say, have a bit of lag on it, but what do you think about that? Just curious for myself.
It's a good idea. It's great. I'm going to touch on that, and then remind me to get back to your fridge with a camera microphone example.
Believe me, I will.
Okay. So what you're describing is basically what we would call ad hoc wireless mesh networking. And mesh networks have been around for a really long time. The concept has been done in some of the poorest, most poverty-stricken places in the world. Using antennas made out of like Pringles cans and things like that. So it can be done, and it can be done really cheaply. The issue tends to be that you have an information bottleneck, right? The strength of the internet is in the fact that we can, be on the other side of the world and have vigils like this. And I think although you can build up local networks, and you can certainly build up local networks in times of crisis, it is hard to do this kind of thing en masse and build up an alternative. And of course, there would be espionage against it. There would be purposefully trying to undermine those kinds of efforts.
Well, I'm having a sort of a fantasy ignoramus technical moment here.
So there's no. Yeah.
No, wait. Let me just ask you: is that obviously there was coding, right? There was the Enigma machines and things like that.
Yep.
Surely there's a way of coding a wireless, information so that every time you send something, it's configured in such a way where it can't be intercepted.
So that's sort of what the Tor network does. Tor network.
Okay.
It uses both the technique of onion routing. That's why it has the onion logo. Which is
what's onion routing mean?
So in a very simple way, the data is split up, and then it's wrapped up with encryption, with a layer of encryption, and then pieces are sent to different machines. Only the endpoint, so only the origin and the endpoint know what the data is, basically, and all of the intermediaries in between, those nodes that are in between, they only have encrypted chunks, so they don't know what you're doing. So if you have this kind of network, right, there's no way to stop the recipient of your message to know what your message is, because you want that to happen, right? That's the way the network should work. So the recipient knows, and no one in between does. That's how Tor works. It is slower. It's gotten a lot better, though, and a lot of folks have set up machines on the Tor network in the past few years because they are so concerned about privacy and security. And it's one of the reasons it's something we teach. Tor is the thing, though, that people most often call the dark web. Because another thing that Tor can do is not only route your traffic, let's say when you're going to google.com in this anonymous way, but you can also have networking that's outside of the internet. So you can have .onion addresses, which are hidden services, they're called, where you can basically have a website that has an address and nobody knows where it's located in the world. Nobody knows who owns it, unless the person puts something on that website that discloses who they are, which happens, of course. These cyber criminals screw up and so on. And also activists will screw up, when they're trying to, get information out, unfortunately. unless your operational security reveals who you are, the technology does actually hide the author and the author's location. So we do already have this, is basically the simple answer. The problem is getting folks to use it, to not have it be banned or be a dirty word, right? Even I, just mentioned cyber criminals, and I hate to do that because although it's an aspect of the dark web, it is such a small part of it. There's been a number of studies, as well as you can study the dark web, that show how much legitimate activity is going on through it. And focusing on the negative aspects, I mean, most criminal activity happens on the open internet, right? And people had these same kinds of fears about the internet, the public-facing internet, a long time ago. They were like, oh, well, we can't connect everybody in the world because then criminals will do anything they want, and so on and so forth. So that's my spiel on that. But
no,
the thing
it's
you
not
said,
spiel.
Yeah.
You take it for granted. You take it for granted that
Sure.
people, for one thing, even understand what you're talking about. I certainly don't. I mean, I do now. You're explaining it. But also people are really interested in this aspect because it certainly is a key factor in cyberpunks. What will we do now that we have this thing that we're so dependent on, and yet it offered such freedom, but now would be literally the most oppressive aspect of our modern lives. I mean, we see how Google is creating algorithms so you can't find things and they demote stuff. And, look, what it is it's like every other piece of technology that's ever hit mankind that's been big. We can't catch up with it.
Right.
We've suddenly got this incredibly dangerous, powerful thing. And yet, our laws, our social training has not trained us to be adept at dealing with this new tool, or you might say new weapon.
Right. So, I mean, I always joke around. I say, it would be an incredible thing if you had aliens, as sort of hypothetical observers of this, right? And we've got this network that we're able to, and it's not perfect, the structure of the internet, to put it mildly, but we still can get messages, from one side of the world to the other at extremely fast speeds. And we've been able to do this and do some amazing things with internet protocols, right? But if everybody was forced now, because of state oppression, because of corporate oppression, to use Tor, for example, and they're literally trying to send chunks of that data all over the place just so that they're not snooped on by their governments, right? And not snooped on by corporations. I would say aliens would laugh at this, right? They'd be like, this is insane. Because the point of these protocols is to, for example, get a piece of data to one location on Earth to another location on Earth as fast as possible with at least amount of friction. And it's like you have to introduce friction, not just in a technological sense, but in sort of a social and human sense, to have actual privacy. Right? You've got to start using all this weird stuff and learning how to do all these things that most folks don't know how to do, just to have a modicum of privacy on this network. So, yeah, it's a problem.
So do you think that what Edward Snowden said, though, which is that if you're being targeted, there is nothing you can do?
Yeah, so if you're being targeted by a powerful adversary, right, I would say that, right? However, there are types of targeting that are really sloppy, and there are some ways to be proactive about setting up your software in such a way that it's hard to do those kinds of sloppy targeting, right? So, for example, if you use free and open source software, which is developed by volunteers all over the world, which is not a guarantee of security, right? But is sort of a baseline requirement because you can't put secret pieces of code in there that do naughty things, basically. If you start off with an operating system based on that, like GNU/Linux, the thing called Debian, if you use the Tor version of this operating system, which is called Tails, Tails, if you use these kinds of tools, you're now proactively protecting yourself, and that's sort of what we teach. It means that you're not going to have a botnet running off that thing, right? It means that you're not going to have some very simple, what we call script kiddie type of attack against your machine. You're not going to have, stalkerware on there from, an ex-boyfriend or girlfriend, right? You're not going to have, sort of crappy, cheap, low-hanging fruit state surveillance done against you. But yeah, obviously, if there's a powerful actor following you around, they're going to be able to do that. And they're probably going to be able to do that just based upon the normality that you're used to as a person in the world, right? I've got the door to my porch open right now, and I'm sure this sound can go through the windows, and then someone could just be standing outside on the sidewalk listening, right? To use sort of a simple example. These are sort of the choices that we make all the time because we're not used to operating in a world where we have to be ultra paranoid, and nobody wants to be in that world. And to bring it back to Julian, unfortunately, this is the world he's been living in for a very long time, certainly the last 7 years, 9 years, right? When he's been forced to be in captivity. So yeah.
Well, actually, I just want to interject. Sorry, you wanted to say.
No, please interject first, and then I'm getting back to those cameras on your fridge because I want to make that point.
Okay. Well, not a camera, I hope, but
a microphone,
a loudspeaker, and a wireless thing. William Binney actually said something that I never even thought, because I'm not a programmer, but it was just sounded so brilliant. He was talking to Susie about, in the future, he intends to build with other engineers, computer engineers, software that is built into it, coding that can detect if that software is being attacked in some way or being written into or, corrupted in any way or attacked, and that the moment that happens, it will relay and shut down that software. So I thought that was a brilliant kind of, software alarm system, which I encourage everyone to really, really listen to William's interview on this vigil, because I think from now on, when people write this open software, there's no reason why they can't. And you would be someone who could teach them that, and William would be someone that could teach them that. Always write it with code that would set an alarm off if it's being used in some unlawful or weird way, which would then shut that computer down and perhaps send a message to the people that, the programmers, that it's being screwed around with, so that you just simply can't use it. You can't abuse it. Right. So I'm not a coder. I've no idea how one would do that, but I loved that concept that built into any open software or any software whatsoever, you build in the technology that would shut it down if it's being used in some evil way. So I just want to interject that. So back to fridges with bloody microphones.
Well, let me do that. I have to do this point now, of course.
Okay.
So and then I will get to the microphones because that'll be a good thing to cap it off, I think. So privacy by design, security by design, these are things that a lot of folks have been trying to do for a long time. The only people who are serious about it are the people who are doing it as more of a social good than trying to make some crazy profit, right? Or trying to introduce proprietary code to dominate people. So Microsoft will say to you, well, we have this thing called Secure Boot, and it uses a TPM module and goes through that so that you can be sure that your machine is okay, right? And we know now, and we know through a number of sources, but we also know through the Vault 7 stuff, how compromised that system is and was, but still is. So I do some work also remotely for a company called Purism, Purism, and at the risk of doing an advertisement, they do have a feature for their computers, which are 100% free and open source software, 100% open hardware, right? They do have a feature for these machines so that when you boot it up, you can verify that the machine hasn't been tampered with. It has, yeah, right. Wow. So it's actually very similar to the system Binney is talking about. So please look into it. It's called Pure Boot, and right now it's protecting the boot chain. There's a lot of other things that need to be protected besides just the boot process, of course. And in user land, people using, web browsers and so on, that's where things get complicated. How do you protect once you're already in the machine doing things? But yeah, they've solved that problem. So
wow.
and
So this is PURE, separate word, BOOT, Pure Boot.
Yep.
Do they have a website?
So Purism is the company, which is PURI.SM, and they have a number of articles in their blog posts about this feature. This is going to be rolled out to all their upcoming models, and you can do it yourself manually now. Set up these machines to do this. And those machines,
I love that.
It's great. Yeah.
I'm going to get one.
Yeah.
Not that I know the first thing, because if it said, oh, yeah, something's happened to your computer, I'll be just staring at it like a big piece of French bread because I won't know what to do with it. So we're all going to have to start training ourselves and get a bit like Blade Runner on. Anyway,
and that is the world we're in. But yeah, so I was just going to say also for people listening, these machines also have hardware kill switches for webcam and microphone. So you can verifiably turn off your webcam and microphone by flipping a switch. And it kills the networking as well with a kill switch that's hardware verifiable. So if you have something like, there was like a FaceTime bug a few weeks ago where Apple devices were still recording without the user knowing. Somebody would call somebody on FaceTime, the user would hang up, and then the thing would still keep running, right? If the iPhone had kill switches on it, hardware kill switches, then that wouldn't be an issue. So you're right, and Binney is right. This is where we need to go. We need to start engineering in privacy as much as we can, and security. I mean, those two things are closely related. But it's not easy, but there are people out there trying. And one of the reasons that, Purism is a company that I'm happy to work for is because they're serious about doing this thing. So,
well, you've done a great service, if for no one else but me, because I'm interested in stuff like that. I was even trying to I got like a cheap computer so that I could rip it open and break it, just to see if I could teach myself how to get rid of the wireless connection on it. I'm sure it must be pathetically easy. Anyway, but so I'm really pleased that you mentioned that. I am sure that many people are going to be looking up Purism. All right, Puri.SM. So
yeah.
PURI.SM. Is that the actual web address?
That's it.
What's SM stand for?
So they call themselves purists because they're very serious about, software and hardware, and serious about security. So I think purism is just like, the verb,
exactly.
or whatever the noun form of that. I don't know.
Like socialism or something. Yes,
yeah, there you go. Exactly. The ism version of that.
Right. So listen, you have as much time as you like, but technically speaking, 6 minutes. Would you like to speak more to, speak about whatever you want, including the fridge mic?
Okay, well, so the deck is stacked against us, right? So that's the context here. And I think this will be a good way to wrap it up and sort of talk about, try to put everything we've been talking about in sort of a bundle here. But even if you set up these alternative networks and you're trying your best to use technology that's privacy respecting in your own life, we're starting to be surrounded by these Internet of Things devices all around us in the physical world, right, away from our keyboards, that are doing different types of surveillance. And it's invading the home, it's invading the vehicles, it's invading our streets and our street lights, and our roads, literally, our sidewalks and so on. And there's an opportunity here, but there's also an extreme challenge, of course, because these devices are extremely polluted. One of the things we do at Yale Privacy Lab is we look at the security of mobile apps, right? And these devices usually have some sort of interface with a mobile app. And sometimes the surveillance that you encounter with these devices is directly related to the mobile app that you have to use to control the thing. So to use an example with the fridge, let's say there's some recipe app or something on your phone, or your fridge makes it really easy to have a touch screen to, purchase stuff from the grocery store, and then the promise is it'll either be delivered to your house, or when you go there, it's already ready for whatever convenience they're promising you, right? If that thing is linked either to you through your local, your home internet, or alternatively, or probably as well, in addition, it's linked to your mobile phone, there are a number of ways that it can do surveillance on you. One of the ways that this is done is through Bluetooth beacons, which is something we look at Privacy Lab. These are small devices, sometimes as small as like a round little watch battery, right? And these devices use a very small amount of electricity to ping your phone via Bluetooth. And if you're walking around a mall, if you're walking through a grocery store, and then if these devices start invading our house through things like fridges and toasters and whatever, your physical path throughout the house can just be tracked. It can be mapped out. How long you're sitting at the television, right? And then that can be correlated. That can be correlated by your smart TV to what you're watching and how long you're watching it. Even worse, we've discovered that some of these devices emit ultrasonic tones. So those are tones above our hearing level, from around the 20 to 24 kilohertz range. And if your mobile app, which is coupled with the device, opens up the microphone, right, because it has some nasty malware in there, basically a malfeature in the app, then your app is listening to the ultrasonic tone coming into the device, and then it pings the network and spies on you. It says, oh, Vivian was watching this show at 9 p.m. and then walked into the kitchen and then walked back to the couch, that kind of thing. And it's being used by retail stores. All of this is very available on the internet if people want to look it up, so it doesn't sound too crazy in science fiction. It's real technology that's out there. Both these Bluetooth beacons and these ultrasonic spying methods are becoming part of our lives, and we're not even aware of them, or most people aren't aware of them. So that's something at Privacy Lab we've been trying to sort of raise up into consciousness as much as we can. And we've identified, I think, I want to say 20 different ultrasonic trackers, we call them, that do this kind of tracking. They do tracking at sports arenas, at concerts. They do tracking in malls, Macy's, Krispy Kreme, places like that. And also they're spying on children. So there was a big New York Times expose, I want to say a year and a half ago, on one of them called Alfonso, which was targeting children who were playing games on a tablet or on a mobile phone. The smart TV was basically talking to the mobile device and just saying, oh, the kid's 15 feet from the television. And then it might guess, right? The tablet might guess that the kid was in a specific location, at home, at the grandmother's house, wherever they were, at school, based upon things like the distance from the signal, from the device emitting the signal. So that's all stuff we need to be scared of. And I guess the greater point is here, it's not enough now to worry about our communication system in the classical sense and about how we're going to get our private, most cherished information across the wire. Now we need to really worry about and really rebel against, these devices that are going to be using sensors, smart sensor data, to track us in our physical world as well. So, yeah.
I am just sitting here shaking my head, just going, oh my God, this is like a demented sci-fi nightmare. It's just like, I know that it would be pure speculation. I think we can simplify it to say these people are fucking insane. But why? How could this be even useful to them?
So they think they're replacing government. And this is something Julian hinted at or really explained about Eric Schmidt and I have the name here, Jared something, the other Google guy, or sorry, Josh. No. It was Jared Cohen from Google Ideas. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So these folks are using the world as sort of an experimental playground for these ideas now, and they think they're going to replace the role of government. Shoshana Zuboff, who just wrote a wonderful book that I recommend to everyone called The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. That's Shoshana Zuboff. It explains basically how these planners are trying to replace infrastructure and traditional institutions with them. Silicon Valley wants to take on the role that government used to have, and they want to design smart cities like they're doing in Toronto, right? And some of their statements, they'll say things like that. They'll say, well, finally, it's our time, right? Well, if it's your time, whose time was it before? I mean, they're replacing the democratic institutions or pseudo-democratic institutions, which we already know have so many problems, with this sort of autocratic, technocratic world that they're designing. So,
Sean, I don't know whether to cry or give up. It's just like, it's demented.
It is.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. It's bloody demonic.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yep. So nihilism is something that I'm very good at putting into people's hearts, I guess, when I explain these things, and I try not to, right? And one of the challenges of doing workshops is not, we're not going to be able to free ourselves all at once. We're not going to be able to do all of this work overnight, but we can start freeing ourselves in pieces and spreading information about alternatives, about ways to rebel against these things, about ways to change these things, hopefully. And just like any other area of activism, that's the best we can do. So there is hope in that. And a lot of things have gotten better, because of the information disclosures, Snowden, WikiLeaks, even some of the big accidental disclosures or on purpose disclosures that have just gotten on the internet where people are learning more and more about surveillance technology. We now have better tools. We now have better awareness. And, I hope that I can give a message of hope rather than a message of despair, because we're better off than we were when we didn't know about this stuff. And I think that's why it's so important to have the information in the first place. So,
Sean, first of all, I absolutely agree with you. Knowledge is power. And it's just the initial shock is always a bit like, you get flopped down in your chair. Sure. Going, oh God. And then you get up and you start thinking what you're going to do about it. It's just that is bloody psychedelic sci-fi dystopia nightmare that you just described. So I'm like kind of going, I'm getting rid of everything electrical. I'm going to go back to a wooden cabin with like a bloody roller phone or whatever those old-fashioned phones were. I know that everybody on this vigil is now gripped with wanting to know more about what you know. So if you ever feel like doing online workshops, I would attend in a flash. I don't know how quickly I could get up to New Haven, but I'm telling you, the knowledge that you have, Sean, is vital. It's as vital as the stuff that's come out on WikiLeaks. And I had no idea, absolutely no idea about these high frequency beacon communications to my bloody phone. Not that I give a shit about these maniacs knowing whether I've gone to my kitchen or my chair. And I don't care what programs I watch if they know about that. But what I do care is if they can subtly influence and depress me. Like, for instance, the Japanese invented washing machines that give off frequencies that they claim make you happier. Now, I don't want to end your piece by going straight off into a whole other thing, but I just I would personally love, and I'm sure everyone else watching this would love you to do an online, class so that so that many more people can get your information, because Sean, that was both thrilling, devastating, and important, everything that you said there.
So let's plan it. Happy to present. That'll be fun. So.
I'm telling you, you need to do it, and I would pay serious bucks to attend that workshop.
The point is not charging money.
Well,
that's the point.
Okay.
I know what you mean. I appreciate it. But, that's exactly the problem, right?
No, but what I wanted to do is acknowledge the value of your work, and I didn't want to impose on you this task, this enormous task, and all the business of like sharing it with everyone. But God, if you want to do it free, I think it's like WikiLeaks. It's too important what you know, Sean, and I'm sure you're not the only person. So I'm going to look up this pure boot and purism online, as I'm sure everyone else will. And the age of surveillance capitalism. Yeah,
that's the book.
After everything that you just said, Sean, I think we all need to get up to speed with that, because talk about infringement of our bloody rights. It makes me furious. It really, really does, because it'll go beyond that. You see, this is the thing. Why is it that people don't understand how this will be abused? Why is it that they cannot comprehend. I mean, look, hello, we're here. It's being abused already.
Right,
this technology.
And thank you for the compliments. I'm just bad at taking compliments. So next time, just tell me, take the damn compliment, Sean.
Take the damn compliment, Sean. That was awesome.
But,
thank you.
But I just want to say, just as a last thing, I swear. So we need to not focus on the transactional nature of the way privacy is usually presented to us, and really think in a comprehensive sort of framework. And that's what things like that book, Age of Surveillance Capitalism, will show you. There's some other really good stuff out there right now. There's Zucked, which is by a former investor in Facebook, Roger McNamee. I highly recommend.
How do you spell that?
Roger and then McNamee. So Roger, Roger. Oh, the book, Zucked.
Yeah.
Like Zuckerberg. So like fucked, but with a Z. So
ZUCKED.
CKED, yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So there's a lot of good stuff coming out, and we need to think about it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, the only reason why these bastards get away with it is because we don't know about it.
Right.
You know, welcome to the meaning of WikiLeaks. It's when we know about it that we can do something, and I honestly, the arrogance and lunacy of these people just makes me want to smash my fist through the wall. It's like, God, you've got such a nerve.
Right. I know, it's insanity. Yeah.
Anyway, instead of me squawking away, let me just say, Sean, it's been so brilliant talking to you. And I just know that everyone is going to watch this section of the vigil over and over again to make notes, because what you've explained here is on equal level with the things that get released by WikiLeaks. I mean, maybe I'm a fantastic ignoramus, but I'd never heard of what you just told me. So
it's not well-known stuff. And listen, we all know different domains, so I'm happy to give what information I can. Thank you so much, and I'll join you again sometime, and hopefully we can talk about workshops. That would be great. Yeah.
Oh my God, I would just love that. It should be like another branch of WikiLeaks. But listen, Sean, I would love you, because I hope that they're going to be able to edit some of this down and show it to Julian. I'd love you to give a message of encouragement to Julian.
So Julian, hang in there. You're a huge inspiration to us all. And what you've done, what WikiLeaks has done, has really made the world a safer place in a real sense. So.
Well, that was short and sweet, but very much to the point. It certainly is a testimony to the organized nature of your mind. There's been a lot more waffling on that front.
Sure.
But anyway, listen, it's been lovely, lovely, lovely to speak to you. And I am definitely going to do your digital self-defense class, especially after this. So I bid you farewell, and I hope you'll come back this evening, because we've got Joe coming on at 8 o'clock. Failing that, he will come on at 9 o'clock, because we've got a bit of space there, so we've got to work that out. But then there's Tim Anderson, Anne Garrison, and then myself, Susie, Joe, and Cassandra. We're all going to come back at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to do another final hour. And I think there might be some surprises there. This is my guess. But anyway, Sean, it was lovely, lovely, lovely to speak to you. I say goodbye. And for everyone else, we're going to take a technical break for 2 hours, be back at 8 o'clock. And like I say, if it's not 8, it'll be 9. We've got 2 more guests, sorry. And then we're all going to come together for a last finale at 11 p.m. So, signing off.
Block at Melbourne University sprang that little blonde-headed bugger Julian Assange, heaven sent to expose the horrible truths hiding behind the zeros and ones in the world, and by giving whistleblowers around the globe a Dropbox to expose the not-so-good, the very bad, and the most ugly. And boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! to the Ecuadorian embassy to avoid the great noose of the global warlord. Egged on by hungry banksters and corrupted politicians, all were scrambling to stay hidden away by telling big fat lies through a well-controlled mainstream media. They couldn't keep Pandora's box closed. Speakers, boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. While we the people all over the world are so totally fed up with the same old crap, forced and bitterly unsweetened into our lives with war, poverty, human misery, all created by wannabe masters, brutes, the lot of them. And we're getting a much better idea who they really are. Oh yeah, when boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian. With right on our side and love in our hearts, the evil brutes of the world are dropping from their high chairs. Cronyism has had its day and we're going to nail the lot of them. We are the people with something incredible to work towards. Still peace, yeah, peace. We're banding together, getting ready to go boom!
We are the people.
There is unity in the oppression. There must be absolute unity and determination in the response.
in my dreams. I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you weak. And then they gag you. You don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit the leak. The masses of the masses, they want this shit discreet. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Playing on the regular. You keep the messenger. Free speech is the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people want the red, while the blue you keep them in bed. Seeking the sheep, keep them asleep, deceiving the weak. Keep seeking the leech till you cease, and I see your defeat. Until I'm deceased underneath a freeze of red sheep. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. Your creditor. Outside my window, a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night, like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey what my Mickey keeps, dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets, what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace, like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace. Feeling sold out, even though I'm keeping strong. But can I hold out when every bit of freedom's gone? They want me rolled out, never to sing freedom song. I wanna see the sky, I wanna feel the rain, but gotta keep away from windows, that's some window pane. It's just a shame, couldn't have planned out all our dreams. Now I scream, cause there's a man in the machine. But the train is off the tracks, and damn, it's losing steam. I wanna call Christine, I haven't seen since 013. I'm missing life like 3 strikes each night. Seems like 3 nights ain't right. Can't fight, space light, hate light, wanting to be snake-like. Shedding off this gray life, in the dark can't make light. But where I'm headed now is brake lights. Where I'm headed now they break lights. Counting days like brake lights, feeling weight like brake lights. Had a great life, brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Out of place like brake lights, in my face like brake lights. Counting days like brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Sit here asking, what have I done? If these strings were cut, I'd see my son. And if I could just fly from this place, then I'd hold you in my love embrace. And if I could just speak to you now, I'd renew my vow and be in the night.
He was right in front of the Brad, about there 1 o'clock. Haven't seen anything since then.
Just fucking, once you get on, just open them up. Okay, Roger. I see your element. You got about 4 Humvees. How long is you're clear. All right, firing. Here. What's the stage line? Let me know when you have it.
In my dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you heat. And then they gag you, you don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit delete. The masses of the masses, they want the shit discreet. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Free speech, it's the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people of the red, white and blue, you keep them in bed. Seeing the sheep, keep them asleep. Deceiving the weak, keep seeking the leaks till you cease. And I see your defeat, until I'm deceased underneath a freezing red sheet. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger. And outside my window a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey what my Mickey keeps, dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets is what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace like 7 years under threat. Cause I've released 7 vaults, they upset. They ended the rape sentence, but the US still insists to rest. I guess it's a sin to take the truth and disseminate. MLK to Gandhi, take aim and eliminate. And I don't say I'm great, just wanna say what's fake. But if they kill me, 1,000,000 others will take my place. The CIA's post like a knife the sharpest. All hypocrisy, lies, and heartless. They want to stop me, my life make my heart quit. Cause democracy dies in the darkness. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger. When the vote count is irregular, you kill the messenger. You caught spying on a senator, you kill the messenger. Removing voters from the register, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger.
I'm asking you to make a noise, a big noise, and to keep making a noise until my son is freed. We need to make our protest against this brutality deafening.
I don't want to work for you no more. My hands are cracking, my feet are so sore. I think I better quit before I fall down on the floor. You start accusing me
we can do is become WikiLeaks. So yes, we need to go to the embassy. Yes, we need to protest. But what we need to do is become the media, which is exactly what Julian has done. He's not only has he become the media, he's done it so well that he has eclipsed their every achievement to infinity. And this is what we have to do. We have to take on that spirit of providing for humanity the services which are not being, and that's what Jimmy Dore is and Graham Elwood is. It's what all of you, it's what Consortium is. It's what all of this truth-telling is about.
At Melbourne University sprang that little blonde-headed bugger Julian Assange, heaven sent to expose the horrible truths hiding behind the zeros and ones in the world, and by giving whistleblowers around the globe a Dropbox to expose the not-so-good, the very bad, and the most ugly. And boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Retreated to the Ecuadorian embassy to avoid the great noose of the global warlord. Egged on by hungry banksters and corrupted politicians, all were scrambling to stay hidden away by telling big fat lies through a well-controlled mainstream media. They couldn't keep Pandora's box closed because boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Fed up with the same old crap, forced and bitterly unsweetened into our lives with war, poverty, human misery, all created by wannabe masters, brutes, the lot of them. And we're getting a much better idea who they really are. Oh yeah, when boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom United stay and we're going to nail the lot of them. We are the people with something incredible to work towards. Still peace? Yeah, peace. We're banding together, getting ready to go boom!
We are the people.
There is unity in the oppression. There must be absolute unity and determination in the response.
In my dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you weak. And then they gag you, you don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit the leak. The masters of the masses, they want this shit to street. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Playing on the regular, you keep the messenger. Free speech is the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people want the red, while the blue you keep them in bed. Seeking the sheep, keep them asleep, deceiving the weak. Keep seeking the leech till you cease, and I see your defeat. Until I'm deceased underneath a freeze a red sheet. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. We're going stacked. We're going stacked. We're going stacked. Is your creditor? Keep the messenger. And outside my window a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey what my Mickey keeps, dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets, what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace, like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace. just run this song.
We can shift it.
Feeling cold now, but got the heater on. Feeling sold out, even though I'm keeping strong. But can I hold out when every bit of freedom's gone? They want me rolled out, never to sing freedom song. I wanna see the sky, I wanna feel the rain, but gotta keep away from windows, that's some window pane. It's just a shame, couldn't have planned out all our dreams. Now I scream, cause there's a man in the machine. But the train is off the tracks, and damn, it's losing steam. I wanna call Christine, I haven't seen since 013. I'm missing life like 3 strikes each night. Seems like 3 nights ain't right. Can't fight, space light, hate light, wanting to be snake-like, shedding off this gray life. In the dark can't make light, but where I'm headed now is brake lights. Where I'm headed now they break lights. Counting days like brake lights, feeling weight like brake lights. Had a great life, brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Out of place like brake lights, in my face like brake lights. Counting days like brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Sit here asking, what have I done? If these strings were cut, I'd see my son. And if I could just fly from this place, then I'd hold you in my love embrace. And if I could just speak to you now, I'd renew my vow and be in the night.
Some are point of view. Yeah, we're going to come around and get them some getting ready to fire. We won't. Yeah, we got a guy shooting. Now he's behind the building. God damn it.
Negative. He was right in front of the Brad. About there 1 o'clock. Haven't seen anything since then.
Just fucking, once you get on, just open up. I see you're you got about 400 meters out along this, you're clear. Alright, firing. Line here, when the stage line, let me know when you have it.
In my dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you heat. And then they gag you. You don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit delete. The masses of the masses, they want the shit discreet. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Free speech, it's the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people up the red, bottom blue, you keep them in bed. Seeing the sheep, keep them asleep, deceiving the weak. Keep seeking the leaks till you cease, and I see your defeat. Until I'm deceased underneath a freezing red sheet. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger. And outside my window a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey what my Mickey keeps, dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets is what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace like 7 years under threat. Cause I've released 7 vaults, they upset. They ended the rape sentence, but the US still insists to rest. I guess it's a sin to take the truth and disseminate. MLK to Gandhi, take aim and eliminate. And I don't say I'm great, just wanna say what's fake. But if they kill me, 1,000,000 others will take my place. The CIA's post like a knife the sharpest. All hypocrisy, lies, and heartless. They want to stop me, my life make my heart quit. Cause democracy dies in the darkness. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger. When the vote count is irregular, you kill the messenger. You caught spying on a senator, you kill the messenger. Removing voters from the register, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger.
I'm asking you to make a noise, a big noise, and to keep making a noise until my son is freed. We need to make our protest against this brutality deafening.
I don't want to work for you no more. My hands are cracking, my feet are so I think I better quit before I fall down on the floor. You start accusing me, subordination. Giving up, brother, I just getting at the office, leaving you
become WikiLeaks. So yes, we need to go to the embassy. Yes, we need to protest. But what we need to do is become the media, which is exactly what Julian has done. He's not only has he become the media, he's done it so well that he has eclipsed their every achievement to infinity. And this is what we have to do. We have to take on that spirit of providing for humanity the services which are not being, and that's what Jimmy Dore is and Graham Elwood is. It's what all of you, it's what Consortium is. It's what all of this truth telling is about.
At Melbourne University sprang that little blonde-headed bugger Julian Assange, heaven sent to expose the horrible truths hiding behind the zeros and ones in the world, and by giving whistleblowers around the globe a Dropbox to expose the not-so-good, the very bad, and the most ugly. And boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Retreated to the Ecuadorian embassy to avoid the great noose of the global warlord. Egged on by hungry banksters and corrupted politicians, all were scrambling to stay hidden away by telling big fat lies through a well-controlled mainstream media. They couldn't keep Pandora's box closed because boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Fed up with the same old crap, forced and bitterly unsweetened into our lives with war, poverty, human misery, all created by wannabe masters, brutes, the lot of them. And we're getting a much better idea who they really are. Oh yeah, when boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, we're going to nail the lot of them. We are the people with something incredible to work towards. Still peace, yeah, peace. We're banding together, getting ready to go boom!
We are the people.
There is unity in the oppression. There must be absolute unity and determination in the response.
In my dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you beat. And then they gag you. You don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit the leak. The masters of the masses, they want this shit to street. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Playing on the regular. You keep the messenger. Free speech is the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people want the red, while the blue you keep them in bed. Seeking the sheep, keep them asleep, deceiving the weak. Keep seeking the leech till you cease, and I see your defeat. Until I'm deceased underneath a freeze of red sheet. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. Outside my window, a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey with my Mickey keeps. Dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets. What the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace. said, can't we just run this song?
We can shift it.
Feeling cold now, but got the heater on. Feeling sold out, even though I'm keeping strong. But can I hold out when every bit of freedom's gone? They want me rolled out, never to sing freedom song. I wanna see the sky, I wanna feel the rain, but gotta keep away from windows, that's some window pane. It's just a shame, couldn't have planned out all our dreams. Now I scream, cause there's a man in the machine, but the train is off the tracks, and damn, it's losing steam. I wanna call Christine, I haven't seen since 013. I'm missing life like 3 strikes each night. Seems like 3 nights ain't right. Can't fight, space light, hate light, wanting to be snake light, shedding off this gray life. In the dark can't make light, but where I'm headed now is brake lights. Where I'm headed now they brake lights. Counting days like brake lights, feeling weight like brake lights. Had a great life, brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Out of place like brake lights, in my face like brake lights. Counting days like brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Sit here asking, what have I done? If these strings were cut, I'd see my son. And if I could just fly from this place, then I'd hold you in my love embrace. And if I could just speak to you now, I'd renew my vow and be in the night.
Getting ready to fire. We won't. Yeah, we got a guy shooting. Now he's behind the building. God damn it.
Negative. He was right in front of the Brad. About there 1 o'clock. Haven't seen anything since then.
Just fucking. Once you get on, just open off. Roger. I see your element. You got about 4 Humvees out along this. You're clear. All right, firing. Line here. When the stage line. Let me know when you have it.
In my dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you heat. And then they gag you, you don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit delete. The masses of the masses, they want the shit discreet. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Free speech, it's the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people up the red, bottom blue, you keep them in bed. Seeing the sheep, keep them asleep. Deceiving the weak, keep seeking the leaks till you cease. And I see your defeat until I'm deceased underneath a freezing red sheet. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger. And outside my window a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey what my Mickey keeps, dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets is what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace like 7 years under threat. Cause I've released 7 vaults, they upset. They under the rape sentence, but the US still insists to rest. I guess it's a sin to take the truth and disseminate. MLK to Gandhi, take aim and eliminate. And I don't say I'm great, just wanna say what's fake. But if they kill me, a million others will take my place. The CIA's post like a knife the sharpest. All hypocrisy, lies, and heartless. They want to stop me, my life, make my heart quit. Cause democracy dies in the darkness. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger. When the vote count is irregular, you kill the messenger. You caught spying on a senator, you kill the messenger. Removing voters from the register, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger.
I'm asking you to make a noise, a big noise, and to keep making a noise until my son is freed. We need to make our protest against this brutality deafening.
I don't want to work for you no more. My hands are cracking, my feet are so sore. I think I better quit before I fall down on the floor. You start accusing me say.
Become WikiLeaks. So yes, we need to go to the embassy. Yes, we need to protest. But what we need to do is become the media, which is exactly what Julian has done. He's not only has he become the media, he's done it so well that he has eclipsed their every achievement to infinity. And this is what we have to do. We have to take on that spirit of providing for humanity the services which are not being, and that's what Jimmy Dore is. And Graham Elwood is. It's what all of you, it's what Consortium is. It's what all of this truth-telling is about.
block at Melbourne University sprang that little blonde-headed bugger Julian Assange. Heaven sent to expose the horrible truths hiding behind the zeros and ones in the world, and by giving whistleblowers around the globe a Dropbox to expose the not-so-good, the very bad, and the most ugly. And boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Retreated to the Ecuadorian embassy to avoid the great noose of the global warlord. Egged on by hungry banksters and corrupted politicians, all were scrambling to stay hidden away by telling big fat lies through a well-controlled mainstream media. They couldn't keep Pandora's box closed because boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Fed up with the same old crap, forced and bitterly unsweetened into our lives with war, poverty, human misery, all created by wannabe masters, brutes, the lot of them. And we're getting a much better idea who they really are. Oh yeah, when boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian. With right on our side and love in our hearts, the evil brutes of the world are dropping from their high chairs. Cronyism has had its day and we're going to nail the lot of them. We are the people with something incredible to work towards. Still peace, yeah, peace. We're banding together, getting ready to go boom!
We are the people.
There is unity in the oppression. There must be absolute unity and determination in the response.
In my dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you weak. And then they gag you, you don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit the leak. The masters of the masses, they want this shit to street. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Playing on the regular, you keep the messenger. Free speech is the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people want the red, while the blue you keep them in bed. Seeking the sheep, keep them asleep, deceiving the weak. Keep seeking the leech till you cease, and I see your defeat. Until I'm deceased underneath a freezer red sheet. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. Goldman Sachs, Goldman Sachs, Goldman Sachs is your creditor. Keep the messenger. Outside my window, a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey what my Mickey keeps, dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets, what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace, like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace. Feeling sold out, even though I'm keeping strong. But can I hold out when every bit of freedom's gone? They want me rolled out, never to sing freedom song. I wanna see the sky, I wanna feel the rain, but gotta keep away from windows, that's some window pane. It's just a shame, couldn't have planned out all our dreams. Now I'd scream, cause there's a man in the machine. But the train is off the tracks, and damn, it's losing steam. I wanna call Christine, I haven't seen since 013. I'm missing life like 3 strikes each night. Seems like 3 nights ain't right. Can't fight, space light, hate light, wanting to be snake-like, shedding off this gray life. In the dark can't make light, but where I'm headed now is brake lights. Where I'm headed now they break lights. Counting days like brake lights, feeling weight like brake lights. Had a great life, brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Out of place like brake lights, in my face like brake lights. Counting days like brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Sit here asking, what have I done? If these strings were cut, I'd see my son. And if I could just fly from this place, then I'd hold you in my love embrace. And if I could just speak to you now, I'd renew my vow and be in the night.
That's from our point of view. Yeah, we're going to come around and get him from our getting ready to fire. We won't. Yeah, we got a guy shooting. Now he's behind the building. God damn it.
Negative. He was right in front of the Brad. About there 1 o'clock. Haven't seen anything since then.
Just fucking, once you get on, just open them up. I see your element. You got about 400 meters out along this. You're clear. All right, firing. When the stage line, let me know when you have it.
In my dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you heat. And then they gag you. You don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit delete. The masses of the masses, they want the shit discreet. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Free speech, it's the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people of the red, white and blue, you keep them in bed. Seeing the sheep, keep them asleep. Deceiving the weak, keep seeking the leaks till you cease. And I see your defeat until I'm deceased underneath a freezing red sheet. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger. And outside my window a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey with my Mickey keeps dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets is what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace like 7 years under threat. Cause I've released 7 vaults, they upset. They ended the rape sentence, but the US still insists to rest. I guess it's a sin to take the truth and disseminate. MLK to Gandhi, take aim and eliminate. And I don't say I'm great, just wanna say what's fake. But if they kill me, a million others will take my place. The CIA's post like a knife the sharpest. All hypocrisy, lies, and heartless. They want to stop me, my life make my heart quit. Cause democracy dies in the darkness. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger. When the vote count is irregular, you kill the messenger. You caught spying on a senator, you kill the messenger. Removing voters from the register, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger.
I'm asking you to make a noise, a big noise, and to keep making a noise until my son is freed. We need to make our protest against this brutality deafening.
I don't want to work for you no more. My hands are cracking, my feet are so I think I better quit before I fall down on the floor. You start accusing me. myself.
become WikiLeaks. So yes, we need to go to the embassy. Yes, we need to protest. But what we need to do is become the media, which is exactly what Julian has done. He's not only has he become the media, he's done it so well that he has eclipsed their every achievement to infinity. And this is what we have to do. We have to take on that spirit of providing for humanity the services which are not being, and that's what Jimmy Dore is and Graham Elwood is. It's what all of you, it's what Consortium is. It's what all of this truth telling is about.
At Melbourne University sprang that little blonde-headed bugger Julian Assange, heaven sent to expose the horrible truths hiding behind the zeros and ones in the world, and by giving whistleblowers around the globe a Dropbox to expose the not-so-good, the very bad, and the most ugly. And boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Retreated to the Ecuadorian embassy to avoid the great noose of the global warlord. Egged on by hungry banksters and corrupted politicians, all were scrambling to stay hidden away by telling big fat lies through a well-controlled mainstream media. They couldn't keep Pandora's box closed. The speakers boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! With the same old crap, forced and bitterly unsweetened into our lives with war, poverty, human misery, all created by wannabe masters, brutes, the lot of them. And we're getting a much better idea who they really are. Oh yeah, when boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian. the evil brutes of the world are dropping from their high chairs. Cronyism has had its day and we're going to nail the lot of them. We are the people with something incredible to work towards. Still peace, yeah, peace. We're banding together, getting ready to go boom!
There is unity in the oppression. There must be absolute unity and determination in the response.
My dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks, doing hard time for these WikiLeaks, trying to bring the truth out. Man, it only gets you deep, and then they gag you. You don't get to speak, and when you get the leak, they try to hit the leak. The masters of the masses, they want this shit to street. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Playing on the regular, you keep the messenger. Free speech is the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people want the red, while the blue you keep them in bed. Seeking the sheep, keep them asleep, deceiving the weak. Keep seeking the leech till you cease, and I see your defeat. Until I'm deceased underneath a freeze of red sheep. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. Outside my window, a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey what my Mickey keeps, dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets, what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace, like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace.
The people in Baghdad shift it.
Feeling cold now, but got the heater on. Feeling sold out, even though I'm keeping strong. But can I hold out when every bit of freedom's gone? They want me rolled out, never to sing freedom song. I wanna see the sky, I wanna feel the rain, but gotta keep away from windows, that's some window pane. It's just a shame, couldn't have planned out all our dreams. Now I scream, cause there's a man in the machine, but the train is off the tracks, and damn, it's losing steam. I wanna call Christine, I haven't seen since 013. I'm missing life like 3 strikes each night. Seems like 3 nights ain't right. Can't fight, space light, hate light, wanting to be snake light, shedding off this gray life. In the dark can't make light, but where I'm headed now is brake lights. Where I'm headed now they brake lights. Counting days like brake lights, feeling weight like brake lights. Had a great life, brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Out of place like brake lights, in my face like brake lights. Counting days like brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Sit here asking, what have I done? If these strings were cut, I'd see my son. And if I could just fly from this place, then I'd hold you in my love embrace. And if I could just speak to you now, I'd renew my vow and be in the night.
point of view. Yeah, we're going to get him from getting ready to fire. We won't. Yeah, we got a guy shooting. Now he's behind the building. God damn it.
Negative. He was right in front of the Brad. About there 1 o'clock. Haven't seen anything since then.
Just fucking, once you get on, just open them up. Roger. I see your element. You got about 4 Humvees out along this. You're clear. All right, firing. Line here. When the stage line, let me know when you have it.
In my dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you heat. And then they gag you, you don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit delete. The masses of the masses, they want the shit discreet. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Free speech, it's the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people up the red, white and blue, you keep them in bed. Seeing the sheep, keep them asleep, deceiving the weak. Keep seeking the leaks till you cease, and I see your defeat. Until I'm deceased underneath a freezing red sheet. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger. And outside my window a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey what my Mickey keeps, dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets is what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace like 7 years under threat. Cause I've released 7 vaults, they upset. They ended the rape sentence, but the US still insists to rest. I guess it's a sin to take the truth and disseminate. MLK to Gandhi, take aim and eliminate. And I don't say I'm great, just wanna say what's fake. But if they kill me, a million others will take my place. The CIA's post like a knife the sharpest. All hypocrisy, lies, and heartless. They want to stop me, my life, make my heart quit. Cause democracy dies in the darkness. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger. When the vote count is irregular, you kill the messenger. You caught spying on a senator, you kill the messenger. Removing voters from the register, you kill the messenger. Need to silence any questioners, you kill the messenger.
I'm asking you to make a noise, a big noise, and to keep making a noise until my son is freed. We need to make our protest against this brutality deafening.
I don't wanna work for you no more. My hands are cracking, my feet are so sore. I think I better quit before I fall down on the floor. You start accusing me
do is become WikiLeaks. So yes, we need to go to the embassy. Yes, we need to protest. But what we need to do is become the media, which is exactly what Julian has done. He's not only has he become the media, he's done it so well that he has eclipsed their every achievement to infinity. And this is what we have to do. We have to take on that spirit of providing for humanity the services which are not being, and that's what Jimmy Dore is and Graham Elwood is. It's what all of you, it's what Consortium is. It's what all of this truth telling is about.
At Melbourne University sprang that little blonde-headed bugger Julian Assange, heaven sent to expose the horrible truths hiding behind the zeros and ones in the world, and by giving whistleblowers around the globe a Dropbox to expose the not-so-good, the very bad, and the most ugly. And boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Retreated to the Ecuadorian embassy to avoid the great noose of the global warlord. Egged on by hungry banksters and corrupted politicians, all was scrambling to stay hidden away by telling big fat lies through a well-controlled mainstream media. They couldn't keep Pandora's box closed because boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Boom went Julian. Boom! Fed up with the same old crap, forced and bitterly unsweetened into our lives with war, poverty, human misery, all created by wannabe masters, brutes, the lot of them. And we're getting a much better idea who they really are. Oh yeah, when boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes Julian, boom! When boom goes day and we're going to nail the lot of them. We are the people with something incredible to work towards. Still peace, yeah, peace. We're banding together, getting ready to go.
There is unity in the oppression. There must be absolute unity and determination in the response.
In my dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you weak. And then they gag you. You don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit the leak. The masters of the masses, they want this shit to street. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Playing on the regular. You keep the messenger. Free speech, it's the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave when I say, if I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people want the red, while the blue you keep them in bed. Seeking the sheep, keep them asleep, deceiving the weak. Keep seeking the leech till you cease, and I see your defeat. Until I'm deceased underneath a fleece of red sheep. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. Goldman Sachs, Goldman Sachs, Goldman Sachs is your creditor. You keep the messenger. And outside my window a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey what my Mickey keeps, dying in my kidneys weak. Silence in my risky tweets, what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace, like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace. say, can we just run this stuff?
We can shift it.
Feeling cold now, but got the heater on. Feeling sold out, even though I'm keeping strong. But can I hold out when every bit of freedom's gone? They want me rolled out, never to sing freedom song. I wanna see the sky, I wanna feel the rain, but gotta keep away from windows, that's some window pane. It's just a shame, couldn't have planned out all our dreams. Now I scream, cause there's a man in the machine, but the train is off the tracks, and damn, it's losing steam. I wanna call Christine, I haven't seen since 013. I'm missing life like 3 strikes each night. Seems like 3 nights ain't right. Can't fight, space light, hate life, wanting to be snake-like, shedding off this gray life. In the dark, can't make light, but where I'm headed now is brake lights. Where I'm headed now, they brake lights. Counting days like brake lights, feeling weight like brake lights. Had a great life, brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Out of place like brake lights, in my face like brake lights. Counting days like brake lights, brake lights, brake lights. Sit here asking, what have I done? If these strings were cut, I'd see my son. And if I could just fly from this place, then I'd hold you in my love embrace. And if I could just speak to you now, I'd renew my vow and be in the night.
From our point of view. Yeah, we're going to come around and get him from getting ready to fire. We won't. Yeah, we got a guy shooting. Now he's behind the building. God damn it.
Negative. He was right in front of the Brad. About there 1 o'clock. Haven't seen anything since then.
Just fucking, once you get on, just open them up. I see your element. You got about 400 meters out along this. You're clear. All right, firing. When the space line, let me know when you have it.
In my dreams, I walk free in the city streets. 2,500 days plus 50 weeks. Doing hard time for these WikiLeaks. Trying to bring the truth out, man, it only gets you heat. And then they gag you. You don't get to speak. And when you get the leak, they try to hit delete. The masses of the masses, they want the shit discreet. That's why my middle finger's up to these sick elites. Free speech, it's the freedom of press. Take your deepest, darkest secrets, never leave them unsaid. If I'm a thief, then I'm a thief for the people you dread. The people up the red, bottom blue, you keep them in bed. Seeing the sheep, keep them asleep, deceiving the weak. Keep seeking the leaks till you cease, and I see your defeat. Until I'm deceased underneath a freezing red sheet. Become a dead man, then I hit the switch and release. When Goldman Sachs is your creditor, you kill the messenger. Stories axed by the editor, you kill the messenger. Pay to play on the regular, kill the messenger. Need a solace, any questioners, you kill the messenger. And outside my window a figure quickly creeps. They dark as night like some motherfucking chimney sweeps. Whiskey what my Mickey keeps, dying in my kidneys weak. Silence of my risky tweets is what the grand jury seeks. I'm wanting peace like 7 years in Tibet. Now rest in peace like 7 years under threat. Cause I've released 7 vaults, they upset. They ended the rape sentence, but the US still insists to rest. I guess it's a sin to take the truth and disseminate. MLK to Gandhi, take aim and eliminate. And I don't say I'm great, just wanna say what's fake. But if they kill me, a million others will take my place. The CIA's post like a knife the sharpest.
Recap, Joe, that this is the continuing vigil for protection for Julian Assange, and that following the reports last week from what were described as highly placed sources in the Ecuadorian government, that it appeared that the expulsion of Mr. Assange from his 7-year asylum could be imminent. And you were asking me before we discovered the connection issue that, what I thought about this. And, it does appear that the reaction and sounding the alarm had an impact. The American corporate media, which is largely ignoring Chelsea Manning's selfless act in her courageous stand, refusing to testify to the WikiLeaks grand jury, which was inadvertently exposed to be in existence by the leak-proof and always perfect Mueller investigation. And so we see that the complex situation in Ecuador involves a domestic scandal based on leaked materials. And Lenin Moreno, the embattled president, decided to blame WikiLeaks for this. And there's no evidence that WikiLeaks had any involvement. But, we're in a fact-free world these days. And as I mentioned on Friday, there are a lot of leaders who feel even more free to adopt the tactics of Trump, which is you can lie, you can change your story from one day to the next, you can lash out and blame people who couldn't possibly be responsible for whatever it is you're kvetching about. And when Lenin Moreno blamed Assange and Nicolas Maduro, that was kind of what triggered my bullshit detector.
You've got a very fine-tuned one as well, from what I understand.
So, as you teased out in your interview with the journalist from Ecuador, Jose, and I didn't catch his last name. Jose Rivera. He gave us a lot of good information. He was holding the camera so that we saw the sky the entire time, but at any rate, his reporting was interesting. And let me just recap what we learned, that the vice president, who would at least succeed Moreno until there can be an election, is worse on the Assange issue and attempting to sidle up to the United States than even Moreno is so far. And that, you know, even if Moreno does step down this week or in the near future, the climate is such with the grand jury, with Trump now feeling clear, I will not use the word exonerated, but clear of the imminent threat of the Mueller investigation, that he now can, as he has done with every other person who he saw as being loyal to him, he can dismiss them. And today, the Homeland Security Director, Kirstjen Nielsen, yes. She finally resigned. He's been threatening to fire her for the last 6 months or so. And, you know, she went to the Northern Triangle countries and made an effort to cajole them into restraining migration. And he promptly, 2 days later, shredded it by saying, oh, I'm cutting off all funding for Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. And so Trump, you know, whatever utility he had for WikiLeaks and the campaign materials of 2016 has long passed in his view. And so he would see it as a benefit to him to extradite Assange and put him on trial before the 2020 election. And so I think we have conditions in all three countries, in Britain, in Ecuador, and in the United States, that leave Julian Assange in peril for the foreseeable future.
No doubt about it. This is Joe Lauria from Consortium News. We are coming to an end to this marathon vigil for Julian Assange that was spurred, as Peter just said, by the word that the Ecuadorian government was imminently going to try to expel him from the embassy. That did not happen, has not happened yet. We're not out of the woods with this, but the popular response to that was apparently a big measure for the reason that Ecuador hasn't done it yet. There's been UN response, and there has been popular response on the streets in front of the embassy, and certainly on social media. There's been quite a huge response. Even the Australian mainstream media has taken, in one instance at least, a quite open, at least I wouldn't say sympathetic view towards Assange, which they've been ignoring or vilifying. When they interviewed Jen Robinson, Assange's UK lawyer, who was in the studio, an Australian, she's an Australian, in which she made a very strong argument. I suggest people see that interview. It's on the WikiLeaks Twitter feed. And they even elicited a response from one of the mainstream reporters that the Australian government should be doing more to protect him. This is just an inkling that we got this weekend, I think, Peter, of what the response would be if this really happens. And we'd have to hope that in Alexandria, Virginia, I'm a 10-minute drive away from that courthouse, that there's going to be the same kind of response in front of that courthouse, and certainly on social media. I think it'll be a bigger one if he should be brought there. I would make one little aside about Trump and Nielsen, if I may, there was an interesting line in the New York Times article, very subtle, in which it said that Trump, according to some unnamed White House source, Trump enjoyed watching her on TV. You got to think that if you look at the women that he's appointed, the guy points at what he thinks are attractive women, and
they got to be tens.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It really fits into the guy's way of thinking and operating, isn't it? He treats women well. The women that he finds attractive, he'll give them top jobs.
No, I mean, he is obsessed with the optics. Just consider these silly signing ceremonies that he holds. And he always has, you know, the photo op with people behind him. He drags his cabinet members over to the White House, and they have to stand there and applaud him, usually after they tell him what a great job he's doing. And so that's his thing. He thinks that it's all about images. And you know, Kim Jong-un is all optics. There's no real substantive change there.
Well, they may have been. There may have been if he wasn't stopped or hindered by his advisors and his top people like Bolton, in my opinion. They could have rid it. They could. Yeah, I agree. It was totally optics on his part and big showtime, stage managed thing by Trump. But if they wanted a deal, what they could have tried to take advantage of that, given what the South Koreans have done with the North Koreans. But I would take slight issue with something you said that Trump. And maybe you didn't mean this, but I took it that you were saying that Trump is kind of instituted this. I think it's a culmination of where our culture has been headed, our political culture. He's just taken it another 100 yards forward for sure. And that is reality TV has become reality here in so many aspects of our life. We all know reality TV is not reality TV, it's scripted. So Trump is a scripted fraud as a president, and there's no doubt about that. And the example we could most relevantly use is that he has no intention of helping Julian Assange or WikiLeaks whatsoever, even though a lot of his supporters think that he will. I don't think he gives a damn about what this, and he's letting Pompeo and Bolton take the lead on that issue and so many others.
Well, first of all, you know, I was not suggesting that Trump is the first. I think it's all he really cares about. Obama, clearly, you know, every move was carefully scripted and choreographed. The same attempts were made with Bush to lesser success. And you know, even going back, Reagan.
Wait a minute, you can go back to Theodore White. Excuse me to interrupt. Theodore White in his Making of the President, I think it was 1960, wasn't it? Sure. So television already, of course, in the Nixon-Kennedy debate, was one of the first times television played a huge role in a presidential campaign. So it's been this way since too long.
The difference is that many of those other presidents had depth in policy, understood how government worked, understood diplomacy and all of those things. And Trump discards or dismisses most of those other aspects in favor of just the image. And so that's why he likes women he considers to be attractive to work for him because he thinks it makes him look good.
Well, he's not averse to firing even attractive women. He'll probably find another one to fill that post. It's pretty sad comment on the state, but you know, in a way, it really accentuates the state of our political culture that a guy like this could be elected for all the reasons we've discussed so many times before, and but he's not going to help Julian Assange. He's a fraud in so many things, and particularly on that issue. He said he loved WikiLeaks, and that only led to more speculation that was proof that somehow there was collusion there, that he was involved in this hack and then this transfer to WikiLeaks. And of course, we now know that there was no collusion, and that's a gift to Trump. That your favorite, well, I'm saying that in sarcastically, telecaster who you have watched every episode of. So I wanted to ask you, since I have you here, since I have never watched her except on clips online, because I cannot stand to even look at her face.
We're talking about Rachel Maddow.
You made it a point of seeing her every night over the last several years. So can you tell me what her reaction was to the news of the Mueller investigation? And has she ever spoken about Assange, or at least recently?
Not recently. She, you know, what is kind of surprising about what she has done since the installation of Trump is there really is only one topic that she covers, and that is, you know, Trump, Russiagate, anything related to that. And let me give you this example that last year, when the French President Macron came to Washington, he was there for 3 days. And he was kissing Trump's ass, and he was doing everything he possibly could. And his goal was to talk Trump out of bailing from the six-nation Iran nuclear deal. And Maddow didn't even mention that Macron was in town. Not even a quick, you know, before I go to a commercial break, hey, the French guy's here. And he's trying to talk Trump out of, breaching the Iran agreement. And she was at that point obsessed because Ronnie Jackson, the White House physician, had been nominated to run the Veterans Administration, or at least Trump announced he was going to appoint him. And it became instantly clear that he could never be confirmed because of the stories about he passes out pills on White House planes and trips, and he had a serious drinking issue of his own. And it was clear that this guy was dead in the water. And yet she insisted on doing 2 nights in a row where the program was exclusively about Ronnie Jackson and why he shouldn't be the VA director. And that's just one example of how she excludes real news and feeds her viewers what I call a telenovela. It is a soap opera. It's highly repetitive. She, in her A block, as she calls her opening segment, she has the flexibility to delay the break until about 25 minutes into the hour. Typically, she'll take it at 15 or 18. But I've noticed recently that she'll do a monologue for 21 to 24 minutes where she's rehashing all the stuff that she had rehashed the night before, adding just 1 or 2 new elements, or, what happened in the Manafort case today. And, mark your calendars, Mike Flynn is scheduled to be sentenced on Thursday. And so it's like a chat room that is focused entirely, on the efforts to get Trump. And so as the Mueller report was delivered, what is just so beautiful is that Rachel Maddow had taken the day off. She was in Tennessee and she had gone fishing. All right.
What an analogy there.
So
she went fishing.
She gets into a remote studio in Tennessee somewhere. She refused to say where, it's either Nashville or Knoxville. She's doing her show from there. And they bring in by satellite Senator Klobuchar, who is promoting her presidential campaign. And Rachel is feeding her softballs about the Mueller report and what's going to happen to it. And Klobuchar says, yeah, but first I want to know, how's the fishing going? And Maddow says, you never want to ask, and she's very careful with her pronouns, said, you never want to ask a person who fishes whether they caught anything. If they did, they'll tell you.
Oh my goodness.
So she was forced to admit that she'd been fishing all day until she got the call from New York, you got to go to work, and she hadn't caught a damn thing.
No, she was forced to admit, I don't want to step on your line, go on.
No, that was it, that she hadn't caught anything. And I said, well, gosh, that's just like the Mueller report.
Exactly.
He went fishing and he didn't catch the fish they told him to get.
Absolutely. And she went fishing even into deeper waters than he did.
Well, and putting that amusing anecdote aside, what she has perpetrated is massive media malpractice. And let me cite another example. You and I both respect Bill Binney, the NSA technical director who resigned in protest after Michael Hayden took over the agency and 9/11 occurred.
And who, by the way, Peter, was on this vigil yesterday, I believe.
And as you know, Bill was reported to have been invited to visit the CIA and to spend a little time with then Director Mike Pompeo at the request of Trump. And Bill honored that request. He went, gave the meeting. He told Pompeo that, this whole hack theory is bullshit, that it's based on no public evidence, but I have some evidence that the DNC lost its materials through an inside leak. Someone who had access, legitimate access to their servers. And so the only time that Rachel Maddow has even mentioned Bill Binney was in order to dismiss the publication of one of the VIPS memos at Consortium News. She has never invited him on the program. She only mentioned his name in order to smear him. She dismissed his work without even citing what it was. Now, Joe, you've been practicing journalism for all of your adult life. And I really respect what you do. And you report, you know, there are often more than two sides to a story, but you report at least two. And you recognize that the reader, or a viewer in this case, deserves to get information that they can use to make up their own minds. Well, Rachel is a Pied Piper who is leading massive numbers of Americans. Her ratings have made her #1 until the Mueller report was released, and then Fox regained first place. And so NBC is profiting. Rachel is widely reported to make at least $10 million a year. She has turned into what I would call a personality reporter. She is a presenter and not a journalist. And I have friends, you know, I talked to a woman a couple of weeks ago and she said, yeah, I watch Rachel every night. And I said, you ever watch critically? Have you ever seen somebody come on like Glenn Greenwald or Aaron Mate, who has reported critically on the Russiagate narrative? And my friend said, let me think about that. No, I guess you're right, I haven't. And so when you really push people who are regular viewers and or fans of hers, they start to think about it. But without that, it just pours out of the TV and is a form of brainwashing. And we know that polls show that 54% of Democrats believe things that Robert Mueller never asserted, either through his indictments or through what we know so far of his report. And so the collusion question specifically, 54% of Democrats believe collusion. Well, where did they get that? They got it from the Times, the Post, MSNBC, and CNN. And I also want to single out Bill Maher. His show on HBO on Friday night is pathetic.
You don't watch that too, do you? You also watch that?
I do.
Oh, goodness. You look pretty good for someone who's endured all of that for these couple of years. Yeah, I don't know how you do it, but.
Well, I actually prefer to hear, you know, views and angles that either contradict or maybe extend my knowledge rather than just having things that reinforce it.
You could do that once or twice, but to continuously watch it is what I find amazing.
Yeah, I'm a glutton for punishment.
So what did Maher have to say? Yeah, clearly. What did Maher have to say?
Well, the whole pivot since the Mueller report was delivered to Bill Barr is that Bill Barr is going to prevent us from seeing it. And, you know, then we have the leaked hearsay attributed to members of the Mueller team, reported in ping pong fashion or tag team fashion by the Times first and then the Post this week. And this is emblematic of all the Russiagate coverage, where one paper initiates a new story lead, and it's based on anonymous sources and documents that we're not permitted to see. And then the Post comes right back at us, and my suspicion is it's the exact same leakers who went to the Times, who are then featured in the second day story in the Post. Nobody is named, you know, nobody will speak on the record, and yet this is treated as legitimate coverage. And I suspect that John Brennan and Jimmy Clapper were driving that whole cycle for most of the past 2 years.
Well, but they should have lost credibility even with their acolytes in the media by now, after there was no collusion concluded.
But there's no critical coverage of them, Joe. Nobody pushes back and say, well, Brennan, you know, you make these sweeping comments about Russia, But what evidence have you given us? You gave us a bogus report, these findings, assessments, filled with weasel words.
Well, Brennan said a couple of weeks before the word about Mueller's report came out that he expected indictments of Jared Kushner and several people, and probably obstruction of justice against Trump as well. He was brought back, I understand, on MSNBC to answer those questions. I don't know if it was Rachel herself who did that, but someone I think did, and he had to admit he was mistaken, that he got bad information. You know, he's been getting bad information throughout the time he was at the CIA, apparently. So he was very much suspected as being the ringleader of this operation, and he came up empty. But I'm saying that the people at MSNBC, at CNN, they should be pissed off at Brennan. When your sources have led you down, when you allowed your sources to lead you down this path, and then it turns out you were being played all along, I would be pretty ticked off, except that it reflects badly on you to admit publicly that I was misled by my sources. But at some point, you've got to separate yourself from them. And now you're trying to say that Brennan, and you might be right, that Brennan, again, and Clapper and these people were again behind these stories in the Times and the Post that have no names attached to them. As you say, the same problem all along, unnamed sources. But also those articles were about more, I think, the obstruction of justice issue rather than the collusion one. Am I right about that?
Well, I'm referring to the 2-year arc more than just this past week, especially when I talk about Brennan and Clapper. It appears that these stories were based on hearsay from friends of people who work on the Mueller investigation. Yeah. So I'm not even speculating that Brennan and Clapper were involved in this round. I'm referring to their practices in the past. I have not seen Brennan on with Maddow in the last, not since the Mueller report came out. So it was on another show there. But they're furiously trying to keep hope alive. That there is stuff in the Mueller report that Barr ignored in his breezy summaries, and there's no question that Barr is a goalie, a gatekeeper who wrote a spun-up bottom line, as he calls it, of the investigation. And nobody, for example, says, well, let's think about somebody else who might have enabled Bill Barr to do this, like St. Bob Mueller. Okay, why did Mueller deliver a report with no finding on obstruction of justice when we have this incredible broad daylight conviction of Michael Cohen, who says that, he did it with the president's knowledge, and BuzzFeed calls it he was instructed to do it, and Cohen says, well, I read the code. I knew what Trump wanted me to do. But in any event, I think the obstruction case is very strong. And nobody, even for a moment, says, well, gosh, maybe Mueller pulled punches here. He and Barr are 30-year friends. They're both Republicans. And you have to ask if St. Bob ran a limited hangout investigation. He went through all the motions and made a lot of headlines, these indictments of people who will never come to American courtrooms, the Manafort case, which Maddow and her ilk repeatedly cite to say, look, convictions. She always refers to Manafort as the president's campaign chairman. And yeah, Trump tries to say he was there for 10 minutes, but Manafort ran the campaign through the summer and through the convention. He was there for like 4 months, and he wasn't there for the final stage of the campaign. And so they really they create a limited context, and it enables them to say, well, look at the scoreboard. We've got people who lied to Mueller, and we've got Manafort. They falsely say that Manafort was working for Russian interests when in fact he was in Ukraine, and he was pushing Yanukovych toward Europe, toward NATO, toward the United States. That's never accurately reported. So the omissions and the fudging of information is very consistent with Maddow and many of the other shows on that network. And the people who are captive to it have a very siloed view, and they have very strong beliefs because, like the Times and the Post, many things have been reported as fact that should have been framed as alleged, reportedly, accused. It is believed. And, you know, we've discussed this before, that Scott Shane at the New York Times appeared to be the one who kept inserting caveats that, well, there's actually no public evidence of this. And that stopped, you know, by my account last September, when Shane and two other reporters wrote a recap of the Mueller investigation and the Russiagate claims. And there was only one caveat in there. So, you know, the damage to journalism in this, I think, is something that we will be living with for a long time. It is used as proof to Trump's followers that fake news is true. And, you know, if we're objective, we have to admit that some of his claims of fake news appear to be accurate.
Well, if you call that journalism, I think it's more Macbeth. One lie leading to another lie, leading to another lie, and that they are faced now with having to fess up that they got things wrong. And a couple of them went there, like Jeffrey Toobin at CNN admitted that basically he's been exonerated. Well, forget that word. There's a big argument about that, but that he was vindicated in saying that this was kind of a witch hunt against him and it's false. But most of them are doubling down on the lies, and that is really more damaging than anything. So, because this could be a corrective moment, and it is clearly not. For example, apparently Mueller has said that, or Barr has said that Robert Mueller is going to take part in the redactions that are going to be done to this report before it's ultimately released to the public. That's key, because the idea that Barr would misrepresent Mueller on the key issue of collusion when he quotes directly from the report is absurd. He would be found out too easily. And in fact, Mueller's participation in redacting this shows that we're probably going to get not a spun report by Barr anyway. In other words, in opposition to what Mueller was actually saying. So they lost on that one big time. And they are, instead of admitting their mistake, as unbelievably the New York Times did on the WMD in Iraq, in a front page statement, that was quickly forgotten, unfortunately. I don't see anything like that coming this time. At least they admitted it that time. And I thought they would learn from that in terms of having to fess up again, and they haven't in this case. And they just despise Trump so much that they've lost their bearings. And even Jill Abramson, the former executive editor of the New York Times, in her memoir recently published, criticized the Times' coverage of Trump. And that is not going to change, it looks like. And we're in for, you know, you talked about her being a personality presenter. I mean, you remember, of course, the Film Network, which accurately predicted in 1976, Sidney Lumet, that TV journalism would become entertainment. The entertainment division, which traditionally supported financially the news division, which was allowed to lose money. It was understood that it was a public service. It wasn't there for money. That money had to be spent and lost to bring news to the people, and that the entertainment division would make up for that and keep the network afloat. That changed, and he was predicting that the news division had to make money as well, and therefore the entertainment division took over in that film, the news division. And that's, if not accurate, if not actually happened, that is what in effect has happened. And I don't even go near cable television news. I mean, because I don't find them very entertaining either.
Well, I don't blame you. I watch it because, you know, as a podcaster, and a commentator, I need things to react to. And so I read the Times and the Post every day, and where they do a good job, I acknowledge it, and where they don't, I shred them. And likewise with MSNBC, because so many American leftists watch that and consider it to be credible. I kind of feel it's my duty to say, look, this is incomplete. This is, it's not quite propaganda, but it is polemics. And they are, doing a major disservice. And if I feel I need to at least know what they're saying in order to offer appropriate criticism. But one of the things I want to cite, and I see our next panelist is ready, so I don't want to hog the screen here, Joe.
But you can stay on if you like. Go on.
I will for a few minutes, but I like to give people a chance. So they have never been honest from the beginning about the nature of the Mueller investigation. And they routinely compare it to Ken Starr. Ken Starr was the last independent counsel. They allowed the law to expire. Nobody was really happy with the outcome of the Whitewater / Monica Lewinsky investigation. And so from the beginning, it's been clear that Mueller reports to whoever is running the Justice Department, and we know about the recusal of Jeff Sessions. But they led people to believe that the delivery of this report was going to lead to its publication, unredacted. And they, even last week, Maddow was comparing it to how, well, Ken Starr delivered and Leon Jaworski delivered, and how Jaworski got a court to allow the transfer of the grand jury material, but they don't make the distinction. And so Republican operatives have been in control of this investigation from the start. And that's why I posed the theory of Bob Mueller intentionally running a limited hangout, and that he's the one who set Barr up to make that immediate decision or observation that obstruction was not proven. And to me, this also reflects on the refusal of the Democratic Party and my old friend, Speaker Pelosi, to do their job and start an impeachment proceeding. That is where the Mueller report, would logically be sent, and it would become the basis for an impeachment investigation. And so by leaving that unresolved, Mueller knew what Bill Barr was going to do. He knew why Barr was appointed. And, maybe when he testifies, we're going to learn more about this. But I suspect that of the alleged up to 400 pages, that after all the redactions, we're going to see less than half of that. And I think it's going to leave open questions. But because the Democrats are not willing to pursue even an incomplete impeachment, we're going to be left guessing. And that kind of guessing benefits both parties because they can keep pushing the false narratives.
Well, for our interest, we were very curious to see what he might write about WikiLeaks in this whole story. I think that the fact that there's no collusion and that he concluded that is maybe fed into some of the backlash that we've seen to the Ecuadorian threat, that maybe it's increased a little bit of the sympathy around the world for Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. But on the other hand, that was a separate issue. Whether the Trump campaign worked with Russia to throw the election is separate from Mueller's indictment, in which he says Organization 1, WikiLeaks, did receive the emails from GRU. Of course, an indictment is only an accusation. There's no evidence there that's presented, and it's not evidence itself, and therefore that is not necessarily something that we should report like the way the corporate media has, which is that it's not an allegation, but a fact. I want to bring in Tim Anderson now from Australia. Tim, if you could unmute your microphone, we'll bring you in. Thank you for joining us. When Tim gets his mic on, there he is. Hello, Tim.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thanks
to the vigil. We have been going on since Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern time. That is quite a long time. That is more than 48 hours now, something like 53 hours. And where are you speaking to us from?
I'm in Sydney, Australia, Joe.
You're in Sydney. That's not your shower curtain behind you, I hope, is it?
Like a shower curtain, but it's not. No.
So anyway, I'm glad you look quite clean and that you've jumped out of the shower for us.
Yep.
You smell good.
Good morning.
Tell us, yeah, good morning. Good morning. It's getting to be night here. Please tell us a little bit about yourself. I think a lot of our viewers know who you are, but some might not. Tell us about your background and your how you got involved with Julian Assange and WikiLeaks and why you've taken the position you have.
So, Joe, I'm a writer and academic here in Australia, and I've been writing on the wars in the Middle East in recent years. My background is more to do with other international affairs in the Pacific and in Latin America. But because of the nature of the dirty wars in the Middle East, I got very interested some years back. And that's one thing perhaps I can add to the WikiLeaks process, that really WikiLeaks was very important to the exposure of the dirty wars in the Middle East, particularly the war in Syria. The other thing is I've got a background in Ecuador, so maybe I can say something, share something about the political changes in Ecuador. I started going there about 8 or 9 years ago, and I've seen the political changes there. And I was there just 3 months ago, looking at the dramatic political changes in Ecuador.
Please do tell us, in light of what happened. Give us your insight.
You'll be generally familiar with the fact that the current president of Ecuador, Lenin Moreno, who was a vice president to Rafael Correa, the government that gave asylum to Julian in the first place, he was elected on a continuity platform, but betrayed that platform when he was elected. And as I saw in November last year, talking to some of my friends there, I've got some friends who are historians, for example. There's been a huge political repression within Ecuador itself, and an attempt to try and purge what they call Correístas, from the universities, from the political system, the media. There was quite a progressive process of media reform going on in Ecuador that's been reversed entirely. The public media has been crippled. The checks and balances that were introduced for the excesses of the corporate media are being dismantled. So there's been a huge turnaround there. And in that context, of course, you've seen that flow on to the reversal of Ecuador's position in relation to Julian in the embassy there. The President Moreno is under pressure at the moment because he's been implicated in a corruption campaign, and he's blamed WikiLeaks for some of that, at least. He's lashing out, really. There's an attempt by the parliament to investigate the corruption too. So all of that's going on at the same time as the pressures have increased on Julian in the embassy in London.
So you could confirm then, from your knowledge of Ecuador, that Moreno has tried to use Assange as a scapegoat in this INA corruption scandal, hasn't he?
That's right. That's right. He's apparently it goes back further, that apparently there were attempts to sell Julian, or bargain away his asylum in some sort of way for concessions with the US. One of the great betrayal of Moreno in Ecuador is that he's, on the one hand, he's done nothing in the way that Korea was doing in terms of public infrastructure and support for public hospitals, the education system, and so on. On the other hand, he's fallen back into the arms of the US military and the IMF, and that's creating a lot of pain at the moment in Ecuador, that a lot of the gains that they'd made, and there were tremendous gains under a decade of the government of Rafael Correa, are being turned around. So now the latest thing is the corruption cases that he's been implicated in, and he's definitely looking for a scapegoat, and Julian's in the front line there.
Now, we had, I'm sorry, go on.
If I may, this week I did an interesting interview with a sociologist from the City University of New York. His name is David Brotherton, and he has been studying gang violence for over 25 years. And he was part of a team that the Correa administration brought to Ecuador in 2007, 2008. And coupled with significant police reform, they reformed the approach to gang violence. They decriminalized gang membership and essentially converted the Latin Kings, the Latin Queens, and a number of other street gangs, many with ties to the US originally, into positive social organizations. And as a result, Brotherton went back in 2017 and did a pretty, credible study and found that the murder rate had dropped by over 400%. And so I just want to offer this as a testament to Correa, who was a true reformer, who did take great risks on the policy side and got some big rewards. And Moreno, from my perspective, and Tim, I'll hand it back to you for agree or disagree, is someone who rejected the progressive initiatives of Correa, which would include his asylum and citizenship grant to Julian, partly probably out of ideology, but also because of his desire to align more closely with the United States.
Yes, well, it's true that there were a number of progressive initiatives under the Correa administration. I think the US tried to foment all the way along opposition to Correa, including through one of the indigenous groups and some of the trade unions that were concerned about their position being upset. But by and large, indigenous people voted for Correa, and the trade union reforms were something that was rather popular and rather progressive. There were some professional groups that were concerned about losing their privileges too, but in the balance of Correa, it was a very progressive administration. There were compromises. Correa himself is a conservative Christian, and there were some criticisms of some of the political implications of that, for example, in relation to abortion. And there were criticisms of the slowness of agrarian reform. But by and large, if you look back at 10 years of the Correa government, it was very progressive. And we have to admit that Moreno was part of that. And I mean, Correa now blames himself for trusting this guy for so long because of the enormity of the betrayal. But Moreno, who is in a wheelchair bound, was credited with, indeed nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize for the spreading of an initiative that the Cubans and the Venezuelans were behind. It was called Mission Manuel Espejo, which was to do with support for disabled people in rural areas. Now, this was carried out through Venezuela, through countries in the ALBA group, but Moreno, as vice president, promoted it in other Latin American countries too. So there were more than 2 million people that were benefiting from basically a program where Cuban doctors would go out, identify people with particular disabilities in rural areas who really just hadn't existed before. They weren't on the radar beam of any government, with logistical support from the Army of Ecuador and Venezuela in terms of transport and prostheses and wheelchairs and so on, amongst which they found that there were some genetic disabilities that were peculiar to country Ecuador and so on. But it was a huge program. It was in Bolivia as well. It went into Peru, and it was popular. So Moreno was involved with that process, and he was the heir, to that political process on a platform of continuity. But unfortunately, it was people did not see this coming. Now the political scene has fragmented, has broken down. They're being reconstructed, but you have to recognise that Moreno came out of that climate, which was a coalition of all sorts of different groups, basically, at the time. And there's now a pro-Correa political movement there, which has had to create a totally new political party. So that's just a little bit of background there.
Now, Tim, we had on a Ecuadorian journalist, Jose Rivera, on Friday night when this vigil began. He pointed out that Mr. Otto Sonnenholzner, the vice president, the current vice president, would be worse when it came to Julian Assange than Moreno has been if he were to become president. In other words, if Moreno has to step down because of this scandal. Is that your opinion as well?
I don't have an opinion on that particular individual, but there's definitely a number of very reactionary people in that administration. As I said before, they purged the people who were in the continuity, because of course Moreno began with ministers who were also part of the Correa team, basically, some important people who've written openly about the betrayal. So he's moved in their place, effectively people who were linked into the extreme right wing, and there is an extreme right wing in Ecuador, including people, for example, who employ the gang members that Peter was talking about, basically. It hasn't been as severe a phenomenon as in Central America, where the gang members, for example, in Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, have played a huge role, much less so in Nicaragua, although we saw in Nicaragua last year that those same gang members from other Central American countries were imported into Nicaragua for the purpose of trying to foment a type of a coup in Nicaragua, which fortunately failed. But as to say, yeah, there are other people as bad as Moreno or worse there. I mean, I think the restraint that's there, and the reason why the campaign is quite valuable at the moment, is because it would be effectively illegal under the Ecuadorian system for Moreno to kick Julian out of the assembly there. To do that would be recognised widely as something illegal. Of course, Moreno has done illegal things in Ecuador, so it's not a complete barrier, but maybe there's a sense of shame there that a social campaign can still influence processes in Ecuador while the heat's on Moreno, for example.
Well, Moreno has also changed the judiciary in Ecuador very much, hasn't he? The composition of it, so that these decisions about whether Ecuadorian law is being violated in the Assange case, we may not be able to count on them coming through with the right decision. Exactly. Right?
Exactly, and those changes have been questioned against the Constitution too. So, as I said, they have been. Moreno has been involved in carrying out extremely dubious things in terms of Ecuadorian law and Ecuadorian constitution.
What did you think of the response publicly to the word that was leaked to WikiLeaks that Moreno was about to move within hours or days to get us finally make his decision about what to do and to
I think it's important because I think maybe the campaign has managed to forestall that, basically. As I said, I think there's still room for pressure on the regime in Quito that this is another thing that they're having to manage while they manage the corruption scandals. And now, of course, there's a revolt within the parliament going on at the moment. So there's a lot else going on there. And the pressure here is probably quite important to avoid preemptive action there. I think the response has been quite powerful, quite valuable.
Well, it seems like Moreno's being squeezed on the one hand by Washington and on the other by the public reaction.
That's right. That's right. Don't underestimate that there is a foment going on in Quito at the moment. There's a bit of an opening, a bit of an aperture. The people supporting, basically, for want of a better word, the Correistas, who've created a new group there, are taking a bit of an offensive for the first time in 2 years, really. So there is room for them to capitalise on pressure on Moreno, basically, if his further illegality gives strength to their hand. There was also a prediction by Rafael Correa, by the way, not long ago, I don't know if you saw it, that Moreno was about to resign on allegedly grounds of poor health, but really that it was because of this pressure there. So the internal pressure is quite strong, and he doesn't seem to have resigned yet, but Rafael Correa was predicting that he would resign very soon.
Now, does Ecuador has a parliamentary system, is that right?
It's got a mixed system, yeah. It's got a parliament.
Mixed, like France, like France, like the French.
I can't exactly compare it, but it is a mixed system, yeah.
So, in other words, if Moreno has to resign, this guy Otto Sonnenholzner would become president, and then that doesn't necessarily mean there would have to be an election. Then, is that right?
I think that's right. But I can't give you exactly the detail. But I think that's right. The vice president would become the president. For what length of time, I'm not sure, because of course Moreno's only mid-term at the moment.
And is there an option for the opposition or some coalition to come and pressure the government to hold an early general election, or you don't know if that's an option, do you?
I can't really tell you with confidence, no. There is a movement now. There is some gains have been made by the Correistas, and the Parliament is facing a type of crisis because I believe it's the President of the Parliament has tried to forestall has tried to derail the inquiry that they were trying to get into the corruption allegations.
Right.
So there's quite possibly looking at a constitutional crisis there.
Absolutely. I mean, the National Assembly leader is under investigation herself, apparently, for trying to squash this.
That's the one. Yeah.
Investigation.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the public's reaction in Ecuador to the Assange issue right now?
Well, the problem is the media has been, what was a relatively healthy media 2 years ago has been trashed very seriously by Moreno. The government-aligned media has been crippled effectively, or the one that was talking in favour of the Correa reforms, that's been crippled. The media watchdog has been crippled. There are some critical media which have been shut down. Basically, they've shut it down. It's really been extremely draconian at that level of things, which shows that they're concerned about the public debate. There's consciousness about this, but there's when I was there just 4 months ago, a senior academic was saying to me that it is really a very grim outlook in the sense that they have crippled serious debate. So the people, of course, there's graffiti on the wall against Moreno. His popularity is extremely low, but the alternative media has been crushed in the short term, at least there.
So in the negotiations over Assange, it seemed before that Moreno held a lot of cards. The big card, the only card really, was Assange himself. That no politician worth his salt in the world we live in, or we've always lived in, will give away a big asset like that for nothing. So he was holding out to the U.S. He wanted various things, including that IMF loan, which apparently has come through, and debt relief, etc. And his strength in that negotiation, I would say, is weakened now because of this INA scandal, so that the U.S. has more leverage against him. Like whether they want to give him asylum somewhere himself, or other things the U.S. could do for him.
Well, I'm not sure, but it must be something playing on the stories about the possible resignation of Moreno. The IMF loan also has been pointed out, at least in the blogs that Ecuadorian intellectuals have got, that it's contrary to the constitution. What the IMF is trying to impose is illegal. So it adds another, what Moreno has agreed to, because we shouldn't really say the IMF is imposing it. It's only imposing it because Moreno is agreeing to it, is contrary to the constitution. And of course, that was set up in the 2008 constitution precisely because Correa, as an economist, was trying to put safeguards against those sorts of things happening again, basically the privatization of Social Security and so on. So the banning of foreign military bases in Ecuador, for example, those sorts of things were put in there specifically because of the experience of Ecuador prior to the 2006 when Correa was elected. So each new time that in other words, there are some stumbling blocks that have been put in place for Moreno's reaction at the moment that make it more difficult and more obstacles as he tries to turn back the clock effectively in Ecuador. I mean, it's a very sad thing because there were some tremendous advances in Ecuador. I, for example, got a young friend who's spent many years in Cuba training as a doctor, and she's a specialist gynecologist now, and she went back to her country town to work as a gynecologist where there was no hospital. There's now a rural hospital in that town with 26 specialist doctors where there was nothing before. There was a health post there before. So across the country, there were tremendous advances in those important areas of public health and public education. Now, those things can't be rolled back quickly, immediately, those sorts of things. But at the financial level, at the political level, at the level of the media, there's been dramatic changes. But I think the people in Ecuador are going to fight to not go backwards in this respect. I mean, I had my third visit to Ecuador last year, and as I came in, it was the third different road from the airport to the city, because they created a new airport and then they created some new roads for the airport and so on. And then this rapid infrastructure development and public health and education development and so on. And I was talking to the taxi driver about it, and I said, look, you know, last time we came through this road and that airport and so on. And he said, yeah, that was all developed by Rafael Correa. And I said, what about the current president? And he said, he's asleep.
Asleep or asleep?
Asleep.
Oh,
He's sleep or sleep, dormido, or dormiendo, you know. So in other words, in the first place, Moreno does not have the benefit of, you know, having landmark sort of social programs attached to his name. This is before we get to illegality and corruption, you know. So there's a background of this guy hasn't done anything for us, you know. There's a lot of money coming to the country. Under Correa, there were Chinese investments in hydro energy, for example, joint venture investments. But although the country is an oil exporter, they are now able to export energy on the basis of hydroelectricity too, you know. So there's been these tremendous advances. I mean, Correa was criticized for not shutting down the oil industry, but he doesn't really, and was called an extractivist, but I think that's too extreme. The fact of the matter is he wanted to develop oil with some safeguards, but also to develop the alternatives at the same time. You know, so there have been these enormous advances, really, and Moreno has not been credited with any of those advances. You know, what has he been doing for the people? It's not apparent. And so the corruption scandal comes on top of that, what do you say, inertia of his presidency of the last 2 years.
It's logical that someone with those policies, Correa, would be one who would give asylum to Julian Assange, and who's stepping out of and stepping up against his northern neighbor, this powerful hegemon in the U.S. So you said about the Constitution, you mentioned the Constitution first. Moreno doesn't give a damn about the Constitution. We've seen that already. How easy is it in terms of what you said about not taking the IMF loan and the bases and whatnot? Is it easy to change the Ecuadorian Constitution? I'm just curious.
No, he actually, there were some changes to the Constitution. He managed to get a referendum through which blocked the re-election of Correa. That was one of the main things to do. That was a little while back. That's an obstacle to Correa coming back into power, even though his popularity remains pretty high. Moreno's is very low. But they haven't changed. I mean, the provisions, it's not exactly that an IMF loan is banned. There are certain things within the IMF loan which are banned under the Constitution. I actually have to look it up to get the detail for you. But so it's just that each step that Moreno is taking, presumably under advice from the same old crowd that ran structural adjustment programs back in the 90s. And, you know, Correa was very conscious of that because he indeed worked for the World Bank at one stage. But there are obstacles that have been put in place by this progressive system, which was very, in many respects, a strong state using those sorts of legal protections. You know, that Correa irritated some privileged sections in Ecuador because, for example, he put in legislated mechanisms to stop the powerful lobbies blocking things. For example, the registration of doctors trained by Cuba. That was a big problem in Bolivia, even though there were very good political relations between the government of Evo Morales in Bolivia and Cuba. But the Professional Doctors Association would block specialist certificates being registered. In Ecuador, Correa simply passed law for it and recognized them. And so my friend, for example, Anna, she was registered immediately as a practicing gynecologist there, and the association couldn't block that. So Correa, you know, when it suits them, the US will talk about conflictual people like Hugo Chavez and Rafael Correa. But yeah, there's conflict with reform, progressive reform, which upsets privileged positions of certain people there. So to that extent, there is fairly strong legal positions on things which have caused these problems for Moreno and give him these subsidiary sorts of headaches. You know, before we talk about corruption, before we talk about the fact that he's unpopular and hasn't been doing things that benefit people, then he's faced with the way that he tried to change the judiciary, for example, has also faced serious political challenges there. So he's got a series of problems there, and perhaps he's trying to escape those. I don't know exactly the background to why they say he was going to resign, but clearly he's under serious pressure. And so the additional pressure that for Julian is important in that context, basically. He would prefer to have less pressures to deal with. You know, when you're dealing with 1 or 2 problems, you can focus on those problems. If you're dealing with 5 or 6 problems, then it causes a big headache.
Oh, I know. I'm the editor of a website, so I know what that's like. I want to ask you whether you ever remember any comments that Moreno made while vice president in regard to WikiLeaks and Assange. Did he ever say anything about that? Give an indication that he wouldn't have the same position as Correa?
I'm not even sure if he was vice president when Assange got asylum. I think he might have been.
No, I mean, I don't mean that. I mean, while he was in the embassy, while he was vice president. Yeah.
I don't know any specific things. I mean, there was another person who was vice president after him. There was a bit of an interim there, but I don't know of any particular statements that he made about Julian at that time. I might add that in my experience, the contribution of WikiLeaks and Julian was quite important, because I began, for example, defending Syria and eventually writing a book about the dirty war on Syria with very little support. The Western internationalism effectively collapsed, with some notable exceptions in that war. I think now there are many more people who are better informed in the Western left, the Western internationalist milieu, let's say, about Syria. But the importance of WikiLeaks to informing people about the background to the US approach to Syria, how they were looking for opportunities going back many, many years, was very important. And in more recent times, of course, you know, the emails from Hillary Clinton and so on. So that context has been quite important. And all of the Latin left governments were very clear about what was going on in the Middle East with these dirty wars. But in the Western countries, it was not nearly so clear.
No, it's completely unclear. It was completely wrong the way the media has reported this. They have never given a clear understanding to the American people or European people about the role that the U.S. and its allies in the Gulf and in Turkey played to support the jihadists to overthrow Assange. We know that from an unclassified document, or declassified, I should say, from the Defense Intelligence Agency, which showed back in August 2012 that they were doing this and creating what could become a Salafist principality, and that this document actually predicted there would be what could be called an Islamic State, which exactly was the name that was used when it came into existence 2 years later. Then we had, of course, John Kerry in a leaked conversation saying that we saw ISIS moving on Damascus and putting pressure on Assad, and we would like them to continue to get him to leave. And then Russia came in and saved Assad. So the U.S. position on ISIS in Syria was quite different than the one in Iraq, by the way. I think it's 2 different wars. That they never, and Trump tries to take credit for defeating ISIS in Syria, which is a complete joke. Where did WikiLeaks help you in the writing of that book, The Dirty War?
So the WikiLeaks was important in reminding us, let's say, of the earlier, not just WikiLeaks, but WikiLeaks, for example, brought out some US documents in the aftermath of the invasion of Iraq. For example, I remember some documents from 2006, which showed that the Bush administration, for example, was looking for ways to get at Syria, looking for ways to topple Syria. I mean, this was logical based on what Wesley Clark was telling us, that they had a comprehensive plan for the Middle East. It wasn't really, my line now is that it's, and I'm about to publish another book on this, is there's only one war going on in the Middle East, really. It's a new Middle East war. It has involved 8 different wars, basically. But in relation to Syria, they were looking at their opportunities there back in 2006, actually much earlier than that too, but the Bush administration was looking for the ways they could come out. They were looking for an opportunity. They knew that the Muslim Brotherhood was the main asset they had there, and they did impose sanctions on Syria on the pretext of Syria housing the resistance, some of the Iraqi resistance there, which was probably true because there were more than 1 million refugees fled from Iraq into Syria. A number of them are still in Syria there, basically. But so the Syrian war, the US war against Syria didn't really begin with backing the Muslim Brotherhood insurrection in 2011. It was earlier than that, and I think WikiLeaks and Julian in particular were important in drawing our attention to those sorts of things. And then later on, of course, when the Hillary Clinton emails, Hillary Clinton was privately admitting what later on Martin Dempsey and Joe Biden were admitting, that their allies were the ones that were arming and funding
That's right.
And all the rest of them there. So you can tell the story now. It wasn't so clear back in 2011, 2012, but you can tell the story now from the admissions of senior US officials, as to
you can't tell that story in the American establishment press. You still can't tell that story, even though the facts are out, as you mentioned. There's many facts now to support that, including Biden's statements on the record that he had to apologize for, even though they were true, to Qatar, if you remember, when he made those comments up in Harvard. But is it your view that the reason that grand scheme, the grand remaking of, I can't remember the term now that was used by Condoleezza Rice and Bush.
The New Middle East, she called it. The New Middle East.
New Middle East, whatever they called it. That it faltered on the battlefields in Iraq, that they thought Iraq was going to go very easily, and it seemed to at the beginning. They never prepared for the insurgency that occurred and the development of ISIS that they then harnessed for their own purposes. But if Iraq had gone as easily as they had, how do you think these wars would have gone differently? The one war is split into 8, as you correctly point out, I think.
Well, I mean, in Iraq, of course, is where ISIS was created. In 2006, at the same time that Condoleezza Rice was in Israel, talking about fomenting the Israeli invasion of Lebanon at that time. They had the illusions that they could wipe out Hezbollah at that time. That backfired, of course. But at that same time as the Israelis invaded South Lebanon, the ISIS was created and some terrible sectarian massacres took place in Iraq and Seymour Hersh wrote about this in that article called The Redirection, you may remember, because having destroyed the Saddam regime in Baghdad, they then faced the prospect of much closer relationships with Iran and Iraq, which has happened this week. I mean, this week we've seen a very cordial visit by the Iraqi Prime Minister to Iran with promises to expand the commercial relationships between Iraq and Iran. This is exactly what the US was trying to avoid for the last 40 years, not least getting Saddam to attack Iran back in the 80s. 40 years of bloody war to try and keep those parties apart. And now what's the end game for the Trump administration is sitting on the borders trying to stop Iraq and Syria having much fuller cooperation. And the big phobia they talk about is something they call an Iranian land bridge. That is to say, the railway and highway links between Tehran and Beirut right across to the coast to integrate those countries, those independent countries, basically. So I think in Iraq, they almost succeeded in a way of destroying Iraq as a country with Daesh, and because the construction of, for example, they reconstructed an Iraqi army. They sold them aircraft which they didn't deliver. So when ISIS was taking over Mosul, they hadn't delivered most of the aircraft that they might have used at that time. And that's when the Hashd al-Shabi, the popular mobilization units were created organically as an indigenous movement, which the US now has sanctions against. The one successful initiative in Iraq since the invasion, which managed to destroy Daesh. And contrary to the Western propaganda, it's not a sectarian group. I was in Iraq a year or so ago, and there are Sunni brigades there, and there are Sunni populations who are very grateful to the popular mobilization units for destroying Daesh, for liberating them from Daesh. Basically, it wasn't the US role in Iraq that did that. It was the role of the groups, which, because of their links with Iran, are now under economic sanctions. Iraq is once again under economic sanctions, precisely the groups who were the most successful in destroying that threat of Daesh, which was created by the Saudis under direction from the Bush administration at that time, precisely to try and keep Baghdad and Tehran separate. And now Baghdad and Tehran are on the beginning of a new relationship. They're a new commercial relationship, despite, this economic war, it applies to Iran, it applies to groups in Iraq, it applies to Syria, it applies to groups in Lebanon. Of course, there's a siege on Yemen and Palestine. So that's why I say there's a single war there. So the only way that program, that project, the New Middle East project, which Obama called a new relationship with Islam, they keep talking about this, the bad description of the Gulf monarchies as the Arab states or the Sunni states. Really, they're terrible little monarchies who are client states of Washington, basically. But that was the new relationship with Islam, with the Wahhabi-style head-chopping version of Islam, which has done more harm to Muslims than anything else in the world, basically. So it was only because of the coordination between Iran and Iraq, and between Iraq and Syria and Iran, and between Hezbollah and Iran, that they've managed to stand up to this. Of course, with a strong ally in Russia, but Russia doesn't have the same interests as those countries, as those regional countries do. So I really think it's been the combined effort of those countries. Remember when Russia came into Syria, as you pointed out, in 2015, there was also a very increased strong role of Iran mobilizing and funding basically regional militia from Afghanistan across to Lebanon to support the Syrian army at that time. All the ground forces were regional forces, and so the role of Iran has been very important there. And of course, that's why Israel and Washington are obsessed about Iran, obsessed about the role of Iran, because it is indeed a big regional power.
But in Mosul, for example, Iranian militia were, Shia militia for the most part, were welcomed because they defeated Daesh in Iraq, which the US wanted to do. But when they appeared in Syria to fight against Daesh, they were not so welcome. I think that's why I say there are two separate wars, because they already had a puppet government for the most part in Baghdad, when they did not have somebody who wanted to do their bidding in Damascus. And breaking up that connection, of course, between Iran and Hezbollah, which travels through Syria, has really been, as Hillary Clinton also revealed in a WikiLeaks email that was released by WikiLeaks, was really a key part of it, and it was on the for the behest of Israel, of course, to destroy Hezbollah. Tell me something about the Syrian, if you are familiar with them, the Syrian emails that were leaked by WikiLeaks that were an embarrassment to Assad. So he can never be called, a pro-Assad person. He's not a pro anybody. I think WikiLeaks just reveals important information. I want to point out that in the film Risk, Assange is filmed at various important moments during those years, and he says on the phone, and he's filmed while he's saying it, that he's gotten some interesting Hillary Clinton documents, but unfortunately, we don't have any Trump documents right now. So he was after Trump documents. I'm just pointing that out to show that the guy was not a partisan player in that. So what about those emails that he leaked about the Syrian government? We don't hear much about them for some reason.
Well, I think, the fact that the Assad government in Syria was always anti-Al-Qaeda, that was clear. I mean, I think they tried to fudge that during the war to say that Assad was supporting ISIS. That was just rubbish. That was just a smokescreen. Right. But in the sense that the US, to the extent that the US at face value was talking about an international campaign against Al-Qaeda, the Syrian government was inclined to cooperate with that if there was any substance to it, basically. So I think that was used, remembering that what WikiLeaks got out wasn't anything, well, they weren't Syrian documents, they were US documents, they were Washington documents, basically. So there were some elements where you could say that Syria was cooperating. They didn't cooperate with the invasion, even though Syria hated Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein had stabbed them in the back. He'd supported the Muslim Brotherhood uprising in Hama, even though he wouldn't accept the Muslim Brotherhood in Iraq. But he was a client of the US for a long time, and then, even though there were Ba'ath parties in both countries, but he was an enemy of Syria effectively. But so both Iran and of Iran, but both Iran and Syria opposed on principle the invasion of Iraq, but they gave shelter to refugees and to resistance fighters against the invasion there because it was an illegitimate act. It was an illegal invasion, and so. What came out was that there were some elements of cooperation between Syria and the US, as indeed there was between Gaddafi.
The renditions, for example.
Yeah, the renditions, for example, because Al-Qaeda was an enemy to, and the Muslim Brotherhood, which was linked to Al-Qaeda, had been linked to Al-Qaeda historically, was an enemy of the type of pluralist state that the Syrians have, basically. And they'd always been against this type of Wahhabi or Takfiri sectarian idea in Islam, not against Islam. So if there was some serious cooperation in terror suspects, then that was what was being referred to. And that was, in an exaggerated sense, perhaps seen as Syria collaborating with the US. But I think that's to miss the big picture. The big picture was that even you can go back to the 50s and see that they knew, the US knew in the 50s that even before Hafez al-Assad in the 70s, that Syria was an independent player and an opponent of Israel, and so not part of the game that was going on there. And Israel and then Saudi Arabia were the clients who were keeping the hand of the big powers in the Middle East and helping stop people come together and form a united front against the big powers there. And Syria was part of that independent axis, if you like. That's what Wesley Clark was talking about.
Well, there were so many coups in Syria, and the first CIA coup ever was in Syria.
Yeah.
I believe in 1948 or 49.
That's right.
And even the Shah, we don't leave out the Shah's Iran as being part of that Western alliance.
That's true. So, I mean, Hafez al-Assad stabilized that in the 70s, basically, and then the fruit of that was, and it's not that well recognized, but it's very clear in history, and even the opponents of Syria point this out, that Hafez al-Assad, having stabilized that system in Syria, although of course it was an authoritarian government because they were at war effectively all of that time. Strangely enough, the state of emergency was only lifted during the recent war in 2012, but the Muslim Brotherhood had carried out insurrections with the backing of US clients in the region, and Israel was there, had annexed Syrian territory, which they're still a very hot point there. Under Hafez al-Assad, the education rate was shot up. 95% of the country was given electricity. There were some huge developments in public health and education, even though Syria was not one of the richer countries. It didn't have a lot of oil at that time, not one of the richer countries of the region. So their system had a lot of benefits, and then, but basically the US was not interested in that. The US saw Syria as an obstacle to the bigger plan, which was to have client states across the whole region. And it's been called different names, and the Bush administration called it the New Middle East, and the Obama administration called it a new relationship with Islam, which meant that they were using, as Seymour Hersh pointed out, this concept of Sunni Islam to try and divide the region, to try and balkanize those states and so on. And of course, it's precisely, if you look at the military summit in Damascus just a few weeks ago, where it was a show not just of military and economic coordination, but it was symbolic to show Iraq, Iran, and Syria together in Damascus with the defeat of the war on Syria, which was meant to dismember Syria in some way. Either have if they couldn't have a puppet state, they would dismember it and have a balkanized state with with a Kurdistan and an Alawi sector and so on. But that effectively failed, and that's the main headache for Washington at the moment, that the Israelis are pushing them. This is why they bombed Aleppo recently. Trump has got his troops on the border of Iraq and Syria to try and block that. But that's the scenario the US is facing at the moment. And WikiLeaks played an important role in exposing the history of that, and including the current history in the current war.
But the US troops remain in Syria, even despite Trump saying a couple of times that he was going to get them out, and that the possibility of this Sunnistan, or whatever it was supposed to be called, is that completely off the cards now, or is that still possible?
Well, that was Sunnistan was the Islamic State, wasn't it? The thing that, as you said, the DIA report in 2012 said they were very happy that precisely, and what's his name, Michael Flynn, said that this was because they wanted to weaken Damascus and undermine Damascus. That was what it was all about. The Islamic State is defeated. It didn't really exist as a state, really. The Western media talked about it as a state. It was never a state. But it only existed because it had these very powerful patrons, selling oil to Erdogan's son in Turkey, the US there to back them up. I mean, the game that's been going on recently, of course, is that effectively the remnants of Daesh, of ISIS, have been co-opted into the so-called Syrian Democratic Forces, the SDF, or ported across into Iraq, or ported across into Afghanistan, where there's now conflict between the Taliban and the Islamic State. So because having those sorts of forces on the border of Iran, which is of course the main game for the US, the main obstacle, it's a big country, it's a big power, It's the one group that can. I mean, what irritates Washington and Israel more than anything else is that Iran is the one supporting Iraq, supporting Syria, supporting Hezbollah, supporting the Palestinians. I mean, supporting the armed resistance in Palestine, the armed resistance in Lebanon, for example. And that role that's why you see such obsession from Tel Aviv, from Washington about Iran. Whatever you think of the Iranian system, it's the one state that is playing that role, that big counterbalancing role there, and helping in the coordination.
It's got a little bit more democracy than Saudi Arabia does.
It's got a lot more democracy.
Nor they give a damn about that in Washington. The key there was to use, if necessary, Islamist extremists to put forward this grand plan for the Middle East, and it's failed essentially. I mean, it worked for a short time in Libya, for example. It's another one where there was a secular leader who was opposed to Al Qaeda and other extremist groups, and they took him out. And what happened? Those groups wreaked havoc on the country. In fact, I just saw a headline, I think today, that the U.S. is pulling whatever special forces or whatever they have inside Libya out because it's become too dangerous for them. So think about that.
They've got what they want. They've got what they want in Libya, haven't they? This is a success. They've destroyed independent political will there. It was a state that did a lot of good things for its citizens. It also had an agenda with the African Union to have some serious Pan-African projects. It wasn't part of AFRICOM, that Pentagon arm there. So they've succeeded in Libya in a way that they haven't really succeeded anywhere else in the region. They've of course they've bought time. They've got chaos, which in a sense is valuable for them. I mean, while Daesh was killing Muslims in Syria and Iraq, Israel could breathe easily. Those groups never attacked Israel, of course. So it brought them.
They went to Israeli hospitals to be treated.
That's right. They were covertly supported, and now, of course, the occupied Syrian territory was used as a base to project them into southern Syria until recently, and now they have got Trump's support to annex that, which raises the possibility that the next flashpoint we're going to see is that when Syria is stabilized, when Idlib is stabilized, when the US troops are out, because they don't really have, they're running out of pretext to be there. The US troops are really there, as I said, just to stop the coordination between Iran, Iraq, and Syria and Lebanon. And that's the thing that petrifies Netanyahu in Israel at the moment.
So they've lost in Syria, but they're not really admitting that clearly.
They've lost.
They're not getting out.
They know they've lost, but of course, they can keep killing people. I mean, almost every day you're reading the Syrian reports. Those groups in Idlib are still attacking northern Hama. They're still sending rockets into Aleppo, into Latakia on the sides there. And meantime, Russia is bogged down with a type of diplomacy with Turkey, which isn't really making much progress, but nevertheless, Russia wants to do it. I mean, there's a lot of frustration in Syria about the fact that they haven't managed to clean up Idlib, but if and when they do, then the next flashpoint is going to be the Golan, the occupied territory that Israel is now trying to formally annex with the help of Washington.
I think they already formally annexed, but now nobody recognized it. Now the U.S. has. But I forgot what I was going to say about Turkey. Idlib. You know, when they, for example, liberated Aleppo, Syrian Arab Army, the Russians, Hezbollah, etc., they put these guys on buses and sent them to Idlib, and they did that in various other places. So they were collecting them there, and you knew that this showdown is going to have to come at some point, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I was there last year. It was going to happen then in October last year, September, October last year. It was going to happen at that time. It didn't because there was a huge build-up. Britain and France were backing the US. Israel did attack, despite the fact that there was a last-minute pull-out of that operation. But the operation was ready to go. Indeed, I was talking to a senior general in Syria, and he was rather demoralized. He thought, well, the Russia was making the decisions for them. But that program was put on hold, I think, because Russia felt that the escalation risk was too great at that time. Basically, the US was playing a role defending what they'd done for years, defending what they called the moderate the moderate rebels, the Jabhat al-Nusra, the al-Qaeda group and its allies in Idlib at the time. But the Syrians, for their part, after the liberation of Aleppo and also South Syria and East Ghouta, was giving amnesties to a lot of people. It's created a mess, you know, in Syria, that they've given a lot of amnesties. Not all of them went to Idlib. They gave a lot of amnesties to people who've been running around taking Captagon amphetamines and with guns with these sectarian groups for years. And now, because they haven't got a particular crime against their name, some of them have been drafted into the Syrian army and are on checkpoints in the East Ghouta, for example, at the moment. There's a lot of damaged children there too, the children of those jihadists who are dead or they've gone to Idlib. But the hardliners, the ones that wouldn't agree to an amnesty, agree to surrendering their weapons and so on, they're in Idlib. There's been some bleeding of that out of Idlib. Apparently the Turkish army's been charging money for them to leave Idlib and go into Turkey or go into Europe. A number of them are in Europe now, in Germany in particular. So the remnants, the hardcore, if you like, which are even more taken over by the successor of Jabhat al-Nusra, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the al-Qaeda group, effectively, the al-Qaeda in Western Syria group dominates that area. They've been backed by Turkey. And yes, the showdown is coming sooner or later, and it basically hinges on how many chances President Putin is going to give to Mr Erdogan in Turkey, who's got his own problems now because he's just lost the municipal elections recently. But anyway, he consolidated his power. He doesn't seem to be able to swallow the fact that his regional ambitions have been thwarted, basically. But nevertheless, the diplomacy between Russia, Iran and Turkey has really taken over the whole diplomatic field. The US has been squeezed out of that, precisely because of the liberation of Aleppo. The diplomatic move there, whatever you think of it, the whole Astana process led by Russia and with Turkey and Iran now dominates the diplomatic process there. But the fly in the ointment is the fact that Turkey is now in between worlds there. Turkey's a big important country. It's got a very recalcitrant leader at the moment. Were there a political change in Turkey, things might be very different. But of course, strategically now, Turkey is important for Russia, not just because of Syria, but because of Europe also. Russia wants a good relationship with Europe, and Turkey is one of the ways to bridge its relations with Western Europe, given the block that the US has put in Eastern Europe there. So the role of Turkey is very important, and political change in Turkey could be very important for a resolution.
It'd be hard for Erdogan to swallow that he's not getting the new Ottoman Empire that he seemed to be trying to build. And now he may have to go and fight in Idlib, or at least allow the Syrian Arab Army and the Russians and their allies to take that battle to Idlib, where many of the terrorists that they would be fighting were armed and trained and transported from Turkey. So that these were allies of Erdogan. That's been proven, and he's in a bind there. You know, the Russians had him over a barrel when he shot down that Russian plane, and Russia did not respond as harshly as they could have to that. And I think Putin may have very deftly moved in that direction, but the Idlib problem is not resolved. So let me ask you this about, unless you want to comment on that, as a academic and a researcher, how important has WikiLeaks been to you, and how important is that it continues, and it can continue, and it has, even with Assange in the situation he's in. But what is the value to academics, for example, not just to journalists, of WikiLeaks?
Well, it's very important. I mean, the fact is, WikiLeaks has kept investigative journalism alive in the West. It's almost died. I mean, there are some documents. The DIA document you mentioned, I believe, was dragged out by another group, Judicial Watch in the US, under freedom of information legislation. But WikiLeaks has given us given a new lease of life to investigative journalism in the West by getting, in particular, the US documents. As you say, you know, they don't have control over where the documents come from, but there has been a treasure trove, if you like, for in US administrations, documents coming out of there. So it's been very important to give that context to. I remember I went to Syria in 2013 with a small group. We had hardly any allies. I was trying to recruit other academics to go to Syria, and there were those that had links to Syria before, archaeologists and so on. But everyone was too scared to really to talk about Syria at that time. But there were people in the WikiLeaks group, and including Julian's father, who came along because WikiLeaks was exposing the background to the war against Syria at a time when very few people knew about it. You know, so WikiLeaks. I don't say everyone in WikiLeaks was saying that, but the fact is Julian and his father and the documents that were coming out were very important for helping people understand what I call the colonial media these days will not inform them about, how the fact that these wars of aggression, I think Ray G changed this to softer word, but they have very long histories, very, very long genealogies, you know, and the background documents to it. I remember particularly those 2006 documents that came out. They weren't perhaps given as much attention at the time because I think the Western media tried to seize on things that they thought might be embarrassing to Assad. But what they missed was that those things were actually very embarrassing to this dirty war. And the US was pretending, you know, these were peaceful protesters and they had no role in it and they were indifferent and they weren't against Assad at the beginning. And I think WikiLeaks helped turn that around for, at least for honest and curious people who are prepared to read about these sorts of things at the time. Because the landscape is so barren, Joe, isn't it? It's so barren. Where are you getting this material in the US media these days? There is some alternative media that the internet gives resources, but you look at Seymour Hersh, who is one of the best investigative journalists there. Where did he have to go? He had to go to the London Review of Books to publish some of his articles, for example. He couldn't find publishers.
And now to did Zeit in Berlin because the London Review of Books turned down one of his pieces.
So the avenues became much thinner, you know, for that sort of material. And at least WikiLeaks kept it alive and kept the idea, the tradition of investigative journalism alive. That there were people like Seymour Hersh who'd grown up able to do some of those things, able to expose the My Lai massacre, for example, in the US back in the 70s. I don't know that people, journalists can do that these days. Certainly not in the what they call the mainstream media.
Even if they want to, because the resources aren't there.
Yeah.
But the mindset of the press has changed. And I speak from a long experience of over 25 years working in corporate media. So I understand how they suck up to power by and large, rather than hold power to account. And that's what WikiLeaks does. And that's why power wants to hold Assange to account now and get him. And we had a scare this weekend that's not over yet. But
I think that the media, the journalists these days have internalized a lot of that censorship, haven't they? That they don't really have to censor them because they internalize this stuff. They know, they see these invisible boundaries. They seem to be not so invisible to them. They know that there's certain areas that they can't go, particularly during a war. And there isn't any really need to discipline them in a way, but it means that the whole culture has shifted quite a lot, it seems to me.
They want to be part of the elite. They want, rather than realizing that they are there to represent the public against the government. And it's turned away the other way. We saw all the leaks coming from unnamed sources that drummed up this false collusion story for 2.5 years. So that is just a prime example of what's going on, not only in the Washington press corps, but everywhere in the US media and in Europe as well. When we see somebody like Luke Harding in The Guardian writing that Paul Manafort had visited Assange at the embassy without any evidence, and they've just disappeared on that one. Now that we know there was no collusion, there was certainly no visit from Paul Manafort. I think we're about to be joined by Senator Mike Gravel, former U.S. Senator Mike Gravel, and Ann Garrison from the Bay Area, both of them coming to us from California. Tim, it's really been good to talk to you. You are welcome to stay on when we bring in the new guests.
Thanks, Joe.
I think the Middle East, I spent at least 3 years there in the last decade, and I lived 2 years in northern Iraq near Mosul. It's something that I wrote a lot about for Consortium News, and we tried to cover that. And it's because there's a void, and you're saying correctly that WikiLeaks has filled this void in serious adversarial reporting and investigative reporting. Everybody calls themselves investigative journalism, but nobody really knows how involved that is. Our founder at Consortium News, Bob Perry, was a real investigative journalist. He worked for months to bring about the revelations on the Iran-Contra scandal, for example. And then when his editors started spiking stories, he got fed up and created Consortium News, which I'm very happy to lead. I see Senator Mike Gravel. Mike, looking good there. Good to see you back. How are you?
Thank you for inviting me and having me.
Well, anytime. You're always welcome here. You probably have been aware of what's happened this weekend, that the WikiLeaks tweeted that a high-level government source in the Ecuadorian government had tipped them off that Assange would be expelled within hours or days. And that came on Thursday last week, and that the Ecuadorian government had a agreement with the UK to arrest Assange, and that would begin the extradition process to the US. Have you followed that? Fortunately, that hasn't happened yet, and there's been a pretty big public outcry against that.
Well, I would hope that supporters in Britain would protest sufficiently to go to the embassy in great numbers. And in fact, I fantasized that if they were going to do this, the way to protect Julian would be to go to a, mob the place with 100,000 people if they could gin it up, and surround the embassy. That would create such confusion that there could be a possibility that some individuals would help him escape in the crowd and spirit him off to another location that nobody is aware of. Now, I may be fantasizing, but this thing is so horrific that here we're prosecuting Julian Assange and Chelsea Manning being held in prison by this judge who has no sense of what's right or wrong. I was following your discussion about the media, and I must say that I am very pessimistic about the media changing. It's very subtle with respect to mainstream media, but you have to really understand, if you look back on the history of media, general, the whole attitude of the people, and of course with yellow journalism that was in the past, that would just, I'll give you an example of what I ran into in a research situation. I was at the University of Washington up in Seattle, and I was doing research on a project, and I needed to look at the newspapers in Alaska, in Juneau, particularly the capital. And at the time, Juneau had 2 newspapers, and they were reporting on the delegate at the time. This was when it was a territory, so they had the delegate who came to town. Now, one newspaper reported the delegate's arrival, that he was greeted at the boat ramp. Of course, they used boats in those days and not airplanes. He was greeted at the boat ramp with supporters who just adored what he was doing, and he articulated what his accomplishments were in Washington, and the whole newspaper was unbelievably laudatory. He went to a meeting. The meeting was overflowed with supporters. Now, another newspaper on the same day reported that the delegate arrived. He was shunned by normal people at the airport, and he was ridiculed. And at his reception, hardly anybody showed up. Now, these are 2 newspapers in a little town reporting, and that really taught me a lesson. That we say, oh, how things are bad today. I got to tell you, this is normal from how bad it used to be. And just look at what Thomas Jefferson was paying a scribe to write terrible stories against, unfortunately, George Washington. Actually, it was against Hamilton, but George Washington got hit in the whiplash of it. And of course, in the last few years of his life, George Washington would not talk to Thomas Jefferson. So now, fast forward to today, we're a lot more subtle, and so this whole secrecy stuff that we have in government is maintained by mainstream media. They just acknowledge this, and this is okay. Well, of course, this is the most destructive thing we have to any thought of a democracy. And because for a democracy to function, people have to know what's going on. If they don't know what's going on, then obviously the whole process of democracy is voided. Now, when you take mainstream media, which does not report what really is going on, but they report what they know the leaders of the military-industrial complex want the message to be, they don't have to be given instructions. You rise in the firmament of media if you intuitively know what's expected of you. And if you don't perform to that expectation, you don't rise in the firmament of mainstream media. But thank God we have people that are underground, like Julian Assange with what he's doing, Joe, what you're doing with your efforts at Consortium News. This is our only hope. Will that work? I got to tell you, I don't think so. The only way we're ever going to bridle the power of the elites who control us via the military-industrial complex and Wall Street is going to be if we empower people to make laws.
Tell us about that, Mike.
Okay. Well, this weekend, well, let me tell the story. This may be entertaining to some of the people. I had two students from Colombia who came to California to visit with me. And these students are pushing me to run for president of the United States. Again, I did it in 08 and 07, and of course failed. But one of the students, David, called me about 2 weeks ago. He said, Senator, would you be willing to run for president of the United States? I said to him, do you have any idea how old I am? And he said, doesn't make any difference. We want to support you because we like your issues. And so I was very skeptical. But then again, he showed me the research that he had done on my legislative career, and I was very impressed with the details of it. Plus, he coupled that with what he had done research on Tulsi Gabbard, who I have great respect for and hope that she at least becomes vice president. But so when I saw that, then he pointed out that the top priority of all the issues that they're supporting me on would be creating a legislature of the people. Now that's what's floated my boat for the last 30 years. And so that made me pay attention. And so eventually he guaranteed that I would have veto of what they're doing. And since they have organized a plan to run and an investigative committee, and that got a lot of attention. Would you believe, I can't believe it, but over 26 million people have gone to the website they've created, mikegravel.org. Now that is viral. We've got 60 people in detail, professional people who want to help in the campaign. So that's what's going on. The kids came out and we had two crews. One crew that's pitching something for Netflix, and the other crew is a crew from what's the one on HBO? Well, of course, I'll have senior moments as I go into these debates if they can get me into the debates. But it's the HBO News that had. So even in my prime, when I was in the Senate, other than when I released the Pentagon Papers, were there such intensive media? Well, this weekend we've had at our house 4 camera crews that were filming these kids and myself and all in the issues that were portrayed. And so I never thought that I would live to see the enough interest that we would enact legislation to create a legislature of the people. And now with the viral running on this, and also with with now the attention, because tomorrow they are announcing my run for president. They filed the papers last week. And so I'm running for president. And I don't know if any of you remember the rock video that took place in the course of my last campaign, where I look at a camera and then throw rock in the water and then walk on. Well, we did a redux of that. And so now we see me walking to pick up the rock, and I'm using cane to walk, because the last video was 10 years ago, and I've aged a little bit. So
have you filmed that already? The cane?
No, it's going to be shown tomorrow when they make the big announcement that I'm running for president. Now, they've already raised, even before the announcement came on, I think it's upwards of $16,000 that they've raised. And now this is all being run by 17, 18-year-old kids. And
are you going to shave your mustache this time, Mike?
No, I'm not. You're right. How rude of you to point that out.
I'm sorry, because maybe you thought you had a chance then. But I want to ask you,
please.
I just want to inform the viewers that there's a live video right now on the WikiLeaks site, and they're claiming that there are 4 plainclothes policemen in the car with the car running. So we were going to try to bring that into the corner of the screen, that live feed. So that this is the reason for this vigil, of course, because of the threat to take Assange this weekend. And it hasn't happened yet, but we shouldn't rest. We shouldn't exhale yet. But Mike, tell me more about, you're getting in because not to win, as you've made clear, but to try to get into the debates. And for that, you need 65,000 individuals to donate, even if it's just $1, to your campaign. Tell us, Gabbard is approaching that number so she could get into the debates. Why do you want to get in debates, Mike? I understand there are 2 main issues. One being anti-interventionism or anti-imperialism of the U.S., which is something WikiLeaks has shown a big light on over there many years now in existence. And the other was direct democracy. Could you talk about the first one and then tell us your ideas of the People's Legislature?
Well, first off, on the empire stuff, here, the best example I can tell you, and I do want to pursue this a little bit because I'm going to pursue it in debates, is right today, the Defense Department is spending $1.7 trillion on refurbishment of our nuclear capability. So I mean, it's sick, and it's worse than you realize, because that's, of course, without cost overruns. So essentially, we're talking about $3 trillion to refurbish all the elements of our nuclear arsenal. And the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff had said this is Pentagon's top priority. When you really understand what's going on with respect to nuclear, you really appreciate that this is the mother of boondoggles, because we cannot use this weapon. Now, we're building a weapon that's costing us untold sums, and we can't use it. If you look at the situation in the world today, if somebody were to unload 10 nuclear devices, it would undoubtedly trigger a nuclear winter, and we're all going to die. And some of us are going to die more slowly than others. Now, that's what sane people in the Pentagon are playing with and doing, and the American people can't react to that, becomes complacent with that as our leaders are complacent with. Let me repeat here, a Trident submarine, which is the most effective tool in this arsenal, each Trident has 250 warheads. Now, one Trident submarine could hold the entire world hostage. And so we're spending trillions of dollars. And if the submarine only unleashed 10, it would actually have to be 12, because the missile contains these MIRV warheads. So that would trigger a nuclear winter in the end of this planet. So that's the first thing, that when you have a leadership that is that insane, and the fact that anybody running for president of the United States today can't alter that. because that's the lock-in by the military-industrial complex and the Wall Street, and the fact that mainstream media sustains this. So that's the lock-in. Now, that all the more reason for a solution. Well, what's the solution? If the Congress can't change, if the executive can't change and is sustained by a judiciary and the crazy Republicans at this point in our career, what is the solution? Well, there's only two venues for change. One is the government, which holds the problems, and the other is the people. And the people do not have the power to make the changes. All they can do, and all we're told is we're not competent enough to make laws. We're acting as a mob all the time. And so therefore, we have to defer to our betters, which are the elites that control our society. The answer is, we have to empower the people, which is the only alternative we have. Now, empowering the people is an interesting process. And most people are not aware that the answer is themselves. But hopefully now with these kids and this campaign and the viral nature of what's going on. The other is I'm 2/3 of the long book that I've asked you to put the forward on. And that book will give the specific details of how this is to be done. And I was just started on this project last October. The kids came onto the scene here 2 weeks ago. But now the coincidence or the convergence of the fact that we'll have a book out in midsummer that gives these specific details in detail as to how, one, we can enact the legislation, which is a constitutional amendment, and enact a federal law that would provide the legislative procedures with which to legislate deliberatively in a manner far superior to any representative government that I know of. And so just let me touch briefly, Joe, on the constitutional amendment. Now, if you want, I can elaborate on how we would get this enacted into law, because it'll be done by the people. It won't be done by the government. In fact, if we're not careful, the government will sabotage it. And so I think I've addressed that problem. But the amendment proceeds with the First Amendment, the first section of the amendment, which is to assert our legislative power. Now, of course, we give our legislative power and provide a monopoly for representative government. That's the situation we're in. So that's the first section we assert. Now, the other thing is we assert is we turn around and say that the election that's conducted by volunteer citizens to permit people to be able to vote on this issue, that election is now legal. Now, that's exactly what happened in Article 7 of the Constitution, which is the creation article of our government. The next item we create is a trust, a citizen's trust, which will operate the legislature of the people in great detail. And so with the trust, the whole legislative process, that is their job to manage it on behalf of the people. Then the next thing after the trust is how would you amend the Constitution prospectively once the people have the lawmaking power? Well, it takes two elections within a year to do that. And it's the majority of the constituency. Now, how would the people, as they make laws, simply a majority that shows up, the majority of those that show up is how a law would be enacted. Now, the next section, which I chuckle at, is how are we going to get the money to operate this? Well, now we're talking about a constitutional amendment that nobody can lay a glove on that or by another constitutional amendment. So how you do it, you turn around and say, well, the constitutional amendment appropriates from the Treasury of the United States a sufficient amount of money that equal to what is appropriated for the operation of Congress. Yeah. And so this is a constitutional dictate. And then there's another section that says that only a natural person can get involved in funding and authoring this. Now, this is just a constitutional amendment. And like the difficulty is, and that's why I never had a hope that this would happen in my lifetime, but the fact that maybe the fact that Trump is on the scene and that destabilizes everything with his foolishness, and that the people are totally frustrated by the incapacity of the Republican Party to just lay prostrate before Trump, and then the Democratic Party, which continues to act like the Democratic Party, and that really doesn't offer any real succor to the electorate. So the fact that that has really, at least it appears with these young people who are so far ahead of other generations, that maybe there's a chance that people in their frustrations will take a look at this and study it. So now, if that happens, then Joe, we're talking about passing legislation that would say we would exonerate Snowden, we would exonerate Chelsea, we would exonerate and give him medals, as far as I'm concerned, Julian. So that power that the people would have, and we that would prevail once the American people, through a legislative process, examines and knows all the details of what's going on in this regard. It would happen. The people right now are in ignorance, and so with a legislative process that would inform them on specific details that need to be corrected, we will see it corrected. People are not dumb. And of course, they don't suffer from the people cannot be bought when you have a legislature of the people. And it won't be partisan. It will just deal with the subjects. And so I would invite people that will look at the book in midsummer. And the title of the book says it all: Human Governance, the Failure of Representative Government, and a Solution. So I don't want to do a filibuster here, which I've done in the past.
Yeah, you're good at that. You're experienced. Yeah, but you can get up and go to the restroom if you need to, unlike the time you filibuster.
No, I'm fine. I'll drink some more water.
Well, you know, it's a corollary to the people not having a voice in the media and not having a voice in government. That is, we have an elite government that legislates for the elite interests. Their lobbyists write the laws that are passed, and we've got a media that is completely beholden to power. And we have an opening that WikiLeaks has filled to present the information the public needs. And what a combination that would be, Mike! WikiLeaks and the people's legislature. They can be informed.
Well, it would be their regard. You know, as we'd pass a law that's what would be sure to happen. It wouldn't be accidental. These are things the American people would thirst for, but they're not aware of it. One case, or they can't do anything about it. Just like the whole nuclear threat. What can the people do about it? When you get the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that said, this is our #1 priority at the Pentagon. What can the people do about it? The people running for president of the United States and the various candidates, who talks about this? Who even says that they're going to try to do something about it? To my knowledge, maybe Tulsi Gabbard, and I think Warren at this point is talking about trying to bridle the military-industrial complex, but they won't be able to do it. I don't care if they get elected. They won't be able to do it. There's no way to overcome the control of mainstream media by Wall Street and the military-industrial complex. And if you don't believe me, just look back at history. We like to say that, well, things got screwed up just short, a couple, 3 years ago, maybe a decade ago. I got to tell you, we've been screwed up from the day we left the Philadelphia Convention in 1787. The whole thing was designed then for the elites, designed by the elites to function on a continuous basis. And when people stand there, they have such reverence for the founders and what they did in the Constitution. My God, they were slaveholders who put slavery in for infinity in the Constitution. And so tell me how great they are. You know, they did form a government, and the only reason they formed a government like they did was because the government that they had, the Articles of Confederation, the government was falling apart. And since they were the property owners in the community, they were the ones that would suffer the greatest loss. So they finally wrote a constitution to, one, protect their property. And when you say, well, there were such geniuses, my God, the Troika, the checks and balances were written 50 years earlier, more than 50 years earlier, by Montesquieu. So, you know, being slaveholders, they had a lot of time to read and study and reflect because they didn't have to do any work. And as far as supervising your slaves, they had overseers who walked around with truncheons in their hand. So no, I have understanding of the founding fathers, but I've never been carried away with the fact that they walked on water. And of course, what they've left us is a legacy where the elites can automatically perpetuate their power. And that's what has to change. And the only way it will change is if we can empower the people to make laws. Law is the central element of civilization. We live and die by the law. And now the only people that can make law are our representatives. And they have a monopoly on the process. And in the Constitution, the sovereignty of the people is not even addressed, or any procedures to change the Constitution. Now, they did make one mistake, the founders, because at the Constitution, it starts out, we, the people, do ordain. Now, that is an admission that all power flows from the people. But then that's it. They don't go any further than that admission. And that was just to cover their backside in what they had done in secret. So when you study this stuff, it is absolutely hilarious. And I say that in a negative sense, that it's absolutely hilarious how we've been had. We've been had by the leadership from the get-go, and even before our government was formed, because that's when you had societies that were tied into anarchy. So, well, people say, well, there's been some progress. Sure, there's been progress. In fact, I would admit overwhelmingly that civilization today has never been better off. Truly hasn't. Scientific advancement in all the fields and all the metrics have advanced. And so now you have a situation that we are advancing into the 21st century, and it's awe-inspiring as what we're living through. But then again, you look at our form of governance, that's 300 years old, and there's been no advancement. And so now you see the dislocation that takes place in society, where we have a governing process that is out of date, hasn't been changed for 300. And then we have a scientific community that is advancing with discovery and change. Little wonder that our civilization has a dislocated situation. And of course, the only answer to that is to advance the structure of governance from it was in 300 years ago to the present day. And of course, that would be to do not what Dr. Fukuyama said, which was representative government was the end of history. He was dead wrong. The end of history is when the people are sovereign and exercise the main tool of that sovereignty, and that is lawmaking. That's my case, Joe.
I like it, Mike. Do you think that a people's legislature could amend existing laws? And the one I have in mind is the Espionage Act, which has a section in.
Listen, yeah. Joe, that's the first thing you and I would do. We would turn around and then, well, we'd get the other VIPs in our organization, Ray McGovern and others, and we would put forth an initiative. Now, let me show you how that would work. And it's worth taking the time. So we want to write a law. Now, to my knowledge, none of us are attorneys. So what we would do is we would call up the Electoral Trust, the Citizens Trust, and ask them to assign an attorney to us to help draft our proposal that you just articulated. After the proposal is drafted and they show it to us, we're the sponsors. And then if we like it, we say, okay, fine. Now it's in proper legalese. It's not a violation of the Constitution. And so what's the next step? Now that cost of the drafting is paid for by the trust. It's not, we don't pay for it. But in order to qualify our legislation, we have to have a poll. Now that's going to become our cost. And so a national poll would probably take maybe $30,000. So we got to go raise $30,000. But if we're going to be writing a federal law, we should be able to raise that kind of money. The purpose of the poll is to qualify our legislation. Now, what does that mean? We pick a polling company. We give all the information about the poll to the trust. They have to approve it. And then after they approve it, we go forward with the poll. And how we qualify? 40% of the people in the poll must say in the affirmative that they would like this legislation to go before the people. 40%. So the crazy legislation that you see introduced in Congress all the time can't happen here. 40% of the people have to agree before this legislation is taken up by the trust. As soon as that takes place, then the trust opens a website which shows who the sponsor, that our veto would be in there, where we get our funding. All of this would be on this website so that people could see what's going on with what we're doing. Now, the next thing that happens is, like in the Congress, we have a public hearing, and the trust assigns us to this, a hearing officer, and that person covers the hearing, and we go testify for it. People can testify against it, and we bring in expert testimony. Now, after the hearing record is done, we then proceed to a deliberative committee, which is like a subcommittee in the Congress, where the legislation is assigned to a committee. The committee studies it in depth, and then it proceeds back to the full body to be voted on yes or no as a product of the study that was done. We do the same thing. The trust will turn around initially, right at the beginning, will create a pool of civically minded people, several thousand across the country, so that from this pool, the trust will draw people to put them on a committee, and this committee will then research and discuss and deliberate on the legislation. And by a 2/3 vote, this committee would have the power to change the legislation, and it goes forward. After keep in mind, the hearing record, the deliberated committee record, both of those are sent to the relative legislative body. If it's at a local government, be it a city council, the state government, state legislature, at the federal level, information would be delivered to the Congress, and the Congress would have 90 days to vote on this legislation publicly in an advisory capacity. That way, we get the benefit of the Congress in this regard. And if they don't like it, fine. If they like it, if we respect some of the people, we can go along. Now, after that's done, at the time that it's sent to the Congress, and they have 90 days to vote in an advisory capacity, then that legislation is scheduled for election. And on the date of the election, the citizens would have 1 week, 7 days, 24 hours a day to vote on it. And if you're anywhere in the world, you could vote through the technology that we would be employing, and you could vote yes or no on the subject. Now, realize that what happens is that if this is an election that takes a week long, then you can only deal with 52 federal pieces of legislation in a year, 52 state, 52 local. And so after the vote is done, now keep in mind, if you're amending the Constitution, this would take 2 votes. But if you're just passing a law, and let's say only 50 million people show up, then it's the majority of the 50 million people who voted for the law. Then the law becomes the law of the land. That's the process, which is more detailed and more, in my mind, more ethical and more visible than any other legislative body that I know of in the world. And I've been at this, studying this, and developing this for the last 25 years. Now, that's just if you want, Joe, you can ask me a question, or I can really tell you how we're going to get this enacted into law.
Well, I'll ask you one question, and then you can tell us how you can enact it into law. And the question is, what you're saying is they could, the people in that process you just described could change an existing law like the Espionage Act to, let's say, strike Section E out, which makes it a crime to merely
strike out the whole thing. Joe, strike out the whole thing. We don't need an Espionage Act.
I know. Well, that's
this is ridiculous. This was put in place by Woodrow Wilson, who I accuse of destabilizing the 20th century. You know, he should have never gone to war in Europe, and so this is the work of the patriarchy of Woodrow Wilson. So no joke, the Espionage Act, we wiped the whole thing out. We just don't. We set a new standard. Now people would do this. American people don't support the Espionage Act. This was done for a ridiculous purpose. Woodrow Wilson was putting the likes of Norman Thomas in jail for making a speech against the war. I've made 100 speeches against the war, and so have you, Joe, and I'm sure many of the people who are listening to us have made speeches against war. But no, Woodrow Wilson used this Espionage Act to put people into jail so they wouldn't oppose, quote, his war. And that set the whole century on fire, and we're carrying forth that legacy today. And it's an imperial legacy at that. So
no doubt about that. Without the Espionage,
you and I are going to put legislation before the American people, and they'll vote for it and get rid of it. That'd be the least that they'll do.
And then they couldn't use it against Julian Assange. But we'd have to act. How?
We would, first off, we could vote that Julian Assange has rendered great service to the communications process for a functioning democracy. And as a result, we would cast a medal that would recognize his great contribution. And then we would first off, we would dispel the climate of putting people like Assange and others in jail. Now, here you say, well, the judiciary. Well, let me tell you how we'll handle the judiciary. I've got friends that would work with me, and Joe, I'm sure you'll join us. And what we're going to say is that the federal judiciary is limited to 2 terms of 6 years, meaning 12 years. And so the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals, the federal judges would all be limited to 12 years. You're either up or you're out. And that would be the way we would handle the judiciary. And that's an easy thing to say. How many Americans would join us on that who have some knowledge of how unfortunate and how corrupt and how dysfunctional the judiciary is in this country? When you can get a judge that could take Chelsea Manning and put her in jail in a de facto, it's appalling. It is appalling. And I've had my run-ins with the judiciary. Luckily, Nixon failed and I didn't go to jail, but he sure as hell tried to put me in jail along with Daniel Ellsberg.
Well, that's right. Well, that's an interesting point you make, because even after the Supreme Court ruling, which said it was illegal for the government, Nixon Justice Department, to exercise prior restraint against the Times and the Post and other newspapers, they could not tell them not to publish something, but that afterward, after publication, the majority of the court in the Supreme Court in the Pentagon Papers case said they could prosecute you. And as Dan Ellsberg was telling me just a couple of weeks ago, there was in fact a grand jury impaneled in Boston to try to get 2 reporters at the New York Times. And that failed, he says, because his own case collapsed. So we came that close to reporters being indicted for publishing classified information, because that damn thing is on the books, where there's no exception made for the media. It just says anyone who's authorized, unauthorized to possess classified information and or disseminates that can be charged under the Espionage Act. That has to be stricken out or at least challenged on First Amendment grounds. But that's the law right now, and the people could create a new law or amend that, or as you say, revoke that Espionage Act if they had the power to do it.
And of course, what we would do is recognize Julian Assange as a publisher, and he's not. And that, it just frosts me no end that the New York Times today or the Washington Post, they're not the journals that they were during the earlier time. And so here the New York Times does publish secret material, and nobody's raising that case. But why wouldn't the New York Times step forward and protect Julian Assange by writing editorials about it? Shame on them. Just shame on them for not rising up to really defend. Because what's going on with Julian Assange is a total violation of what is free communications in our society. And if Julian Assange has done anything, they say, oh, it's terrible that he reveals so much secrets. We have too damn many secrets in our society today. And that's a way for the dysfunctional and the incompetent and the evil to cover up what they've been done. The cover up of our torturing system and our renditions with these other countries. And I got to tell you, you think that there's no more rendition systems? I know enough about intelligence that I'll tell you there's still some rendition systems out there that we're associated with, and they still torture people. You know, just look at what's going on in Egypt and a few other countries.
Torture is already, of course, against the U.S. law, international law, and U.S. law. The U.S. ratified, the Senate ratified the Convention Against Torture, and yet it certainly happened during the Bush administration. We have no doubts about that. And how could a people's legislature deal with a law that already exists, that's a good law, but is not being obeyed?
Well, how the people would do it, if the courts don't enjoin that, let's say you've got a federal court in the District of Virginia that does not, you bring a case there, and they don't do anything about it, you just wipe out that court. You got to keep in mind that when the people become lawmakers, they are in partnership with representative government, but they are the senior partners. They are the ones that we, the people, do ordain. And so my theory will be that once we empower the people, that we will see representative government really shape up and behave and do the right thing. That's a win-win. But if they don't do the right thing, the people have the power to then just disband it. I mean, that's the whole issue involved, that the people are sovereign, and we don't realize what that means. That means we can create a new government. Never mind just doing laws. We can create a new government with amendments to the Constitution. And that, the first thing, but that's exactly how we've survived in society. All political power flows from the people. And it's the tyrants and it's the elite that have controlled this power of the people to their particular advantage. But now that we have the technology and the level of maturity, that can all change. It couldn't change back in Cromwell's time or in Jefferson's time, but it can change today because we have the technology to bring it about. So I don't. Maybe other people who are listening to this might want to comment or ask me questions, but I got to tell you, I've traveled over the last 25 years to a lot of law schools, and I've put forth this thesis of the people's sovereignty to create everything or change everything, and I've never had a professor lay a glove on it. In fact, no debate at all. I get some crazies that question it, but they have no argument to make. Is there something wrong with the people being sovereign? Who else is there? We're sovereign not because the Constitution, it doesn't say it, would have said it, but no, we're sovereign by the fact that we're born human. That's what makes us sovereign, is the fact that we're human beings. Homo sapiens. That's the sovereign. And so everything flows from there. And now which we have the technology to be able to organize the people here, there's no way that the people could come into the judiciary. It's not structured that way. There's no way that the constituency to 100 million, 200 million can come into the operation of the executive. It's not structured that way. But there is a way for 100 million or 200 million people to come in as legislators, as members of the legislature of the people, and with all the technology and the rules it takes to become a lawmaker. And since law is the center of civilization, them's that makes the laws control the civilization. And we would be setting up a process where the people make the laws, and if the rest of civilization doesn't comport to this advancement, then the people can make that correction.
Mike, we can certainly dream about this.
Well, wait a second. Joe, it's not a dream. We got 26 million people that have gone to the website. This was a dream a month ago, but it's not a dream now. And like I say, we had 4 cameras filming. Do you remember? Do you remember the rock video that took place back in?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we did a new rock video. This was the kids that Hull designed this. And so what it is the last time I was going and went to pick up a rock and throw it in the water. Well, the rock got bigger and bigger. So I had to use 2 hands. Well, this time I can't do that. I can't pick up any kind of a rock to speak of. And so what we've done is I pick up a small rock and throw that in. But with the cameras, they focus on the other guy, one of the kids throwing a rock in the water. It has a big splash. And so what you see me doing is walking to pick up the rock with my cane. So what has 10 years done to me? It's made me 10 years older. And so, I'm essentially next month, I'm going to be 89 years old.
Well, Mike, I hope if you get in the debates, you don't walk out on the stage with a cane.
I will. I'll walk out on a cane, and if I got to hit somebody, I'll have to have my cane. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm 89 years old. If I meet the 65,000 people, 20 different states, I'm going to go. And my wife and I joke that maybe she would hold, because when I walk around outside with the cane, we hold hands. Well, so holding hands, it's a love expression, but also it's to keep me standing and walking. But I'd be delighted to walk on stage with a cane, and if the debates go on too long and it's standing, I'll just ask somebody to bring out a chair so I can sit down and listen to this. But I will not be silenced. I know the message I want to get across, and it's an important message, and these kids share in that message with me. Now, I noticed we got several. The lady Elizabeth was smiling, and
I want to get Elizabeth. There you go. Okay.
Nice to be here. Nice to hear you, Mike.
Very good, Elizabeth. What's your comment on what I'm saying?
I think it's fantastic, and I think go ahead with the cane. It sounds like a great plan.
You could use it you could use the hook on the cane to pull someone off the stage as well. The way you took on Biden and Obama and Hillary in that debate of 2008, which everyone should go to YouTube and see that when Mike really went after those guys and that woman. Would love to see you on that debate again, and at least put these ideas out there. That's the idea of your campaign, of course.
Very much so. Very much so.
And anything you can do to support Assange, and anything you say or write right now would be welcomed, of course, even before the people have the right to make a law to protect him or to change existing laws.
The experience, keep in mind what we're talking about is changing the nature of human governance. Now, it's not an ego trip for me. I've been working at this for 25 years, but I know what I have my hands around. And what I have my hands around is to be able to alter the nature of human governance. And not only in the United States, we pass this in the United States, it'll go around the world like wildfire. And you'll be surprised that at some point in time, the leadership of China is going to have to accommodate the people who, as a result of their prosperity, have changed their attitudes. And so They're not dumb people. They will change their attitude. So let's see where this takes us. And anybody within the sound of my voice that will have a question. And I noticed Vivian is getting up and down, is getting her earphones in there. Maybe she'd have a question, Joe. I don't want to, like I say, I'm embarrassed that I do such a filibustering to explain it because it's so technical, but that's the only way that I can transmit it is to explain it. It takes time.
Of course, Switzerland already has a system similar to yours. Now, Vivian, come in, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mike, I've been listening. Actually, I've been listening for the last couple of hours. I think it's brilliant, and I really do hope that you get enough people to support you so that you can get into the debate, because I don't know about you, but I don't think I've heard any politicians ever say we need to give the power to the people and do anything about it. So I hope that you're going to make a tremendous argument on our behalf, Mike.
Well, you're right. What politicians say is, vote for me and I empower you. Well, that is bullshit. They're not empowered. And so vote for me, empowered. We have to empower the people. Let me repeat. The center of civilization is law. It's through law which we govern ourselves. And so whoever makes the laws determines how we're governed. Right now, representative government has a monopoly on lawmaking, which we give them on election day. It's not that they've earned it. We give it to them on election day. And we think that they're going to do something with the law to benefit us. Hell no. They're reaching out there to get that money to pay for the campaign, to persuade us and manipulate us to vote for them. And so what happens is that's all you've done. The view when people protest, what they're saying is that they don't believe in democracy, because protesting is not a device. Lawmaking is the device. So if you want to change the policies that are existent, what you have to do is to become a lawmaker. And then you do it on a majoritarian basis. And the elites here, I got to tell you, once the elites wake up to what we're doing with this, I got to tell you, it's going to be an all-out battle, and who knows? But I'll tell you, we can win, because we don't need the elites to fund this operation. All we need is compete. Believe me, the election that I'm talking about, this national election, will cost several $100 million. So, but here again, if the people decide that they want to be empowered, then they'll have to put up the money to be empowered. If we need, let's say, 80 million people, and we had an experiment about 10 years ago where we found that in the voting, that 10% of the people would donate $1, $2, $3, and only 10%. The others would just vote. So now if you say we're going to get 80 million people to vote, and they got that's $160 million that you got coming in to pay for the election. And that's just the dynamic that will take place as this goes forward is to be imagined. I have my own views on this because I've spent 25 years thinking about it. And the legislation that I've written, the Constitutional Amendment and the Legislative Procedures Act, I got to tell you, this was 25 years in the writing of it. And I tried to make no compromises that set up the ideal process. Because if it's going to take this much of an effort to get it enacted into law, let's go for the ideal, no compromise. And so because of my experience in the legislature, both in the Senate and being Speaker of the House in Alaska, and my experience with initiative legislation, where I've conducted 2 initiatives in the United States. So I've got experience in that regard. And so I've just been driven by this idea that the answer lies with the people, not with the leadership.
We should mention,
Mike,
that there are 26 U.S. states, I believe, that already have an initiative system. So people, like in California, where you are, can write their own laws and have it put on a ballot. So this is not a fantasy, a complete fantasy. It already exists on the state level. You're talking about it on a federal level.
Yeah, let me address that, Joe. what they did is these states that have done it, and I've operated in 2 of the states. What they did is they copied the Swiss model at the turn of the century. This started in 1898, and up until the First World War, we had about 12, 15 states that had enacted what they called IRR laws: initiative, referendum, and recall. And so this was a new experience for them. You don't need, we did, and of course, they're very imperfect laws. Each state is a little different. And there's been a continuous effort to sabotage these laws by representatives. So what you have today is basically only 12 states that do initiatives, but with any frequency. In addition to that, everybody recognized that it's now it's a millionaire's game, because in California, it takes upwards of $600,000 to even get qualified for the initiative to be placed on the ballot. And so it gets worse than that. What the flaw of that legislation, and of course I had the benefit of studying that legislation and that process to be able to correct the flaws in the process that I'm talking about. But what's gone on is what the Swiss mistake was, and the Swiss do it nationally, and it works reasonably well. And what they did is they did not separate the people's lawmaking process from the representative government lawmaking process, because the representatives have a motive to do away or sabotage the people's making process because it dilutes their power. Now, whether it's in Switzerland, it dilutes the power of representative government whenever the people get on their hind legs and try to do something by initiative. So that's right. And that's what's gone on in the United States. That's what's gone on in every locale in the world where they've tried to do this. Here, Germany, in their constitution, has the whole provision for initiative legislation. It's hardly used because it's not in the interest of representative government. You got to keep in mind, we give, whether it's a parliamentary system or a constitutional system, we give a monopoly to these people to make laws. And that's law, and that's the central power of governance. We give that away. What I'm saying, take that back and do it in a very intelligent process that's been really thought out. I can't tell you how I became aware over the years that, oh, we got to change that. And then I had a board of directors that was very involved in helping me vet this process as we have. And I've spoken on it for years on the academic circuit. And I want to repeat, nobody's ever laid a glove on a concept. In fact, we had a professor from Harvard, one from Yale, one from Princeton, and one from Georgetown, and they all agreed that the people have this sovereign power to change their government at will. Of course, all they're doing is quoting James Madison.
Let me point out that when Mike was in the Senate, he made a speech. When I was researching the book that Mike and I wrote, I came across a speech Mike made in the Senate in which he talked about this in general, vague terms. So he was already thinking about this even when he was a representative in the government. And then, of course, he was given the Pentagon Papers by Dan Ellsberg, who was on our Vigil Friday night with Elizabeth, to read into the congressional record. So he was acting in many ways like WikiLeaks does. You took a leak from someone who had been an employee of the Defense Department, or at least Rand Corporation, working on this Pentagon Papers, and you made it public. You were the first WikiLeaks, Mike. One of the first.
Well, I'm sure there's been some over time, but there's no question that that my attitude towards government, even as a kid, I really questioned authority. And that's what Ellsberg was doing, and I was honored to join him in that effort. And of course, Ellsberg was very clear that he was doing this because he wanted to contribute to ending the war in Vietnam. And I was too. That was the motivation. That's why I was filibustering the draft at the time, because the draft is what Lyndon Johnson used to get 500,000 soldiers over there in Vietnam. And so we forced the end of the draft, but unfortunately, there's always unintended consequences. And so you had Prince set up a private army and contract with the United States government to be part of the war in Iraq.
Privatization of war. So your this filibuster is over, Mike. Let Vivian ask you a question.
Please.
Well, actually, it's really perhaps strikingly naive to someone of your experience, but I just really feel that unless we decentralize everything, decentralize education, and bring us back to really what America was when the revolution did happen, which was, you know, people wanting to live their own lives in the spirit of America, right? Whatever religion they wanted to practice, whatever kind of education they wanted to have. I mean, true libertarianism. So I fear that even if the people did have the power to make laws, it would need to be almost in a community level, because, you know, if you've got a bunch of Orthodox Jews in Brooklyn, they're going to want something very, very, very different from, you know, some, I don't know, seriously Christian Baptists. You know, they're going to want different laws, very different laws. And of course, you then have the same problem of having some kind of lobbyist and social engineering still operating, unless you change the entire way that the mainstream media works, or indeed how people get their information, and change all of the tech giants and how they, selectively remove information from the internet. I mean, there's so many ways in which people can be influenced. So, that's why I sort of feel that the more things are decentralized, the more chances people are going to have to live the way they want to live, and most important, to not have some giant, sweeping, oppressive, big government. So I'm curious whether I'm not addressing your statement, or whether I'm just adding to the problems. But that's what I see. I see we need to decentralize, and we need to get much, 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 much smaller government.
Let me address that. First off, it's a beautiful articulation that you just put forward.
That's great. Gracious of you, sir. Thank you.
I'm setting you up, Powell.
Oh, really? Oh, you're going to knock me down. Okay.
No, what it is here, the last thing first, the Jewish community controls our foreign policy with respect to the Middle East. So it can't get any worse than that. And so that's the situation right now. Now, when you say we need small government, that comes from the founding fathers. I would rather say we need the size of government that's required to do various things. Small, big, makes no never mind. That's the government is the only tool we have to act collectively. So if you say, well, we want a small government, we don't want to act collectively, that's part of the problems we have right now, is we don't address these problems in a collective fashion. Now, you did say something that I agree with, and that is decentralization, like with respect to education. One of the problems we have with education is it's paid for by property taxes. So you have this disparity between the levels of education that we have in this country. Education should be central, and it should be paid for entirely by the government, from preschool to a PhD. So now let's go back to a little bit your impressions of history, about the founders of this country. I got to tell you, they were a bunch of religious nutcases. The Puritans in Massachusetts, I mean, they were hanging women like you from fence posts. As witches, or burning you up.
Actually,
so I got to tell you.
I think I would have been more offended by the sleeping arrangements, where I would have had to have had a board between me, and I would have had sex through a hole in my nightgown. That would have been more offensive to me.
Well, those were called bundling boards. because you didn't have enough places to stay overnight as you traveled. So they probably only had 3 beds and they had 10 people on the coach. And so
no. This was actually a practice of the Protestants, is that they felt it was very sinful to see each other naked or indeed to touch by accident. So they had a board down the middle of their marriage.
Oh, I'm familiar. Let me tell you, they're called bundling boards. That's what they're called.
They are. Oh.
They're called bundling boards. But you got to keep in mind that the people in Massachusetts were so oppressive religiously that if you didn't believe the kind of God that they interpreted, hell, they'd either burn you, hang you, or chase you out. How do you think Rhode Island got started? How do you think Pennsylvania got started? They're all chased away from Massachusetts because they didn't quite believe the way the people in Massachusetts thought was the way to believe. So we've had a whole history of religious suppression in the United States. They call it the Great Awakening that took place around the beginning of the country. We had another Great Awakening that took place about towards the end of the last century. And we're now in a Great Awakening with the crazies, the evangelicals, who really want to see the support Israel because they think that we're on the verge of the second coming. And so this is
I think what you're describing is actually where I should qualify what I'm saying. I think that we need fundamental that we can agree upon, like, for instance, the freedom of the press, right? Where no faction can, lop off our freedom to have information and to have free speech. And I see my friend Sean O'Brien over there, who we had the most awesome conversation earlier. I guess.
How would you do that? How would you do that?
How would I do what?
Well, you just said you wanted freedom with respect to communications. How would you do that?
Well, I guess it's a bit of a damn problem right now. When I was talking to Jack I'm never going to get that man's name. Jack Posobiec. Somebody help me. Jack Posobiec.
Whatever. Jack is good enough.
Posobiec. Anyway, he was saying that actually the tech companies are so big now that it's sort of hard to take them on. And in fact, Sean was talking about that too. They have, in fact, he was saying that Google has, an entire plan for the whole global system. So we've actually got technology that we're going to have to do some serious fencing with or sword fighting in order to get any kind of freedom on this planet. But look, I don't want to, take all your lovely painting and go like that. So I'm just going to shut up.
Well, but here, pose this question. What you're saying is these things you'd like to see happen. And the question I was posing to you, how do you think you're going to bring about these changes?
Oh, I see.
You can change it. Listen, you can change this by law. You can change this by law. But do you have the ability to make a law, to vote on a law?
Yeah, well, right now we haven't got the ability to wipe our own bottoms without somebody monitoring it, so I'm not sure.
Well, but there is. I've just spent a half hour, almost 3/4 of an hour, outlining how you can be a lawmaker, and you and I can join with other people and propose legislation to accomplish what you want in terms of more libertarianism in certain areas. If we
you're right. You're right. I wasn't thinking about what you were saying. And I would say then, in which case, the number one first laws that we have to pass are certainly laws that protect us from the tech giants. That's for sure.
Well, here, we've got Warren from Massachusetts, Senator Warren. I like her plan of unwinding all of these mergers, okay? That's a way to break them up. And there are other ways, but it would take a law to do that. And if you think that Warren's going to get her plan enacted into law, then I've got another bridge to sell you, because that's not going to happen. These large corporations control our society, and our ability to alter that control can only rest not with representative government, because they own the representatives. And if you just look at their voting record, you'll see that. The only way is if we can find a way, and I have a whole process in detail to bring about a legislature of the people, and then the people here, you can't believe that there's millions of people that share your exact views, millions. And so what's wrong is they have no vehicle to turn their beliefs, as you have no vehicle or I have no vehicle to turn our beliefs into law unless we do it as a constituency of the whole, making laws in this legislature of the people that I'm talking about.
Okay, so let me talk to you further. How are we going to pay for it? Because we're
how are we going to pay for it? Well, wait a second, stop a minute. How are we going to pay for it? How do you pay for the crap that's going on right now? How are you paying for a whole nuclear refurbishment of $2 trillion? How do you pay for that? The government just appropriates the money. And so
yeah, hello. Remember my comment about let's get rid of big government. Yeah.
Well, here you got big corporations, big government, and so I don't lock into big government. I lock into the form of government that meets the problem that we have to face collectively. Now, how would you do that if the people are entitled to make laws and they choose to have a big government for education? That means that the federal government is the one that funds all education. If they choose to vote for a single-payer health care, then I'm for that big government. I really am, because that's the answer. Here, and so if you're talking about health care, but now here, we have big government right now, and it doesn't work for us.
Hi.
Susie's saying hi. Hi, Mike.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, I'll pull back.
Oh, no, Mike.
Mike
I'm
and
happy
me
to
were
see
having
you.
a wrestling match.
Oh, I might
Sorry,
just grab my headset. Hold on. I'll just plug my headset in. Hold on.
That's it. Yeah, I was having a nice wrestling match with Mike.
Well, look, I think there's no bigger government than the military-industrial complex. So if you want to get rid of the military-industrial complex, there's your big government gone.
Yeah.
I want to get rid of the military-industrial complex. How do you think?
I have no.
Pardon me. How should we do it?
How do we get rid of the military-industrial complex?
Yes.
I think we decommission the lot and we pull their funding. So in my study of...
Wait a second, stop there. You're going to cut off their funding.
Oh, absolutely. That's what they say in their own documents that they're petrified of. So, for example, the NSA has what they call the NSA Congressional Liaison Office, and that is where the conduit by which they control the flow of information about what's happening inside the agency to the congressional overseers. And in their documents relating to the practices of and processes of their office, they specifically state to NSA employees that the reason that information must be channeled only through the few employees in their office is to ensure that there is, in their words, no adverse effect on their funding.
That's right. But
so if they're scared of the money pipeline being cut off, let's cut it off.
What you're suggesting then is that the adverse affecting their funding, you'd like to see that take place so that we see some adverse affecting on their funding. My question to you is, how do you do that? How do you cut off their funding? Because I've looked at history of the last 300 years, and I haven't seen any improvement in the structure of government to accomplish what you want and what everybody else wants.
Well, why I don't understand why cutting their funding is a problem, personally.
Wait a second. It is a problem. Show me anybody that's cut it.
Right, but I mean, show me anybody that's had citizen-initiated law, across the board passing. I mean, we need to do new things because doing old things is going to get the same result that we've already got. I think
I buy that completely, and that's what I'm advocating: is that we turn around and institute a legislature of the people, whereby the people would be able to make laws, and if the people want to cut the funding for nuclear, for whatever you want, the people can do this. You and I can form a committee to introduce legislation, go through the legislative process that exists in the Legislative Procedures Act, and then if it's joined by people in the majority who vote and turn out to vote, then it becomes the law of the land. We've cut their funding, but you'll never cut their funding under the present structure because they control our society. They control our government, they control our society, they control our religions. I mean, it's all controlled by the elites in society. And if you think that we have any process in the past to alter that, never happened. It hasn't happened since Oliver Cromwell.
Mike, one of the principal tools that they use, though, the military-industrial complex, in cooperation with mainstream media and everything else, is they generate situations which they then claim to solve that problem with the military. So what prevents them from creating another 9/11 or pretending that there's weapons of mass destruction? I mean, our biggest problem is that people get frightened, and they have the whole puppet show, scary, how many times did they play 9/11, to make us really goddamn frightened of what was happening. And that's the biggest problem, is that people are not suspicious enough. Christ almighty, we're all still fighting to even get somebody to reinvestigate 9/11 or acknowledge that it was a completely obvious false flag. So,
the other side of that coin is
it's an inside job.
How many times have they assassinated a revolutionary or a civic leader? I mean, how many times?
But here, what's really a little bit discouraging for me is to hear the definition of the problem, but not a solution to the problem.
Yeah, I know.
This is where you wait a second. Let me finish. This is where you get the pundits. They describe this problem in their books and their academic papers, and at the end of their description of the problem, they say the people should and the government should. And that's a nostrum that's ridiculous, because the government isn't going to solve this problem. It's only the people that can solve this problem. And that's what's difficult for me to persuade people that what I'm suggesting is out of the box. And there's nobody that has any experience in this area, a little bit with the initiative process in various countries. But to really accept the concept that you can be a lawmaker joining with a majority of the people to correct the ills of society, whether it's going to war, whether it's the military-industrial complex, whether it's the climate change. All these things have to be addressed, but they're not being properly addressed today. And so you have to ask yourself, well, why are they not properly being addressed? For the obvious reason that the people who are suffering the consequences of all of this have not exercised their sovereign power. And the sovereign power you have is the right to make laws, but you give that power away on election day to representatives who hold a monopoly on lawmaking. I'm trying to break that monopoly and have that power exercised by the people. And so, but it's not a simple process. It's a complicated process. The governance is a complicated process. And so simple nostrums, well, we should do that. We should do that. Give me a break. We should do a lot of things, but we don't have the power to do it. And I'm talking about getting the power to the people to do it. Does that help?
So where does the enforcement come from is what my question would be. I mean, we've seen, the Icelandic Revolution and the citizens-initiated constitution in Iceland. We have seen some people have some experience of citizen-initiated government through movements like Occupy. We, despite how they ended, there was that practice of citizens coming together and deciding collaboratively on things and having relatively equal power in a horizontal power structure. We have worked in Internet Party, we worked on citizens initiated legislation, and some places by referendum there is to a certain extent the ability to pass laws from the grassroots, though it's obviously problematic and few and far between. But then the question becomes, how do you enforce it? So at the end of the day, how do you enforce it?
Well, you enforce it this way. If the executive, doesn't enforce the law, you wipe out the executive. Now, how do you do that? You've got constitutional powers to change the structure of government. So if you choose, you can see when the people come into the process of governance as lawmakers in partnership with representative government, then the people are the senior partners. So if the junior partner doesn't act properly, you just correct it. You could wipe out the Senate. You could do away with the Supreme Court if you wanted to. You see, you have to become adjusted to the fact that what you are as sovereign, you're made sovereign by birth as Homo sapiens. You're sovereign. Now it's a question of organizing that sovereignty for acting legislatively, because let me go back to what I was saying earlier. The law is the central tool of human governance. Law. So whoever makes the law determines how we are governed. And what I'm saying that it's not wishful thinking. I have a process to bring about the ability, 100 million people, this could be done worldwide with today's technology, that the people would make the law. And if those who you say enforce, and they don't enforce it, you get rid of their office. You get here, you have an English accent. I don't know if if you're in Britain, but what I'm applying applies to parliamentary systems as well as constitutional systems. And it's that simple. The parliament controls the law. You don't, so you have to become an elected member of the parliament. The same thing with us. You get to the Senate, boy, I can make laws, but then it's corrupted by the people who paid for the way to get me here. It's corrupted by their control of the legislative bodies themselves. So the elites own us lock, stock, and barrel, and have since the beginning of time. And so when you look back to the Constitution, and we Americans love to revere the Constitution. I mean, there are a bunch of slavers that were trying to put slavery into law for infinity. And so is this something to be proud of? Sure, they set up a government, but they set up a government where it's controlled by the elites on a continuing basis. They were the elites. They wrote it to protect themselves, and they wrote it in such a way that it continues to this very day. There's no mention of the people being able to make laws in the Constitution. No procedures.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you, Mike, but I'm getting messages that a van of police has showed up at the embassy.
That happened a few minutes ago, or is that did they show up again?
It's on the Rupley feed now. Fleurs just brought it to my attention. I think we could have many, many more conversations about this to get to the bottom of it, but we also need to bring it back to Julian and his situation. I was hoping that we would wrap this vigil with a great talk about how people power really made a difference in the last 4 or 5 days. But we also need to be really conscious of the fact that Julian is in as much physical peril as he ever has been before. Cassandra is at the embassy right now and is supposed to be on the stream with us. Elizabeth, I'll show you what I'm seeing here in Mod's chat. I'm just going to screen share. I'm going to screen share and show you what I've been seeing.
And not to belittle that. I mean, it was definitely that was
so
about
this is
I believe.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this type of vehicle with this many officers in it. Like previously, it's been just sedans.
No, definitely very serious. Cassandra said that one of them had a ski mask on. So,
Oh, for
I mean,
God's
very serious. Yeah, no, my only reason of pointing out that it was 15 minutes ago is that on Cassandra's live stream of that via Periscope, they drove off. You know, they didn't do anything. So just to kind of let it, you know, we can at least breathe a small sigh of relief that they're not still there, but definitely horrendous and serious. And do you think that that's an escalation in an attempt to almost normalize those types of, like for example, we saw repeatedly these armed officers going up to the door of the embassy, sometimes checking the window and then leaving, sometimes going in and then coming out. Is that to make us get used to them doing that, and then eventually it'll be something where they potentially take them out of the embassy and we maybe don't expect it?
I think there's a couple of options there. I think one is that they are applying psychological pressure to Julian. So this is part of the pressure that they've been putting him under for some time, is to keep him on tenterhooks, not knowing what's going to happen any minute, you know, from 1 minute to...
sorry, I just want to say, I'm just watching it live, Susie, and there's a police officer getting out right now.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it very clearly. Yeah, please someone get Cassandra in here, because she's supposed to be in here right now, and she's on the ground at the embassy.
I will try and share the link with her.
If you can share her Periscope to Zoom, go for it. But also try and get her in here so she can give us first-person testimony about what's actually.
Sorry, hang on a second. This was from 47 minutes ago. I was just looking on the Rupley site. I'm trying to find the live feed.
I've got it. I can link it in chat.
Okay, can you do that?
It looks quiet right now. Yeah, it looks okay right now. I mean, obviously that van was very serious looking and very intimidating, but
that van is what we would call in New Zealand a paddy wagon, and I think the UK calls it the same thing, a paddy wagon. And a paddy wagon generally accompanies arrests, and exactly. that's an entire team of officers, and not just one or two or three or four, and not just undercovers.
And as you were debating, as you and Mike were debating, I just want to say that I was reading an article by Craig Murray, who is on the ground at the embassy and has been for a few days. And he was just saying that he was saying in his article that he's just published that that his expectation was that if there was going to be an expulsion, that it would be at 4 a.m. on a Monday, like a Sunday to Monday night. So, maybe this escalation has something to do with that sort of timing, but I don't know.
I hate to say it, but
it's 20 to 5 in the morning
right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is raid time for sure. Thank God we have so many people there on the ground. So I'd say the first thing is that they're trying to apply psychological pressure both to Julian and to his supporters, especially to those who are there on the ground, because they'll be wanting to wear them down as well. Cassandra says that they are on high alert right now.
What's the possibility? Could I ask a question? What's the possibility of mustering an unbelievable crowd to go to the embassy and protest what's going on? I see the tents, so obviously there are some committed people that are staying there. But to really try to organize this, I have a fantasy that the way you get them out is get 100,000 people to go to the embassy, and he sneaks out within the crowd, and he's spirited away to somebody else. But that's fantasy. But it can become reality if enough people were committed. Now, how many people are really committed to help Julian at this point in time at the embassy to see if they can't use their one device or another to try to get him to safety? That's a question.
I think that the feasibility of it is very low. Even if you can get a couple of thousand people there, I think the realistic feasibility of it is very low. I think that when we see 12 officers there, that there's probably something more like 120 in the vicinity. That's a guess. They'll all be heavily armed. They will not think even twice about stomping over anybody in their way if they even believe that Julian has put one limb out of the embassy.
But
they have spent 6 years preparing for this. At this point, I don't really want to talk hypotheticals, but more. I mean, we've been calling on people to go to the embassy for a substantial amount of time. We can continue calling on people to go there.
And amazing people like Cassandra did go there.
Absolutely, people came from all over the world, and we have seen several hundred people there at a time in the last couple of days. We have dozens there around the embassy. The logistics of manning something 24/7 is not insignificant, obviously, and under those conditions, because the conditions alone are enough to be very intimidating for most people. They're intimidated by the surveillance and by the police. They're intimidated by the shows of force and by the media presence. Getting people who feel comfortable to overcome all those things, while many activists are used to dealing with those things, most members of the public aren't, and certainly not at 4 o'clock in the morning on a Monday when they have to get up and take their kids to school and go to work. And this is the entire trap of modern existence, is to remove our ability to do things like that, unfortunately. But right now, I would like to just really, really keep focused on what's actually happening in Ecuador. Cassandra says there is a white flower van that just keeps circling and circling. Craig's piece is called "On the Pavement" with WikiLeaks.
Yeah, he wrote that quote, I stated from the start that if the police were going to move in, the most likely time would be 4 a.m. on Monday morning. There is a thought that the massive media presence occasioned by WikiLeaks' announcement may have succeeded in deterring Moreno from the expulsion. Let us hope that that will prove the case. And then he goes on to say that basically, if when Assange leaves the embassy under whatever circumstances, that the big focus for supporters would be to make sure to counter the narratives that will be spun about why he would be extradited or why he would be prosecuted, because obviously they're going to try and make it about Russiagate, and we know that it's about the Chelsea Manning era publications and possibly Wall 7.
But do you realize that if there was a physical confrontation and violence in trying to protect Julian, that this would ride around the world? Right now, nobody's watching what's going on at the embassy. As far as I can see in the community, Joe Laurie has been waging this vigil, and I've been on it a couple of times, but I don't see any reportage. Now, what I don't know how many people you can muster, but if you had 100 people that were to be attacked or attack the van or attacked if they're going to do something, then that would cause media attention. And what the British government does not want to do is bring any attention to this, period. And so what we have to do, or at least here, my recommendation, and I'm not there, but I tell you, if I had a brother in that situation, I would try to muster a crowd to go there and confront the military. There's going to be some hits on the head, but the violence will bring attention to the fact of Julian's imprisonment within the embassy. And so that's just the only solution I can think of. You can count the van going around the block all you want, but somebody's got to confront it. And maybe somebody could take some spikes and put it in front of the van so they blow their tires. There's just a whole host of things. Really,
that's
I'm
one
serious.
of the things I've been asking a lot of the guests about over the course of this vigil is how can we get the type of energy we see at the Yellow Vest protests and other similar very energetic protests to go to the embassy and do exactly what you're saying, because we see 21 weeks of Yellow Vest protests in France. We need that type of dedication and energy in front of the embassy. I completely
we see 21.
I don't know if using violence would be the best image at this point. That's my comment, Mike. I mean, there's anger here. There's no question.
Right.
Well, what's going to get attention? What's going to get attention in the global media on what the British government is doing?
I agree, but I think if it's done first by the police, that's one matter. If the police moved in against people standing in front of the embassy and tried to,
well, that's what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting,
right. But it shouldn't be initiated by, in my opinion, by the supporters, because that would backfire, I think. But the police
that's true. The best thing supporters could do would be to link arms and sit down in a circle around the embassy. I mean, that would be the best thing that they could do. But I mean, I'm an optimist, which is why I build movements and why I try and make change. That I am fundamentally an optimist. I believe we can make a difference and we can make change. And I've seen us make a difference and make change. But I'm a realist when it comes to these protests, and particularly the police capabilities and the police actions, because I've seen that too many times as well. And I've also seen the media response and the media management of it. If the police want to kill all the Wi-Fi in that city block, they'll do it like that, and none of those protesters' phones will work. That's been done to us at Actions. If the police see 100 people there, they'll bring in an LRAD like that, just like they did at No NATO in Chicago, just like they did at Ferguson. And we talk about Paris and 12 weeks of protest, or however 120 days of protest. How many people have been lost hands, been shot and had their eyes shot out of their heads? 200 journalists detained, and I'm sorry, but that's not on the front page of any newspaper in the world, and it's happening right in front of everyone, and the citizen journalist footage is all over social media.
Yeah,
so we may have the ability for our protesters at the embassy to capture footage. I can tell you right now the links they'll have to go through to even get that uploaded and functioning into anybody. Will media cover it if they've been told by the security services this is a no-go, this is a matter of national security? No, they probably won't, and especially not in Britain. Especially not in Britain. It's probably one of the most hostile media territories. So I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist in this sense. I actually think the letting down of tires, hypothetically, is a fantastic idea. I think that non-violent civil disobedience is a fantastic idea. But will it stop them performing an operation that they've been planning for 7 years? Probably not. And that's the reality of the situation. And we have spent a year, this campaign, these vigils, we just hit our 1 year anniversary 2 days ago of running this campaign. We have built and done phenomenal things to get to this point. And we have had the focus of trying to prevent Julian being expelled from the embassy, and for him to be able to achieve his asylum, to realize his asylum as is his due right. I am seriously concerned now that there needs to be some planning into what comes next in the various eventualities. And the stream probably isn't the place for that. I have a little bit of heart in the fact that I know that both WikiLeaks and WikiLeaks legal team will have been doing that strategic planning for a number of years.
Well, if they do take Julian out and transfer him to the United States, then we'll shift the protest to within the United States. But the tragedy of the situation is that, and you're quite right, we saw this with the group that was Wall Street kids, and I spoke at various of their encampments. And after the encampments, when the powers that be decided that they had enough, they just crushed them like a grape overnight. So I understand that situation. I've been there on the barricades, and I know what it takes. And so what I'm saying is, I think I was misunderstood. I wasn't talking about coming in there with weapons. I think that a peaceful movement, people having to be extricated, that just brings attention. It may not bring enough attention, but it's the only thing that we can do until people become lawmakers. But I don't want to go back at that. That's too far out of the box to help Julian at this point in time. Now, it may help him if he's convicted in the United States, which of course that's their intent, and it would be unjust. It's just unjust. He's done no more than what the New York Times has done. So, and of course, I would question that he probably has health problems after this much time in a location like the embassy. So I think pardon me?
I think the problem is, Mike, that you've lived through decades of activism that most of us haven't, and you've lived through decades of activism that had the combination of extreme danger and victories. And I think the difference here is that in my generation of activism, we have had extreme danger and really very few victories. Very few victories. You're absolutely correct in your depiction of what happened to Occupy, how they were crushed so swiftly. And it was like a wave that rolled over 2,000 occupations around the globe. It was not just one. And sorry, Sean, I think you need to mute your mic because I am hearing so much feedback. Or whoever that is needs to mute their mic, please. Thank you. But they didn't just crush the occupations. They crushed the occupations, destroyed the infrastructure, rolled over the people, did mass arrests and whatever else. And then they spent the following 2 to 3 years individually targeting anyone who was of any prominence or significance at every single one of those occupiers, and they sent the intelligence agencies after them, and they picked them off one by one. You see the same thing that happened at Ferguson. There was the big Ferguson protest, there was all the tear gas and the riot police and everything else. But if you look at what happened to the key figures in Ferguson in the following 2 to 3 years, the intelligence agencies came after them and picked them off one by one. The severity of the response by the state is far beyond what is acknowledged in the media. And this is why I'm sitting in a country other than my own country now, because I was not able to even live safely in my own country after years of mass activism and mass movements in New Zealand.
What country is that? What country?
I'm from New Zealand. I'm from supposedly the safest country in the world. but in reality, where US intelligence services operate as if it is US soil, and with total impunity, with complete impunity.
And actually, with some of the
reality
most horrific
today.
black propaganda that I have heard yet, this thing that you tweeted out tonight on New Zealand
Yeah.
TV made me want to vomit. It was worthy of,
Yeah.
seriously, it was worthy of like Nazi Germany in the 1930s.
Yeah.
I actually, what?
You would think that Julian had been to court and had been convicted on 20 charges. They're calling him a crook, a criminal, saying that he's finally getting locked up. Blah 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 blah. It's just absolutely. They said he's on the run with Edward Snowden. Like literally, that's a quote. He's on the run with Edward Snowden. That's a quote from the front page of the New Zealand Herald today. So I'm really not trying to be a pessimist, because one thing, I don't want to deter anyone. I don't want to be a pessimist, but I'm just also trying to tell you the reality of the situation. They are trying to kill Julian. It's not just that they're trying to extradite him. They've been trying to kill him for years. For years. I mean, you look, there's a photo sequence of him from 2011 to 2018, and he looks like he's aged 30 years. And that is because of the treatment that is being meted out to him. And I can tell you now, there will be techniques, electronic and otherwise, technological and otherwise, techniques being employed against his physical person to degrade his physical person, to degrade him at a cellular level, that have never been discussed or acknowledged by anyone, but which are evident if you look at him.
A few of the guests yesterday related Assange's treatment and the fact that he's still alive. They related the fact to, compared it with some of the assassinations in the 1960s, and basically said that if it wasn't for the internet and the way that we are able to support Assange via the internet, that they thought that it was just a speculative thing, that he may not have even lived at this point. Exactly.
So if he wasn't in the Ecuadorian embassy, he would have been assassinated.
And I think that the point there being that that's one of the things that's kept him alive is, the global support, but also the fact that he's had his asylum no matter how torturous it's become over the last 2 years.
And what access to his legal team he has had, as well. So he has had the physical presence of advocates, which he wouldn't have had in that, it would have been an hour a week if he was in Wentworth. And look what happened to him when he was in Wentworth, only for the short time that he was there. The reason he's needed a root canal for all of these years and needed dental treatment was because they were putting slivers of metal into his food so that when he bit on it, it was cracking his teeth open. This is the quality of people that we're dealing with here. And this whole idea that this is going to be a big legal fight that we're all going to throw ourselves behind and everything's going to be like great because the ACLU will get on board and blah, blah, blah. I mean, yes, they put slivers of metal in his food to the person who's asking me. That's how he ended up needing the root canals. This idea that it's going to be a battle like in like one of these like John Grisham movies where you have this big court case and, it's not going to happen like that. Under NDAA, even if he was an American citizen, they don't have to put him in a court of law anymore. There's no guarantee whatsoever that they'll ever let him testify in a court. There's no guarantee they'll even bring charges against him. There are people sitting in gulags, American gulags, who've been there for 17 years, who have not got charges brought against them. That's how foreign nationals are treated. Now, some will say that with the amount of media attention that's generated, that they won't be able to just disappear him like that. But who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, it's not just the police that want him. It's not just the Department of Justice that want him. It's the intelligence agencies that want him. And I think like history and the present tell us how those people operate. They operate outside of the law. They don't operate in a courtroom at all. They operate outside of the law. And I can tell you from living in a Commonwealth country and being persecuted by intelligence agencies in Commonwealth country, they won't even wait until he's on US soil. The second that he's in UK custody will be as good as if he's in Virginia for them. It will make no difference whatsoever. These people don't care about jurisdiction. They don't care about process. And they've waited 7 years. They've waited 7 years to do this term. The hope, I think, the hope here is that with the UN, 3 statements by the UN in his favor in the last 2 days, with the Special Rapporteur on Privacy due to SEM on April 25th, the hope, and that's fingers crossed, because there is nothing more than hope really at this point, is that diplomatic and political pressure and embarrassment to Ecuador and the total desecration of Lenin Moreno's reputation and legacy will be enough to buy Julian some time until hopefully the situation will change. We know Theresa May's on her last legs. We know Lenin Moreno's on his last legs. I think that there will be inevitable change, political change in both the UK and Ecuador. And I think that's also what has brought this to a head. And I really didn't want to get on and have this terse conversation and sound so depressing. I really didn't. I wanted to get on and be like, yay, our 48-hour vigil has come to an end. We've had dozens of amazing guests and everything's great. But that's the reality as I see it from my years of studying WikiLeaks and advocating.
Well, part of the reason that's been allowed to happen and would happen is as Craig Murray was referencing, the narratives around Assange have propagandized so effectively against him. That's why we see so many people, and bots, of course, and paid trolls as well, saying, oh, good, arrest him. There is that propaganda narrative. And I think if there's one thing that we can do, that we have the power to change, we can't change the way the intelligence agencies operate. We can't change, we don't have the power to do a number of things, but what we can do is try to fight back against those propaganda narratives and try to raise that level of support that would actually, hopefully, try to see a change in the way that he's treated.
I think the other possible ray of hope is that although I believe he will be tortured in UK prison, I have no doubt about that. I believe he'll be interrogated by intelligence agencies and mistreated there. Zero doubt about that. There probably is a ray of hope in terms of the extradition battle, because there is positive precedent in terms of non-US nationals winning extradition battles and appeals to prevent extradition to the USA. But then again, this is Julian Assange, and it's an unprecedented situation, and the law just might go out the window. It might just be too much pressure on the decision makers. So I don't know. I don't think we've faced a situation like this before for a very long time.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest focuses, at least for me, as an independent journalist, will be trying to raise that awareness and change that public perception so that there is enough of a negative reaction to anything that might happen, that it makes some level of difference. Because I think the fact that that Assange has been vilified by the press for so long is something that is in some ways allowing this to happen, as well as the fact that it's obviously something the authorities want to happen. I think that's what we collectively can attack and work on, where maybe we can't obviously, change the goals and methods of the intelligence agencies.
I interviewed Piers Robinson today from the UK, who's an expert in propaganda. It's his field of study. He's from a professor at the University of Sheffield. And one of the things that we were discussing is that lies have an expiry date. Lies that are under scrutiny, they can serve for so long, and then they weaken over time. The truth will stand the test of time, but they'll weaken. And I mean, look at Sweden situation. That's a classic example. It doesn't have anywhere near. It's still useful to them to some extent, but it doesn't have anywhere near the impact today that it did when they first cooked it up. We were talking about how George Galloway was interviewing random average Joes on the street in London, and how nearly every single one of them were saying they support Julian, they support WikiLeaks, they don't think he should be trapped in the embassy, they think he should be let to go to Ecuador. And we were noting that there's actually a resilience in the population, especially these days. There is a resilience to mainstream media messaging. They're less likely to believe it now than they would have been 20 years ago, 40 years ago. and that hopefully that resilience will carry over into action. But unfortunately, I also see that the social constriction, the social disempowerment of the austerity measures, of the the economic warfare that has been waged against people, does inhibit their ability to rise up until they eventually get to that breaking point. And when is that breaking point? I don't know. I can also say that Protect Julian, we came up with that, and within 3 hours of us even conceiving of the hashtag, it was trending in United States of America, Washington, D.C., Ecuador, and Australia. That was an unprecedented amount of time for us to go from 3 hours from 0 to 100. I do believe there is more support. I believe it's more socially acceptable to, especially within activism circles, to support Julian and WikiLeaks now than it was 1 year ago or 6 months before that in the wake of the 2016 election. So we have already won some of the narrative battle on that front. And the last thought I would say is that Craig Murray is a very good person to listen to. His advice as he's written it will be sound, and absolutely we should follow it. Joe, what are your thoughts?
You haven't got your mic on,
muted.
Joe.
Yeah, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I was saying that I'm right now publishing Craig Murray's piece on Consortium News. He recently gave me blanket permission to republish anything, and I think this is an important piece.
Definitely.
So I want our audience to read that as well. Fortunately, that 4 a.m. Suggestion has come and passed. It's now 6 a.m. 5 a.m. Yeah, I mean, Susie, I really can't add much to what you said. It's really chilling what you said. So, and it's at moments like this that we feel powerless. Really, I mean, we have some power, but are you seeing something, Vivian?
Yeah, I'm just a car slowed down, but it's moved on now.
Yeah, I think Susie's right. These are intimidation tactics. If they aren't real tactics, if they aren't practicing. And we also call up paddy wagon here in the U.S. So I don't know how the Irish feel about that, but that is a not a good sign. I don't know why. They know the cameras are there. Obviously, they know Rupley is doing this live feed now since Friday. So and they stopped there for a purpose.
I have a question, Joe,
it wasn't picked
for
up,
you.
But they stopped for a purpose. Please.
It's just that, we know that Cassandra Fairbanks has, courageously gone down there and booked in a hotel and all of that. Craig Murray, as his piece describes, is on the ground at the moment. But, what happens when you can't afford the hotel anymore and you have to leave? I mean, what happens when the Rupley, live feed ends and there's been no expulsion? That's what I'm worried about. And that's what I think we as a vigil process that continue, we need to think about how we're going to try to help keep eyes on the embassy after this weekend and moving forward. Because I'm worried about that point where Cassandra goes home, Murray goes home, and the Rupley feed ends, et cetera, et cetera.
There's also Annans down on the ground.
Great.
We need some hacker.
Last time we were in this situation, no, we don't need any hacking or any illegal activity.
No, you wouldn't let me finish. We need somebody to hack into the CTVs on the street, and then we can monitor it just as well as they can.
We tried that, but yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
The last time that we were, because this is now the third time, right? This movement started when it looked like Julian was about to be dragged out the door. First, he was disconnected and that was the Reconnect Julian campaign. Unity for J started when it looked like he had a matter of, this is the third time. Remember Glenn Greenwald publishing last year, he will be taken this weekend. Source says, from Ecuadorian diplomatic source says he will be taken this weekend. And what did we do? We had the emergency vigil. We brought on 50 people. We did the marathon. We raised hell. We had the hashtag. We were trending. We had people there on the ground. Exactly what we've just been through this weekend. This is the third emergency. The second one was when Christine Assange did. The first one was when Glenn Greenwald wrote that. Second one was when Christine Assange did her emergency message to supporters. And we had a second emergency vigil. This is now the third time that we've been through that. And what did we do last time after Christine's message? After everybody had to leave and the Rupturely live stream disappeared and the media disappeared, we had the German MEPs come to London and hold press conferences outside the embassy and say, this is not okay. So I think that the answer to what we do next is we need to follow up this weekend's display of people power and our display of social media power with diplomatic and political support on the ground at the embassy. That would be my advice, because it worked previously.
And we know that the UN rapporteur and then a number of individuals will be trying to look into the situation as well. But I know that WikiLeaks mentioned that I believe Moreno is visiting the US in a couple of weeks. Is that right?
I think they said the 18th.
Right.
Is that correct? I believe the 18th.
I think, or the 25th.
But I'll tell you what,
around a couple of weeks.
If they really were planning to get Julian out this weekend, and those riot squads and whoever else, the bloody police vans, if they were expecting that they were finally going to get their guy and take him away in cuffs and all their gung-ho fantasies they will have had, this response that we're seeing now would be quite natural, because it's all they can do. They're actually impotent. If Ecuador won't hand him over, they are impotent. And all they can do now is harass the hell out of him. When I studied Julian's psychosocial reports and his medical reports, there was information in there which no media outlet had ever published. One of the things that was in there is that police had been going and throwing objects at his windows every time they knew that he had gone to sleep, and waking him up over and over again, just like they did to Chelsea Manning in the cell. You know, not letting Chelsea sleep for longer than an hour. That's the type of stuff that these police have been doing to Julian for years. They've been actively harassing him on a daily basis. When we did Moment of Truth in New Zealand with Edward Snowden, Glenn Greenwald, Kim.com, and Julian Assange, when Julian Assange began to speak, all you could hear was power drills and hammers banging, because they had infiltrated the apartment directly above the embassy. They knew he was going to be speaking. He was speaking to a sold-out crowd at the Auckland Town Hall with an extra 800 people waiting in a queue outside that couldn't get into the building because it was already at capacity to hear Julian speak. And they started up with power drills and construction noise when he was meant to speak. One of his last appearances in Europe by video stream, the whole crowd was there waiting to hear him speak, and they smashed the fire alarm and forced everybody out of the building. That is how desperate they have been to silence him. Those are the types of lengths that they go to prevent this man speaking and prevent people from hearing his words. So
they're scared.
Yeah, of course they're scared. Absolutely. They understand what an impact he has. They understand how his words are carried around the world and acted on by millions of people. Absolutely, they're scared. But this harassment that we're seeing right now, the police refusing to let things die down, may actually be a result of their own frustration. And actually, I wish that John Kiriakau was here right now, because he's the greatest person to talk to about this type of thing. He's always able to see under the surface. Like, the surface is what we're seeing happen on that Rupturely stream. We're going, oh, there's a van. Oh, there's a bunch of people. John Kiriakau is very good at understanding what's really going on in the heads of the security agencies behind the images that we see.
Because he worked with them.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So one of the things I'd like to say, and just for me as a relative outsider, this has all been very inspiring to see. And I think a lot of the attention I've seen in the mainstream media, of course, has been negative and poo-pooing the idea that Julian is even in danger. The thing that they don't want to confront, the thing that they don't want to say is, well, you know, people power has been stopping right? Julian from being taken from the embassy, from people, from there being some kind of raid and so on and so forth. It's not that these vigils are crying wolf or any of the negativity that I've seen around that. It's that they're actually working. So I think it's something that should be very much applauded. And we should, of course, make sure that we're trying to be positive in that way. We don't know exactly what's going on. Like you said, we don't know what's in the minds of these security folks. But we do know that getting more bodies on the street, bringing attention, calling attention to this issue, doing these streams, trying to run these online campaigns and getting as many people involved as possible, it has been a positive force. And, we wouldn't even be here right now if it hadn't happened, once, twice, 3, 4 times in the last year, really, these emergency events. So I just want to thank everyone. And I also think, unfortunately, we'll probably be here again, but maybe fortunately, because that does mean that we're able to stop at least, the proximate threats to Julian, hopefully, by having people bringing attention to the whole issue. So.
Thank you. I think we really needed to hear that. And looking at every police, I keep trying to prevent myself from using derogatory terminology about the security services, though it's very difficult for me, to be honest. These vans of police showing up, if we look at every single one and think to ourselves, you know what, we wouldn't be seeing you if we'd already lost this.
Right.
That is a really good way to look at it. I was hoping to spend this hour having the hosts of the last 50 hours of streaming. Vivian Kubrick, I can't count how many hours you've given this weekend. You dropped everything, cancelled all your plans, and stepped up like a pro. Even though you're not a journalist, nobody would have told the difference over the last 3 days. Elizabeth, who is a freaking phenomenal journalist, who has been covering WikiLeaks relentlessly for as long as I can remember now, certainly as long as I've known her, and probably well before that. Joe Laurier, the most eminent journalist in our social group by far, and Cassandra, who was going to host this weekend, but was so upset by what was happening that she put herself on a plane to London and has been down there doing the amazing guerrilla journalism live on the ground. Guys, say your piece after your experiences of this weekend and who you've spoken to and what you've learned and what you've seen.
Well, thank you, Susie. I think many people have pointed out that the response to what we learned on Thursday has perhaps derailed their plans. So in that sense, whoever in the Ecuadorian government leaked that information to WikiLeaks has perhaps delayed, if not put an end to this for the time being. That's what we have to hope for anyway. But we can't rest lightly and think that this is all over. It clearly is not.
I just would like to say that if you ever wanted a validation that independent media is more trusted than mainstream media, Cassandra was actually getting calls from people in the White House asking her what was happening. I mean, I think that's the most incredible validation that she's a trusted journalist and a go-to person. And I was delighted. I thought that was the most amazing compliment. What about you, Elizabeth?
It's also a validation. Sorry to interrupt. It's also a validation that the White House is not necessarily in control of what these agencies are doing.
Yeah,
that's even more terrifying.
I think that's one of the things I was going to say is I wish that the White House was more like telling their dogs to to heel and to call them off. But yeah, I think one of the most impressive things was, definitely, and speaking of Cassandra, watching her go up to the window of these plainclothes police officers in the car, sitting there at the embassy with the car running, and she was really trying to question them. And if I had been there on the ground, I really don't think I would have had the courage to go up and ask those pointed questions to those police officers that needed to be asked. So I just applause to her. and for the amazing journalism she's done over the last few days with almost no sleep. And and I'm really honored and humbled to have spoken to so many wonderful guests over the last few days. It's been an amazing experience, and I went into it feeling very, very pessimistic. But after I spoke to people like Margaret and John, I really felt like I felt as if we do have some power to make some level of difference. Now, but that small, tiny grain of optimism is not to say that we can now sit back and think that we've won. It's just encouragement that we should work harder and stay vigilant and keep working. So, like, this is the beginning of a new phase of action. It's not the end of it.
I mean, actually, that's what they're depending on. They're depending on a kind of fatigue setting in, where they keep sort of like going, oh, we might get him. No, we don't. Oh, we might get. And I think they're hoping that people will lose interest because there's all these sort of false starts. Somebody is making lots of noise. Who's that?
I believe it's Ann Garrison. It's all right, Ann. Don't worry about it. I think that definitely that's a concern, and it's something I just mentioned a few minutes ago. When Craig and Cassandra and others can't afford to stay at the embassy anymore, and the refugee stream is done, I think that's when we, as this vigil, need to step up our efforts to cover it more, because I'm really concerned that might be when they would try something. Because maybe they are embarrassed by having a live stream showing the embassy at all hours of the day. But when that live stream ends, that's when we should be even more vigilant, in my opinion.
Well, of course, there's the houses. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying there are the houses across the street. And I remember somebody reproduced a letter last year where they were receiving letters from the BBC asking if they could set up cameras in their houses pointing out to the Ecuadorian embassy. I mean, there is such a thing as a wireless camera. I don't know, maybe some very wonderful English person who's living across the street might let you put a wireless permanent 24/7 monitor camera. But
yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think that they will strike now that UN has gotten involved with 2 officials. I think that might be our chance here to kind of delay things a little bit more.
Hopefully.
I think it's just fear tactics. That's the way I see it.
I think we're all politely waiting for the next person who hasn't had a chance to talk, which I think must be Ann Garrison. You need to turn your mic on, Ann.
Okay. Well, I'm in Boston, where I've been for the past week, observing a trial of a Rwandan who's accused of lying on his asylum papers in an immigration court about his involvement in the Rwandan genocide. He was convicted. He was convicted on all 5 counts, much to the surprise of those of us who were observing and hoping he would not be. It's easy to think this because you see that the public defender has made such a great case. But this, it's sort of it's very late in the day for me to bring this up. It might have been more relevant earlier. We're down here to the wire, but it's a case of just an avalanche of propaganda.
Were you able to follow what's going on at the embassy and the developments?
Yeah, I have been in and out of it, and because this week was really exhausting, even right up until now. But when I was dropping in and out of the stream, I saw people, including John Kiriakau, saying that suddenly they were optimistic. Someone even said that his belief in the jury system had been renewed. I think that might have been John.
Well, he was talking about jury nullification. That
right,
is a possibility. Yeah, and I'm sorry. It was you, Elizabeth, that interviewed him, I believe.
Yes, and yeah, I think that part of that is, I think John was mentioning that's why it's so important for us in the independent media to push our, the side of accuracy and truth, because that's what would allow like one juror out of 12 to have that say where they nullify the rest of the jury because they don't buy the propaganda. So that's where we can make a difference, and that's empowering. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, jury nullification, of course, is when even if the person is found to have violated a law, that the jury disagrees with the law, basically acquits the person, even though the law is on the book, because they think it's unjust, and that has happened.
Yeah.
And that's what John is hoping for. Not that he believes in the justice system. I think he's pretty clear about that. He's not a great fan, having gone through it. I don't
blame him.
Yeah, having gone through it. So, one thing one commenter, and there's probably were many others who thought this on Consortium News to the articles we were running on this, said that we were, basically acting like we're crying wolf, that we're making this big deal and we're alarming everyone and nothing's happened. Well, maybe nothing's happened because we did raise the alarm. I mean, that's what we came to the conclusion. I think that certainly the UN had a big deal. The reaction from them was significant, but the attention that's been focused on that, including by us, as most likely played a role in this not happening this weekend, because Marino looks pretty bad right now.
Well, what do those commenters? Oh, sorry. What do those commenters expect Consortium News to have done? Just ignore the fact that WikiLeaks tweeted that 2 Ecuadorian officials had told them this? So
I guess so.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, but let's not forget that a van pulled up with a couple of posters, and suddenly 2 guys jumped out with giant machine guns.
Yeah.
So, I don't know that that speaks to the illegitimacy of our concerns.
Yeah, I wish I'd gotten a screenshot of that.
Actually,
does somebody have that?
Cassandra tweeted it out. I'll look for it. She actually tweeted because that's what made her go, "Oh my God, I've got to get on a plane," when she saw that.
Interesting, yeah. I happened to see that too live, but I wasn't thinking quickly enough to immediately get a screenshot of it.
No, she filmed it. She filmed it. You can see it in action. I'm going to look for it.
Yeah.
I just want to say, because you were asking what our impression was. First of all, I just think that people are awesome. People rock. People have not only made amazing comments, retweeted stuff, but the people that came on here and talked, these are real human beings with red blood coursing through their veins and some, serious chutzpah. They spend their lives as comedians, journalists, lawyers, and clearly that is the most hopeful thing. And I did mention this when I was talking to someone else. It was just 5 guys talking about democracy a couple of thousand years ago. So I don't know that, and there's not that many people in WikiLeaks. You don't need that many people to make enormous change. And I think that, the complacency of most people is just purely they don't know about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're right. That's what we're doing here. I wanted to say that it was very, very good to see people like Lee Camp and Ron Placone and a bunch of Bill Binney who had been on the vigil before coming back. I just hope that we can get them to come
the level of dedication amongst the nearly 100-strong participant list is phenomenal. And they seem to really, there's a lot of emails going on behind the scenes the public don't realize about, where we're updating each other on info, and they seem to really appreciate that. There are some amazing comments being made about this vigil and this movement, and specifically what viewers have been taking away from it and what they've been seeing. I just saw someone who I've never seen comment on any of our streams before say that she's been listening to us since Friday, and that we have really made the case for Julian, that she's absorbed been absorbing all these interviews and listening to all these different opinions and the different vantage points and the different reasons why people support Julian. The chat is streaming so fast that it's difficult for me to catch up with, but I'm keeping an eye on it. Viewers, why don't you tell us because it's easy. We're all of us participants all the people on camera. We're looking at the news and seeing this and that and sharing information and emailing and tweeting and DMing and whatever. But so are you guys. So why don't you tell us about what you've seen since the world first heard the news that Julian might be getting kicked out last Friday? Yes, I am the woman from New Zealand, Freya Young.
I wanted to say about
Yes,
the woman from New Zealand. I wanted to thank very much the job that you did. You did a tremendous job, Susie, in bringing all these people back on, or new people on, in very short time. So that was an incredible job that you did. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Susie. That, and actually, I have to say, Cassandra, I couldn't be happier that she couldn't make it. I spoke to such brilliant people, and I was just thrilled. And in fact, I was looking at the Periscope, of me talking to Jack Posobiec. There's 27,000 people watching it. Do you know that?
That's awesome. Yeah, our Periscopes always get amazing hits by comparison to the YouTube. I was just thinking that before. I've been watching the chat now ever since I came in. The speed of the chat has gone up about 400 or 500%. And according to the YouTube stats, only 2 more people have joined. And to be honest with you, I think I can confidently say at this point that the YouTube stats are total bullshit. And that it doesn't surprise me in the slightest, because I do recall a tech analysis being done of the Google of the YouTube. Pity Sean's not here because he'd like to talk about this, I'm sure, where we actually demonstrated that they're rerouting the traffic between the stream and the YouTube. So they actually have an intermediary, but that's another story. Anyways,
I'm sorry, I don't know whether you saw it, but
if there's an update, cut in.
Yeah. No. I just want to say that Sean did leave a message. He had to go because he's got to go to bed. He's got like some early thing. So he was so polite. I kept thinking, Sean, you should have just butted in. We're all such like, just turn our mics on and go, oi. But I guess he's too polite. Anyway. I'm still looking for Cassandra's tweet.
I think it's really obvious that the views are being throttled. Personally, because I was watching the stream and I saw it jump from 100 views to just 20 people watching it multiple times, and I saw the same numbers multiple times. It just seems like they're manipulating the views to me.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, remember, part of the entire psyop on humanity is to give you the impression that your side is losing. That's like psyop 101, to discourage you, right? So I just think one has to ignore this and treat it a little bit like musicians do when they go into venues and they've got one person watching them. That's what I was saying again about the artist being so much like an activist. Is it's sort of like there's a fine line between the sublime and the ridiculous, and I just think you have to ignore it because they depend on the psychological aspect of you being, disheartened and giving up. So I just say, let us all be grand fools and keep going until, we drop dead. I don't know. But anyway, I'm going to keep looking for
Vanessa Byrne says, this has been an amazing mobilization of people who support Julian. Thank you so much. Love heart.
I've got it.
You are super welcome. Diaco says, people are curious to learn more about WikiLeaks. And that's what's attracting them to the movement. Victrola says, can we assemble a list of the official smear narrative memes about Julian so that we can debunk them? Victrola13, my advice to you would be to go to unity4j.com/discord and then sign up. There's something called Truth Defenders on the Hash Roll channel. If you go sign up for that, there's a whole channel of people who work all the time on just debunking those smears.
Isn't there also Defend WikiLeaks still?
Yeah, there's probably a few channels in there. You guys, oh right. No, it was WL Task Force, right? That was doing that.
Yeah, but it was the hashtag Defend WikiLeaks or Defend WL.
Right, the hashtag, yes, rather than an account. Yeah, absolutely. And #WLSUP was the WikiLeaks supporters hashtag. Anonymous user, Susie, you are the motivator of the chat throughout. Dude, my amazing, unbelievably cool dedicated team of people on Discord and Twitter, and those who are present here, right here in the chat, are my motivators, or I would not have coped, like, seriously, long ago. In fact, I wasn't coping a few months ago. I was really sick and unwell and run down, and Joe Lauria and Consortium News stepped in and stepped up and not only kept Unity for J alive, but kept it growing on the front end, doing these vigils every single week. Joe, I don't think he has missed a week, really. I think there was 1 week that that he was in transit and traveling, but other than that, every single week, Consortium and Joe have held this together to keep this constant presence of people speaking up for Julian. And every single day, 7 days a week in our Discord, I cannot even count the number of people who have worked on this movement, who have translated documents, who have made graphics, who have done video edits and cuts, who have been debunking smears, who have been doing legal analysis of big documents dumps and all kinds of stuff, have been researching stuff, have been writing communications and outreach letters and press releases, and oh my God, it just goes on and on and on. The stream team, the tech team, the podcast, the music that's been put together and put out. All of this stuff, you know, I might come up with a good idea and say, hey, people, do this, but at the end of the day, it's the people who are actually doing it. They're the producers. They're the ones who are creating the content. They're the ones who are building the movement. And every single one of you guys who sit here and watch us and care about what we say, who listen to what we say and absorb it and then act on it, you are what makes this happen. So it's great if you think I'm motivational, but I'm telling you, it's a group effort. It's everybody who's given of themselves to be a part of this, to make it
And
what it is.
all volunteers too, of course.
100% unpaid, 100% unpaid, and the hours can't be counted. The hours can't be counted, but the impact can't be. What price do you put on giving Julian another year? What price do you put on bringing him however many more supporters? What price do you put on sharing true information about the nature of our world and our government, our governments, or our one world government with people? What price you can't put a price on these things, and that's why people sacrifice for it. That's why I'm up at 7:30 in the morning looking like I haven't slept for a week to talk to you guys about it. So you can't, it's priceless what we do. It's invaluable, but it's invaluable because you guys participate and care about it. You know, otherwise it would be nothing. It would be nothing. It would just be me shouting into the ether by myself, you know?
Exactly. And I would remind everyone that in times of war, which this really is an information war, it really is. You know, if you're part of the resistance, it's neither glorious nor even rewarding, and you don't necessarily win. I mean, you only have to look at the French resistance in the Second World War. It's a pretty unglorious occupation, but you know, every little tiny thing that every little person did made a difference. And you know, each country that was, you know, overrun by the Nazis, they all had their own resistance groups and they made a difference. So I'm not saying that it requires the kind of violence that those resistance groups needed to perform, like blowing up bridges and doing other things. What I am saying, though, is that in this information age, the only thing necessary is the weapon of the idea. It's ideas against other ideas. It's disinformation against information, which is why Julian Assange's role in this world is, you know, at the front line of human civilization moving in the right direction towards truth. So every person that takes part in this, no matter, even if it's just you're watching it and you ask other friends of yours to watch it, or you get inspired by watching it, or you learn something, God knows, people had such fabulous information. You know, you are part of this information war because your mind, you have to use your mind to balance the information coming at you. And this will help balance it, because most of the people that you hear on this vigil are just remarkable people who have dug in and really found out truths. So anyway, I'll get off my little soapbox.
It's all right. Sala Piston Jamas says the Duran always covers Assange. Now that just made me think of something really interesting. You're right. And the Duran, I've actually got a video here open on my screen that I've been waiting to see, which was the Duran's coverage yesterday of the situation. The Duran does always cover Assange. Now, here's something that amuses me. We're told that like all of the people who are anti-war, anti-US empire are all Russian bots and all useful stooges and Russian stooges being run by the Russian government, right? Like I'm in Russia and I've never met anyone from the Duran who are supposedly also Russian stooges. I have no contact with them, but I would actually really like to. In fact, I wanted to talk to the Duran guys and see if they could come and be a part of the vigil this weekend, but I actually didn't have any in to contact them and ended up just like inviting from our group of 100 people that we already had, and a couple of others that I randomly came across. So if you know someone from the Duran,
Peter Lavelle. Peter Lavelle.
Now I do know Peter Lavelle, though he's not actually from the Duran.
Well, he's a founder of the Duran. I was in touch with him when he began the Duran. He's the one who came up with that name. He founded it. He got me to start writing for it at the beginning for quite a while.
Who are the two guys that are on the Duran then?
Alex Christoph.
Yeah, that's one.
Alex, I don't know who else, and the editor was.
And the other guy's British accent.
Alexander Mercouris. I don't know what his role is there anymore. I haven't written for them for a long time, and
well, they're the ones who do the streams. Though sometimes I have seen them.
The editor, as far as I know, Alexander.
Right. Okay. I didn't realize that Peter was involved in like the founding of that. But classic example, right? Why isn't my Russian handler introducing me to all these people?
Well, you know Dmitry too. Dmitry Babich, by the way, had a great interview. That was with Vivian, I believe, right? Dmitry Babich. That was a terrific interview that he gave, and his explanations for liberalism and whatnot. But the bastard child of liberalism is what he called it. So it was a great vigil, I have to say, because of the people who turned out for it. And
there are so many things.
I learned a lot of things from people on these vigils, and entertained as well by some funny people. So I hope we can get a bunch of people next Friday. And I'm also believe, Susie, that if something should happen in the next 7 days or next 5 days, that we might be able to whip something together quickly to go back online if we have to.
Well, the Kim.com actually messaged me. He's in the middle of legal prep with his legal team. Otherwise, he would have been here. And he said to me, you guys are doing an amazing job. He says, I have the utmost respect for what you're doing. And he said, if anything should happen with Julian, I'll be on that stream in a flash. So.
Well, when I met him in Queenstown, New Zealand, because you set up that meeting with him, Susie, and I thank you, he told me he felt he'd said everything he had to say about this situation. But now there's something new to say, it sounds like. So it would be great to see him back on.
You know, it's really hard for Kim. It's hard for Kim because it's almost too close to Kim. Julian is a close friend over many years of Kim. And so I think it's deeply emotional for him. And Kim's not a very emotional person, usually in terms of a public context. He's very pragmatic and he can be quite boisterous and quite excitable. And if anyone's a motivator, actually, he is a motivator. But when you hear Kim talk about Julian, you can see that it deeply affects him when he speaks about it. If you go and objectively look at his earlier vigil appearances, you'll notice it. He really speaks from the heart, and he gets quite emotional for good reason, because Julian to him isn't a picture on a wall, isn't a meme. Julian's not a meme to Kim. Julian's not a historical figurehead and a blah, blah, blah. And it's his friend Julian, who he's been through decades of cypherpunk, living history with. And so I think it's difficult for him. but he absolutely will drop everything and be there if he feels that Julian needs him to be, like that. And hopefully we won't need to call on him for that, but he is there, and he's always watching. He's always tweeting, always sharing, always watching, always reading.
Susie, I just wanted to ask you something. I realized that WikiLeaks has a fund that they're trying to collect money in order to support their legal fight against The Guardian. But of his lawyers, are any of them actually just working, just because on principle they want to help him? Oh, sorry. I always get distracted by these bloody
I'm
messages.
here.
Hang on
Yeah.
a second. Oh, sorry.
Never mind. So you can ignore that one.
Oh, okay.
Look, I don't have the slightest clue what Julian's financial relationship is with his lawyers. I don't think it's my business or really anybody's business. I think they're working under unprecedented hardships. How many lawyers could go through that level of hardship and scrutiny and danger, actual danger? How it's not just a job being a lawyer for WikiLeaks, is it? It's an imposition on every facet of your life. You risk being subjected to all of the same types of surveillance and whatever amounts of persecution. So I haven't got a clue. I haven't got a clue what their legal fund has or doesn't have, or what they pay or don't pay, and I'd personally consider it to be none of my business.
Well, actually,
I would just say that we should do whatever we can to get people to support them to whatever degree they're able.
Well, but also at this point, whatever his lawyers can do for him, this is almost sort of in the lap of the gods at this point. It just seems to be like the chaos that's going on in Ecuador is such a variable, is such a wild card. What do you think, Joe? I've certainly heard during the vigil, and also I think you were speaking about it, or somebody was, how unstable Ecuador is due to the corruption charges against Moreno.
Yeah, I think it was Susie who said that it was unstable, but I had a very interesting conversation with Jose Rivera on Friday night at the beginning of the vigil that he laid out the political situation there in great detail. And he's of the opinion that Moreno may be in his last few days, and that there's going to be a call for a general strike later today on Monday in Ecuador.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you because a police car just circled around the embassy.
Mm-hmm.
It's gone, but okay. Sorry.
Clearly he's very damaged goods right now, and it'll be hard for him to survive. And I think that gives him less leverage with the U.S. in terms of his negotiating that he's been going through about turning over Assange. And that seems like that may have in fact been concluded already, if he would make that, if the tip that WikiLeaks got is true, and which we believe, of course, it was, that it was an imminent expulsion. So, getting rid of Moreno could bring somebody worse. Otto, I'm forgetting his name now. His last name, the vice president of Ecuador, is, according to Jose, who was an expert on that country, obviously speaking to us from Ecuador, says that guy's even worse on Assange than Moreno was, and that it could be even worse for Julian if this new guy comes into power. But that's where we are.
Let me just ask you something. How does it help Ecuador to kick him out? I don't understand. I mean, you'd think he's a good piece of bargaining tool. I mean, it's disgusting.
Got an IMF loan. They got that's what it was all along. I mean, clearly, a weak country that has an asset that the most powerful country is desperate for is not going to hand them over for nothing. That's the way these people obviously operate. These are politicians. And they got an IMF loan. And as Tim Anderson was telling us, the Constitution had been changed by Rafael Correa to limit what the IMF can do in terms of determining policy, particularly social policy and fiscal policy inside Ecuador. But that has been reversed by Moreno or ignored. And he got this deal with the IMF. So that might have been the clincher. I don't know what else was involved. We're not privy, of course, to those negotiations, but that there were negotiations, there's no doubt now.
And I just saw a new tweet by the Defend Assange Twitter account. And it says, because we were talking a little bit earlier about the fact that Moreno is going to be in Washington, and that's in 9 days. So a little bit, more closer to home, closer to now than a few weeks away, obviously. So.
If he's still in power.
No, we need massive protest. Massive protest.
Actually, a protest in Washington, D.C. is a bloody good idea for Moreno's visit. That'll give the Americans a great opportunity to have their say about all of this.
I'll talk to Brian Becker about that.
Yeah,
Brian Becker.
I think that would be a fantastic opportunity, and I think we have a fair number of our UNFJ participants that are close enough that they could get there and make some noise as well. I just want to read a couple of comments that I cherry-picked out of chat. Lady J says, thank you to all of the commentators this weekend. I'm grateful for your commitment to the truth. Whatever Float says, I think a lot more people have been watching than what you are aware of. And that's true, because we're on more than half a dozen platforms simulcast. So while I sit here and see one YouTube chat, we're certainly not seeing, I think we're broadcasting on 3 different Facebook pages. We're on BitChute, we're on Periscope, we're on multiple YouTube channels. So the audience is much bigger than we realize. This person says, more people have been watching than what you're aware. I too have been watching all weekend, and I have been since Vigil #1. Capital letters, keep up the great work. Many, many thanks. Thank you for being such an avid supporter of this movement. Anonymous user says, I'm seeing people from all walks of the spectrum is encouraging. And that was something I'd thought to myself was a fantastic achievement this weekend, is we did have the full spectrum, the full political spectrum represented. And we had absolutely every ideology represented, and every single one of them said, Julian should be free. We need WikiLeaks. We want WikiLeaks. And that to me is it's important. It's extremely important to have that diverse, the diverse political voices. And Monday 1111 says, when whistleblowers come forward, we need to fight for them. When they are gagged, we must be their voice. When they are locked away, we must free them. Giving us the truth is not a crime. That is an incredibly poignant thought, and I completely agree with you.
Well, freedom of the press, if that's not a nonpartisan issue, nothing is. That affects people from all political spectrums, you know. Everyone wants their free press, whatever their political point of view is.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing I realized too is that there are people on the stream that I completely disagree with politically, and who I love as people, who I really love as people. And
that's
I think,
how it should work. That's how it should work, Susie. This is why everything's gone so bloody insane in the world, is that they forwarded this moronic idea that if you disagree, you're supposed to hate somebody. And it's like, no, if you disagree, you're supposed to talk. You're supposed to communicate. And then if you, what?
Unfortunately, there are genuine supporters of WikiLeaks that don't agree with that and have been condemning our vigils. I want to know where they were in the last couple of days this weekend.
Yeah, well, they were also I want to say a huge minority. It's like a bit of a contradiction in terms. I think there's like 4 of them, and there is like 100+ that have jumped on board and backed this stream. And I'm actually for the right of those 4 people to do what they want to do, where they do it, how they want to do it, and to not attempt to police or suppress us, just as I won't attempt to police or suppress them. I am happy when I see parallel movements. I'm happy when I see half a dozen different groups protesting at the embassy. I don't really care what the banner is that people are under. As nice as it was to see a massive, I don't know if you saw this, Joe, someone put up a humongous Unity for J banner right across the front of the embassy in front of all the mainstream media cameras. I thought that was classic. But it doesn't actually matter what was on the banner. We have a better chance of success if there are countless movements and countless groups organizing and taking action. This was never meant to be a one-size-fits-all ubiquitous movement that everybody has to get on board with. Whether you're one person or 10 people or 100 people, you can do amazing things without being a part of this movement. But what this movement has become is a beautiful thing, and it has stayed true to the original purpose. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud on behalf of everyone who's made that happen. I'm proud of that.
Well, I'm proud of you, Susie, because if there's one woman who's got some serious, like, what's that? Oh God, I'm going to forget her name. She's that wonderful singer that sang Fever. Come on, Joe, you know her name. Oh
Me?
my God.
You're asking the wrong person about a singer.
Oh, really? Anyway,
Yeah.
it's, you know, that WOMAN woman, that song. Anyway, so Susie
Helen
is
Reddy.
like,
Oh, no.
no.
All right, I told you not to ask me, didn't I?
Yeah, you're right, but it's pathetic. I can't remember. But I just want to acknowledge
Woman,
the
we are
fact
strong. Go ahead. Just ignore me. Just ignore me, please.
Well, when you start listing out ABBA tracks, I'll know that you really don't know what I'm talking about.
8 tracks? Is that what you said? Okay.
No, ABBA.
Oh, ABBA.
Tracks.
I heard of them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, Susie, first of all, Susie spearheaded this. And I know, because I tried to get some people to come on, and they didn't even answer me, how bloody hard it is to coordinate and get people to come on this vigil. It is hard. So Susie just purely magicked up.
That was the word I was going to use. She worked magic. It was so fast, and she got so many people.
I know. So, I mean, Susie is like some kind of high priestess of communication, because she just made this all happen, and she created a movement which I think not only has made vigil after vigil of not only important, I mean, this is almost like a record of this period of our time, of intellectuals, journalists, comedians, saying really, really important things that aren't being said anywhere. I mean, this is incidental to this someone help me, vigil. It's incidental, but it is absolutely surprising how fascinating the vigil. I mean, I listen to old vigil conversations. They're fantastic. This is like better than, you know, I don't know, in England, there were all kinds of, in the old days, there were actual worthwhile chat shows to listen to. And this is sort of like a chat show. You know, it's a little focused, but people have talked about such amazing, diverse, interesting things. So that's an offshoot, a bonus of this vigil that who could have ever imagined how powerful it would be. And the more that are created, there's just like this wealth to listen to, and to listen to several times. I've listened to certain interviews. I don't know about you guys, but I've listened to certain interviews 2 times, 3 times. There's meditation going on.
I'm here. I'm just actually making a note of some more awesome chat comments that I want to read out, because I want to acknowledge these people and their contribution and their thoughts.
Yeah.
So 711 Sparling says, number 1, I've been watching dozens of hours since Thursday and most every vigil since they began. I rely on you. You're all amazing. I care and worry about Julian, and thank you all for this 48-hour emergency vigil. Number 2, I'm strengthened by their and your constancy. How brave Julian Assange and Chelsea are is humbling. Truth in journalism is essential. We have so little of it. CC says, I think this is what they fear the most, the coming together of the people. No matter the spectrum, freedom or lack of it affects every one of us.
I'm so glad that you're reading this.
Yeah, it's amazing to hear the feedback, isn't it?
That guy was ahead of the game, because he said he's been watching since Thursday. We began on Friday, so he really put a big effort into it.
I guess maybe it could depend on the time zone. I'm not sure. In some parts of the world, it was maybe Thursday when we started. I'm not sure.
Me and My Kind says, I like strong
American Samoa. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. Me and My Kind says, I like strong woman leadership. Now, you know, I am not into identity politics at all. However, maybe it's like being from New Zealand and suffragette like history or whatever, but I am enough of a feminist that I'm actually really proud. I'm really proud that this movement has been predominantly staffed by in our mods team and in our, I mean, I think we had, Joe is our first male host of all time. For all of the last year, we had female hosts, female interviewers, every single interview, every single episode. It wasn't deliberate, but it worked. And I do think it's a strength of the movement. The strong female voices are definitely a strength of the movement and have been throughout. So we're really
maybe this is a good moment for me to say goodbye and leave it to the three
oh,
women.
I was literally just typing that I have to get up early tomorrow, so I have to leave as well. So.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. here on the East Coast of the U.S.
I promised to finish by 7, and it's 8. So
and we're coming up to the top of the hour. So I bid everyone goodbye and thank you for all the efforts involved, and we'll see you again on Friday.
Likewise.
Good night, Joe.
It's been a pleasure and an honor.
Thank you, Vivian. Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Joe.
Did a
Thank you,
great
Joe,
job,
for the
Elizabeth.
platform.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Joe, for the platform
Good
that
night.
you provide at Consortium News to so many of us. You have been publishing so many of us there, including Caitlin, including Elizabeth, including myself. It is an incredibly important service to humanity that Consortium provides, as well as to this vigil and to this movement. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. I appreciate it. It's the right thing to do. Goodbye.
Night,
Sleep well, Joe.
Okay,
so,
what
ladies,
have we got next?
shall we bid each other good night? It's just you and
Are
me
you
now.
all leaving me? I was just gonna work through the chat because there's 150
No,
people.
I'll stay with you. I'll
really
stay with
nice
you, Susan.
Messages.
It's just you and me now.
Phil Fellows, would you marry me, Susie? Oh God, Phil Fellows. Phil Fellows. If I ever in this lifetime actually achieve getting married, I can tell you this: it will be to somebody. It will be only to somebody who is in more trouble than me. Okay. Next. Vivian, then.
I'm too bloody old to marry.
Phil Fellows.
I'm too ancient to marry. I've moved into serious crony. No, what do they call it? Crone. I'm heading towards crone very soon.
It sounds like a tarot card. Okay.
Well,
Patty,
isn't it like some?
Patty McGuire. Patty McGuire. Excellent content this weekend and a good dry run in the case of something happening. Thank you. Best group of people. Oh my God, now he's after Elizabeth.
This is a desperate man.
Go through the list. God.
Hey, Joe, don't go. Joe, I just want to say thank you so much because I kept forgetting during the vigil to thank you so much for the absolute bum-aching length of time you sat down and curated this whole thing. Well, not curated. What do you call it? Monitored this entire.
Joe Booth has been phenomenal.
So I certainly try.
So has Kitty.
Yes, Kitty. God, thank
amazing.
you, and thank you, Christy, as well.
Amazing.
Honestly, you guys. I mean, we keep getting up with loo breaks and everything and disappearing. Hello. But you guys are just.
Awesome.
Oh, sorry.
I love all of you and all of your continuing work. JC Nell, yes, unity is what they fear. Thank you, and thanks to Joe. So lovely, you guys. Thank you so much for ending this on such a wonderful note. Empress Pyra, there are no words. Love, gratitude, and peace to all. You guys are fantastic. The vigil on Friday is 4 p.m. Eastern until 7 p.m. Eastern. That's our standard weekly vigil. JC Nell says you're a beautiful young woman and in no way a crone. Vivian.
Oh, young woman. I was born in 1960. I'm ancient. But thank you.
Okay, thank you for all of the compliments, you guys. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for caring about and supporting Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. This is historic, and it's you guys making it historic. So thank you all. I'm going to get some sleep. Love you. No night.
Yes. Goodbye and good night, Susie, and good night, ladies, and good night, Joe.
See you all.
Mwah.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
So I search for some